Oh my god, I can't believe I made it. This is like, well, we'll see if this is working. Let me make a quick check around, to the live stream, and hopefully screen will come on. Okay, so that's working, and then we will, refresh the screen here. Set up another screen here. This is, res- production responsibilities. That's what we call it. We call it production. Yes. So much fun. No, it's not. All right. Let's, just got back. I'm not really back. And, everybody who's here, say hello. And we will be making some calls around here. Tara picking some other people up. So exciting. All right. They're not out trick-or-treating, apparently. Yeah, well, I certainly was. Okay. I'm all treated out. Treated out of my fucking skull. Okay, let's see now. I start calling people, right? Oh, wait, some incoming messages. Let's see here. Doofus is over here. All right, now. All right, let's start the call with Penny Bradley, who's the most ubiquitous. Oh my god. Make a call here. Let's do this. Okay, honey, can you hear me?
Hello,
Hi, are you all right?
I'm eating.
Oh, honey, just chew. You can. No worries, no worries. Let me see who else I can add. And while you're doing that, I'll just let me know when you're done. When you're done with that, you can go on mute and text me when you're done with that in the text box. You can put that in the
I
text.
I can respond. I will hold.
Don't do that. It sounds awful. Just do the mute and eat. Take your time. Relax. I'll be bringing some other people on, and just let me.
Are we live yet?
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, when I call people, it's live.
Hello, people out there. I was on another show today, and I was 45 minutes into it before I realized it was a show and not a personal conversation. So today has been one of those days where I have embarrassed myself royally. So
No worries, no worries. That's fun. That's fun. That's like we should all have that experience. I've had it a few times. Oh my God! So who am I calling? Sammy Romero. There we are. And Pack One will be calling him soon. Okay, there we are. Adding Sammy on. And okay, let me check around here.
on another interview,
Uh huh.
I do not have hours from yesterday edited and uploaded yet.
Okay.
So
Okay.
no panic.
Thank you, thank you. No, I appreciate that profoundly. Bless you. I appreciate you bringing that up. It's fabulous. That you're so attentive and that you're so conscientious. Believe me, you have no idea how much that's appreciated. Okay,
Well,
so.
I have to change out the music that we had at the break because even though the radio network has permission to use it,
Mhm.
YouTube does not acknowledge that.
No,
So
yeah, got it.
I have to
Yeah.
change it to something that I
Oh,
won't.
honey, I totally fucking got it. You don't even need to explain it. I can explain that to people later. In terms of, let me check around on my messages. Now we have two gentlemen with us. Well, the term gentleman might be applying that a bit loosely, but we have two wonderful men with us. Real hombres, Sammy Romero and Pacuan Morales. Let's see. They can handle the stage, honey, and you can finish. You can go mute and finish everything you're eating. Take your time, and just and then come back in anytime you feel ready to interject. We're just trying to burn bandwidth during the opening hour, so I can link up everything. So the opening hour can be dominated by these two gentlemen, and that usually works. And then I kind of bring you back after Peter's, burned out for the night, and then if you're around at that time. And but there's no emergency tonight because there's just so much to talk about. But right now, these two gentlemen are here to talk, and Penny has covered some things with us, and she's welcome to cover a little bit more, as much as she wants, but let's operate with, and Penny, just break in anytime you wish. Don't be shy. In the meantime, let's make certain that we can hear these two gentlemen. And I don't know if Pac-Juan Morales has been properly introduced to Penny Bradley. I believe, and I might be mistaken, Sammy Romero has. But let's start with Sammy correcting me if I'm wrong on that. Sammy, was that the case? Were you introduced to Penny Bradley already?
Yes, we did. We talked briefly last week. Hi, Brett. Hi, Penny. Hi, Pac-Man.
Wonderful. And I need to formally introduce Pac-Juan and Sammy Romero. Pac-Juan Morales, this is Sammy Romero. And both of you gentlemen, I'd love you to say hi to each other and see if you can hear each other.
Yes, good evening. Good meeting.
Hey, good to meet you, bro.
Yeah, what was that? Oh my God. Somebody said something, but I'm not quite sure what they said. Pac-Juan, was that you? It sounded like Sammy.
No,
Oh yeah. Yeah, say it, Pac-Juan. I hear you.
I just said a good evening. It was good to meet him.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you. And Sammy, you responded to that, right? I think.
I did. I said, good to meet you.
Yeah, wonderful. Okay, both of you gentlemen, do me a favor. Shout at the top of your lungs when you speak to each other, and speak directly into whatever you have that serves as a microphone. And at any rate, Pac-Man Morales, this is the Grandma Dame, Penny Bradley, and you've certainly probably heard her before. Do say good evening to her. That would be appreciated.
Good evening, Penny. It's my pleasure to meet you.
Let's see if Penny heard that.
Welcome to the Douglas Dietrich Show. I'm a semi-regular, and I'm currently half-ass replacing Jameson.
That's fine. You're doing wonderfully, honey, and love you dearly. So I'm so glad all of you are here. In the meantime, Pac-Juan Morales, I want to give you the responsibility of telling us what's been going on with yourself. I understand I just got home and I am high out of my fucking mind. So I need you to try and be as, you're fine. I'm not, you are. So tell us, what happened to something you got rid of? I saw a post you just published where you were talking to some old girl you were retiring. I presume this is a machine and not Elizabeth.
Yeah. Definitely not Elizabeth. She's younger than me. It was my taco truck. I got rid of it. I sold it. So I did one more event for my friend yesterday. He wanted to do a Halloween party at the Red Line Bar, so at the brewery. So I went out there, and then I went out there today. Or I went out there yesterday, did the event, and then went back out there today, cleaned it all out, got all my stuff out, and it was crazy. Yeah, it was past 3 years. It's been me in that trailer. I mean, I've had good days. I've had fucking days I almost died.
Yes.
Just so many different things. It was like one of those moments. Like last night leaving, I knew what was gonna happen, and I didn't really feel anything last night. I was fine. Then seeing it empty today, I kind of got a little choked up, man. I won't lie. I built everything up from I started with the hot dog cart, but when I got that trailer, is when I really kicked my business off into gear. But so it was bittersweet. But way I'm looking at it is, I'm next thing I'll get it'll be a brand new food truck.
Yeah.
With a full kitchen on it, and generator that's built into it. Just something that I can get around with. Don't have to attach and have all my equipment at home and at other restaurants, and just all the other things.
What are you talking, Daddy?
Wow, your son. Is that your son or daughter?
Yeah, my son. Yeah,
That's
my son.
Wonderful. Wonderful. So say hi to the big man for me. And so the individual who purchased the taco truck, is he also, or he or she also going to use it in that business, that kind of business?
So it's actually my buddy Doug. He's the owner of Redline. He's buying it from me,
Okay.
and so we're gonna have a meeting this week, and we're gonna see what where he wants to go with it. As far as if he wants to use it for whatever he wants to do with it, then I'd have to ask him to like paint over it, make sure I get my logos and stuff off of it. but I'm willing to sell him into the business. I mean, he would have no kind of competition from me. Whereas, we're gonna try to move. We're still gonna try to move. We don't know what's going on, but yeah. So if he buys a business from me, I'll definitely move, and I'll let him do his thing here with it. So yeah, I think it'd be a good fit for him. He has a landscaping business, and he has the brewery. So I think it'd be good. I told him it'd be good for him. You get some high school kids or something in there on the weekend working, and he wouldn't really have to do much.
Right. And what about in terms of you said, now this is I hope I haven't miscommunicated. You said something about moving. Is your family considering moving again?
Yeah.
Okay.
So my wife, she's well, those who don't know, she's a nurse. She's been a nurse for about 9 years now, and she's been there the whole time since she started. And a lot of her, when COVID started happening, when COVID became a thing, a lot of nurses left, quit because they didn't want to deal with the COVID, and then COVID really broke a lot of people, man. It scared people. People couldn't, the nurses, heavy workloads, and just not feeling comfortable and putting their lives and their families' lives in danger, so a lot of them quit, and nursing assistants quit. And then you had the whole unemployment fiasco where everyone got on unemployment. We're getting those PPP loans and stuff like that. So the hospital took a real beating staff-wise, because people didn't really have to work and stuff like that. And so what ended up happening is the nurses just been leaving, dropping left and right, and now they're trying to do sign-on bonuses to find new nurses, but at the same time they're not even doing anything for the nurses that sought them through, seeing them through everything, through the ugliness of the pandemic, and they are. One moment, please.
Oh yeah, no worries. And so, with all that was going on with him, how about yourself, Sammy? Have you seen anything like that in your environment?
Can you?
Oh,
Oh yeah, we hear you. Yeah.
All right. I'm sorry.
Oh, no worries. Pac One will finish what he's saying, Sammy. Thank you. And so, Pac One, go on.
No. So they gave them like for working with them $10,000 bonus. They're going to give the nurses that were working through the pandemic a retention bonus, they call it.
Yeah.
But it's really not a retention bonus. Whereas they'd give them like $2,000 on it up front, and then they'd have to wait 3 years, and then wait another 2 years, so, and get an increment. And that if any time in between that they quit working or anything, they have to pay all the money back.
Mm-hmm.
And on top of that, they're getting heavily taxed on that retention bonus. So it's really not worth it. Like my wife, she opted out of it.
Right.
She said it sounded like a scam. And there's a lot of people who
So you're telling me, on top of the fact that the nurses have put their lives on the line and have worked themselves basically to death, in many cases, nurses have literally died from overwork. And I want Pac One to verify that, because I know it to be true myself. And beyond that, they're trying to still exploit them and rip them off. This is unspeakable. Please go on. I'm so sorry. I had to say.
Oh, no, it's fine. No, it's fine. And well, and that's the whole thing, is even like the nurse managers who are, supposed to be advocates and people who are looking out for the best interests of the nurses, they get bonuses from the hospital and shit to
fuck over everyone beneath them.
Yeah. And like my wife right now, they got a new nurse manager, and he's been pitting the certified nurse, the CNAs, the nursing assistants, up against the nurses. So he's caused fire with them, and he's trying to clear everybody out and bring in agency nurses, that's like basically what my wife's about to start doing once we get everything in order. And that's basically where it's like a travel nurse. She'll go somewhere, and she'll work 3-4 days straight, 12-hour, 16-hour shifts, and then that'll be it for the week, you know, and then she'll have the rest of the week off, and they get paid really good money right now. That's where all the nurses are going, traveling nurses.
Interesting. So the times are so desperate that these are temp worker nurses and they will fill the roles that are needed. Is this oftentimes acting as scabs for nurses that are on strike? Because God knows nurses have every reason to strike. Or
Well,
is this... Go on. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's funny because it's funny you mentioned that about the strike, because there's one hospital right now that the nurses, it's a Michigan hospital, but it's mainly in Flint and like Lapeer and stuff like that. But the nurses are getting ready to go on strike, and they all walked out, and it's so bad that they stopped that hospital, quit accepting patients, and they were sending them over to where my wife works, which is probably about 1.5 miles, 2 miles down the road. But then it was so full at that hospital, they had to go to redirect anybody that was coming to their hospital all the way to a hospital that's probably 25, 30 minutes away from here, the only other hospital. So, I mean, and because it's a shortage of nurses. But then you think about this it was something really funny going on, because they can't give these fucking nurses a $10,000 retention bonus, right? But they'll bring in an agency fucking nurse who'll get paid $6,000, $7,000 for 4 or 5 days of work.
Yeah.
You're getting paid, you know, double, you know, what a regular nurse in the hospital who's been there for years would make in the 1 week, you know. So it's crazy. It's crazy because everyone wants to hire these agency and travel nurses. But then it makes me think about this too, because the travel and agency nurses, they don't have insurance. There's no insurance. Like if they get hurt or anything, they got to pay out of pocket. That's why, you know, there's no union or nothing. But I kind of feel like that's kind of where it's headed. Maybe the hospital gets more money, or, you know, is figuring something where if they can bring in all these agency nurses, they're going to save themselves on, you know, employment insurance, you know, employee place, whatever the fuck the insurance is, you know, workplace insurance. So crazy. I don't know. It's crazy. It's absolutely absurd.
Yeah. By the way, you got cut off there for a second. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so when you agreed with me that it's crazy, then you said after that you got cut off briefly. So repeat that if you would. And all I can think of is that there is some incredible kind of mismanagement and incompetence and corruption that is pervading the system.
Yeah, it's definitely something. It's crazy. It's just ridiculous. I don't know. And a lot of these, I was going to say too, a lot of the people getting COVID right now are already vaccinated people. One of the nurses that my wife actually hangs out with and gets picked up by to go to work sometimes in the morning stuff with just contracted COVID. Like,
good.
Yeah.
What any speculation or theories as to why this is happening or how this is happening?
I think it's like just as it began with COVID, with just regular COVID-19, it mutated into variants. There's multiple variants. I don't think maybe at this point there is no one, you know, definitive strain. You know, maybe it's just all different. Maybe as soon as someone contracts it and coughs or fucking releases it and it goes into somebody else, it mutates again. I mean, and there's certain aspects of it that are similar, and I don't know. I mean, that's the only thing I could myself is think of. I mean, and then to think we were all pretty much masked up for, you know, 1.5 years, almost 2 years. All our immune systems are down. RSV is on the rise, ridiculous. Like you know, the biggest diseases right now in the county I live right now is RSV, syphilis, and hands, foot, mouth.
Jesus Christ. I mean, I'm only familiar with the syphilis. What the hell are the other two? The other one's a veterinarian disease, isn't it? It sounds like a horse disease. Hoof and mouth disease. I'm sorry, go on.
So RSV is a respiratory virus. Okay. It's kind of like the it's kind of like the flu, you know.
Okay.
It's basically like what the flu. It's a respiratory virus though. And then hands, foot, mouth it's a disease that's in children. It's like a childhood, like they develop sores and bumps on their hands and feet and mouth, and it's a virus, and then like it causes them to like their mouth to hurt or whatever, and they want to like play with their mouth or bite their fingers. I don't know, and that's how it spreads. I mean, it's fucking spread crazy. I mean, adults can get it, anything, dude, and it's disgusting.
Oh my
It's disgusting.
God.
You can look it up. Hands, foot, mouth disease. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Sure.
Is this new? Has this been? I mean, is this like a historical precedent or what?
Yeah, it's been around forever. It's been around forever.
All right. Okay. Is this the first time I've heard of it? Thank God. I mean, I'm glad I've never encountered it before, but I'm so sorry about what this is happening in your part of the world. And so, in terms of what states are you looking at this time? In case the move is made, then is California again on the potential list?
We at this point we know that we want to move. We're not even exactly sure. That's the part where it becomes dealing with the agency and the travel aspect is basically seeing what's in demand, what areas are in demand, what's paying, what's worth the move. I know for sure if I go anywhere, I'm not dealing with the winter or fall.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I get it. I totally fucking get it. And so, what else is going on to catch us up on? I'm definitely so glad that you're sharing all of this with us. And I'm glad that otherwise, your wife's health. She had, of course, contracted the COVID. If I remember correctly, and she eventually got over the symptoms.
No, she didn't. She didn't get COVID. She didn't get COVID.
She didn't.
She had a blood clot.
A blood clot. Oh God, I'm so sorry. It was And has she stabilized?
Yeah. So she's on blood thinner. So she'll be on blood thinner for possibly the rest of her life now. So,
Okay.
but yeah. So she's on that. Other news. As we know, I ended up getting shingles last month, and
oh yes, I wanted to ask about that. Yes, please tell us how that's resolving. I hope it's resolving.
Yeah, so it's resolved. I mean, within the first week and a half, I mean the blisters were gone. Not gone, but they weren't juicy, as I would say. They weren't. It was fucking horrible. I'll tell you what. I can take some fucking pain, dude. I can take some pain, seriously. And that shit sucked. Yeah. That was the only way I can explain this is so how it started was I woke up one day and I had like a neck pain, like my neck hurt so bad I couldn't move it, and I thought I was like, well, maybe I injured it sparring, because I was training and stuff. I was like, maybe I injured my, something's wrong, I don't know. And so I went the next day. I went and seen a chiropractor, and he adjusted me, and then he was like, come back and see me in the morning. We'll follow up. If you don't feel good in the morning, I'll get you adjusted. I'll adjust you again, whatever. So
the pain didn't make sense because you had just gotten massaged like the day before you woke up with all the pain, right?
Oh, the massage. This is exactly before any of the symptoms, anything. This is how it started. This is like from day zero. You know what I'm saying? This was day zero. Me waking up with a neck pain. It was after I had got done training. That Friday we did sparring, and then we worked out, and then after that I woke up over the weekend, kind of sore, nothing really bad. And then the following day I woke up with the neck pain. I went to the chiropractor, got adjusted. He said, come back in the morning, and when you come back, I'll readjust you, if you're still hurt. So the next went home, and when he adjusted me, it kind of like, because I hadn't shaved, so it kind of hurt, like where he had his hand and like pushed down, like kind of like pulled the hair on like the back of my head, like neck area. Yeah. So I was like, I'm gonna shave my head and shit, and get so it don't hurt when he does it next time. And I shaved, and the next day I woke up and I was in pain, but then I had a razor burn. It looked like on the bottom of my neck and stuff, like where from shaving. I was like, what the hell? I was like, man, because it was a new razor. I had just used this razor, like it was a brand new razor. So I was like, me trying out a new brand, to be more specific. And I was like, oh man, all right, so fuck that razor. I'm not going to use it again, that type of razor. And So I called and he was like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I waited too long." He was like, "I can't get you in." So I was like, "All right, I'm gonna try to get in with my massage therapist because it feels like it's not even bone anyway. Now it feels like pain, like a pinched nerve or something in my shoulder area." So I call her and she got me together when I had my knee messed up. I had fluid on my knee. I didn't walk for about 6-7 months. I thought like
That's right.
something really was wrong with me. She got me together with that. So I was like, I'll go see her because I know she knows how to do her shit. And I went and seen her and she was rubbing and she was like, yeah, she's like, I don't know what you did. It's pretty bad. And she was rubbing and rubbing and rubbing. And
Do
the
you
next
think
day,
she might have caught it from you? Is it possible she caught?
so I messaged her. She did not contract it. I did message her when I found out what it was.
Good man.
Uh,
Good man.
So what happened was they looked like razor burn. That's what it looked like when it first started, little dots. And she massaged over them because they were on my neck and then on my collarbone where I was shaving down by my collar line on my t-shirt, and so she massaged from there all the way through my shoulder, around into the back of my head and everything. So I know for a fact that when she was massaging, it probably irritated it and made it like, it sounds nasty, but probably like leak or whatever. And she rubbed it in. Everywhere it was around everywhere she like rubbed and was rubbing me. So
yeah, it's like cold sores. You spread the virus when you spread the fluid.
Yeah, it's all like herpes. Yeah, it's wherever you're touching. Yes.
Well, it's the chickenpox virus. So yeah, it's same idea, different bug.
Well, they're all herpes simplex. Go on. Yeah.
They're herpetic. Yeah. So now what I'll have it'll be called it'll be called like herpetic, not like herpes, but it's called like herpetic nerve damage or whatever.
You're
so
kidding. You're kidding.
So basically what the shingles virus does, it attacks your central nervous system, your nerves. It eats and destroys your nerves.
Oh my god.
So what was happening was the way it felt the next morning after she massaged me was not only did I have the neck pain still, but now it felt like I had what I could only describe as like a clamp that had millions of hot searing needles on both sides, and it was just clamped across the front and back of my shoulder. It felt like the worst. Oh my god! And
branding irons, as I said before, a network of branding irons.
Yes, it was.
Are you free of this yet?
Oh yes, so I immediately I go to urgent care and I walk in. I said, I was like, I need to see a doctor. I need to get some medicine because it was the weekend. I was like, and I have shingles. And she was like, oh, you think you have shingles? Because I had leaned into, because like I was trying to tell her, and I leaned in and I pulled my collar down. I said, I know I have shingles. She's like, oh, okay. Will you wait in your car, please? I was like, no problem. Just get me in. So I started taking my medicine.
They don't want that virus in their air conditioning system.
No, I'm fine. I was perfectly fine. I didn't want to be contagious to anyone either. So I was like, I waited out.
And how did your family not contract any of this? How did they stay free of it?
So if you have the main people who are susceptible to catching the shingle virus, and which makes it rare for someone my age, is that it is a more of a elderly person disease. So elderly people and pregnant women and unvaccinated people, from the people who haven't been vaccinated from chickenpox, or people who have not contracted chickenpox. And I was only contagious as long as there was fluid in the blisters. But after like the first 2-3 days, all the fluid had not drained out, but basically like dried up. I had went online as soon as I realized I had it, and I went to urgent care. I was online looking for some type of topical ointment or something that I could also put on to boost healing or whatever.
What does work with that? Oh my god!
There's this cream I got on Amazon, and it's called shingles. It's called derma shingles or some shit like that. And you put it on, and it's cool because I mean this shit burned, and I'd put it on, it would dry it out. So I would use that 3 times a day. I was taking gabapentin, which is basically like Neurontin. It's a nerve it's nerve pain medicine.
Jesus.
So it's like for your nerves.
Is
So
that
it's not.
prescription?
Yeah, it's a narcotic, and then I would take Motrin, and I would also take a Norco, but the Norco wasn't as much for the pain. It didn't really feel it hurt, dull the pain. It just dulled my mind because I was over that shit. So I smoked as much as I could, ate as much medibles as I could, and fucking made sure I kept them pills in me because. And after everything dried up and stuff, I had for about 2-3 weeks after this. I'm on like week 4 now, but so it's still there's no more pain. I don't feel the pain, but I find at night when I'm sleeping, I get what feels like like not the hot needles, but like pressure needle in certain parts where I had sores, and so like it'll get itchy in a certain part, and you'll itch it. And like I'll be in my sleep and I itch it, but it's not itchy. So as soon as I touch it, it feels like I'm stabbing my finger in through my skin. Like it's just really painful. Like I don't know. I mean, and that's just the nerve damage from having the shingles itself. So and I had it on the side of my face, behind my right ear, all down my neck, across my chest, onto my shoulders.
You poor son of a bitch.
Yeah, so that was it. I mean, and I had like right underneath my chin, but that was about it. And I mean,
I think that's enough.
Yeah, that was it was. Oh man, so it's funny. My brother-in-law, he ended up he's an optometrist, and he had a patient, and she let him know. She goes, well, hey, just want you to know, I have the shingles. He's like, oh shit. He's like, all right. He's like, it's okay. I've dealt. He goes, okay. Just I need to know where your sores are. She was like, don't worry, they're on my ass. So yeah, it could always be worse. I definitely wouldn't want any on my ass.
Well, especially for a woman, obviously the genitalia are much closer to the anus, and of course, if you can imagine, if it were near your anus, you'd be suffering the horrors of hell. Now, Sammy is going to step out for a moment. Sammy, thank you very much. Come back as soon as you as soon as you wish. Thank you so much. Bless you, Sammy. And so, in terms of everything that's been happening with you, aside from that nightmare horror story and dealing with that, how did you tell your kids to kind of lay off? You must have needed a lot of space. So how do you deal with that at that time in terms of making certain you have enough personal space?
So my daughter, who's she's my youngest daughter, she's only 1, so she's like 1.5, but it kind of bothered her at first because every morning, I wake up and I get her out of bed, I take her downstairs and make her breakfast, stuff like that, and it was kind of weird for her because I did kind of like have to pull completely away from her, and like there'd be times like, oh, I love you, but I'd be like, I can't, she'd be across the room. My son, he understood, I told him that I was sick and that, he couldn't touch me, and that, I him to get sick and stuff. And everybody else just pretty much left me the fuck alone, except for, and it's funny, is like, well, what's weird is it's caused by stress when you have too much stress, because and we weren't really sure about it, but
well, I know it was the stress that broke down your it immunocompromised you. It broke down your immunity. Go on.
Yeah, because like I said, my brother-in-law, he was with me every day. We did everything all summer long together, and he didn't get shingles or anything. So we know it wasn't something through contact,
Right.
And so even when I had the blisters and shit, he still hung around. He wasn't scared or worried about that shit. So.
Well, he has a medical background, so there's there's a certain kind of, how would I say it? You develop a certain kind of cavalier attitude almost.
Cavalier attitude is probably a good description. It's like, well, if I get it, I get it.
Yeah. I was going to say callous, but cavalier is actually better, because you'd be amazed at there are certain professional precautions that that medical professionals should take, and then after a while they just stop giving a shit. I've seen it. It's like you're supposed to have like the latex gloves on for paramedics whenever they're loading people, and then you'll see paramedics not even bother to put them on after a while when they're jamming needles into people. And fuck you, you don't need. Yeah, go on.
It's hard to work with them. I was wearing all of the precautions in a lab back in the 80s. And this was the latex gloves, and my fingers would sweat so bad inside those things that it was like I was inside a swimming
sauna
pool.
or something.
Yeah, I could not function that way. It was maddening because my hands were constantly wet.
Oh.
And you can't feel through the rubber. And trying to do what I needed to do, I would just say fuck it. And as far as masks, viruses go through the mask.
Yeah. I mean, there are different grades, but yeah.
All that the mask accomplishes is if you spit while you talk, that will be trapped.
Yeah. Yes.
That's it.
Yeah.
So
If
you're actually aware of medical reality, you realize none of this stuff is actually going to protect you anyway, unless you're in a hazmat suit. Yeah. And then you're going to sit there in your own little sauna, and by your own body heat, you're going to just basically kill yourself.
It's true. No. I mean, no, I get it. I mean, I've been there, and honey, everything you say is true. And it does expose a tremendous amount of experience. There are, of course, different grades of masks, and the masks do offer a degree of protection. But because, and I'm sure Pac One can attest to this, the reality was that for the longest period of time, there were supply shortages, and medical professionals were reusing masks anyway, and so it compromised the effectiveness even beyond what we've already heard articulated by Penny. No, a nightmare. And Pac One. So, but Pac One, when you're preparing food, you're using those latex gloves, right? Because of the scare everybody had about COVID and the mask and all that, and you got to tolerate it.
Yeah. So I was gonna tell Penny. I know exactly what you're talking about. So, I use the latex gloves, and then the ones I prefer to use powdered latex gloves, which means the insides are coated with the light powder. Wow. So like they don't slip, because the other ones that are powder free, when I'd be cooking or whatever, that your hands exactly sweat. So you grab something and it kind of slips out of your hand because the glove moves, and then it makes you second, so you let it go and you end up always dropping shit. Like, I don't do the just relate to latex gloves when I'm cooking because of that reason. But yeah, I definitely always wear gloves, always. Yeah. It just makes people feel more comfortable, even if your hands are clean, you know?
Yeah.
Well, you're cooking people's food. I worked in a lab, and when I was using the acid-based chemicals, I would wear the gloves then, because you do need that layer of protection. You need something that you can protect your hand from the acid and at the same time strip it off so that you're removing it quickly, because that shit will burn a hole fast.
Yeah, and even though they're latex gloves, I've had moments where, scraping my grill, sometimes the oil or that I used to like fry the tortilla shells or whatever, it'll bounce back and land on the top of my hand. I mean, it'll hit the glove, it won't be hot. But I've done it before where I don't have gloves on, like after an order, and scraped it, and that oil's hit my hand and like caused blisters.
Yeah, well, I've got scars on my wrists from where the stuff splashed above the gloves.
So I'm so sorry. Oh God, that's awful.
But you survive. You live with it. Mm-hmm. You just learn to be more careful next time, and you hope that it's a little splash and not a big one.
And Thank you, both of you, for sharing that. And by all means, both of you, please go on, continue. I think you've got a good roll going. Take us to the top of the hour, please. I'm trying to get some calories in myself, so now I'm chewing.
So it's your turn to eat. Okay,
Yes,
cool.
yes, thank you.
Yeah. I started the show that I was sitting down eating my breakfast. Yes, I am nearly as nocturnal as Douglas is. My second husband, among other things, was a chef. And there would be times that he would have employees call in sick when he couldn't afford to be short. And so he would call me to come cover because, gee, in a laboratory, all of the stuff that you use to grow bugs for experiments are the exact opposite of what you do in a restaurant when you're working with food. So at least I understood the concepts. So yeah, the idea of you're dealing with people's foods, you wear gloves so that you're not contaminating their food, and because it looks good to them. They don't see where my ex would use the same spatula on literally everything he cooked. that kind of thing. So yeah, there were a lot of things behind the scenes that I, as a restaurant patron, would not have been happy about, because my training was microbiology and chemistry. So I'm coming in and I'm looking at this, and I'm a temporary substitute employee, and I'm looking at this and going, oh my God, if I were investigating this place for the local health department, you guys would be shut down right now. And his was actually one of the best ones, which has frightened me a lot, because I would tell him, you can't be doing this shit. You're gonna grow every bacteria in the place. And we were married for 10 years, and over that time he started off basically being a kitchen pig, and by halfway through he was relatively clean. And it was simply because I kept nagging the man. So
yeah, that's
I would just tell him flat out, some practices are simply not acceptable because they're dangerous. And I did this thing at home. His kids would come visit us every other weekend, and Saturdays was when I cleaned our house, because everybody worked all week. And so his kids would clean something, and it was not to my standards. And so I would do this thing. I'd put on the gloves, and I'd get out the Q-tips and the solution, and I would test the area that they cleaned, and I would swab it onto a petri dish and put it into the kitchen oven set at 200 degrees. And then I would turn the oven off, so it was on retained heat, and I would let it grow for about 3 hours, and then pull it out. And because I had swabbed with the kids' initial, they knew which one was theirs. And then I would make them count colonies, which was exactly how we operated in a microbiology lab. And they learned really quickly that it did absolutely no good to clean unless you actually cleaned. And this was a shock to these kids and him, because he was like, oh, you're not pulling this out of your ass. You really do know what you're talking about. And I'm like, what did you think I went to college for?
Oh my God. That's
so yeah, I've spent the last, I was at San Diego State last in 1982, and I've spent since then knowing how to do things and nobody listening. So it's I am used to people think I don't know what I'm talking about or that I'm delusional. And then when I do finally prove it, they sit there with their jaw dropped open, their eyes are glassed over, and they're like, damn, she did know. So.
Yeah. And by the way, that reminds me of Dostoevsky's Fyodor Dostoevsky. And if anyone cares to look up Dostoevsky, right now I'm not in the mood to spell it, and I'll go back to chewing any moment. But I do want them to understand that one of his primary works is The Idiot. That's the title of the story in which a mildly retarded individual, the village idiot, it becomes subject to an experiment, not even in the sense of a Frankensteinian experiment, but just a social experiment where some academics take him back to the capital of Moscow and educate him to the full degree that he's capable of retaining. And so his degree of education is higher than that by orders of magnitude than any peasant. And he goes back to the village and is able to speak of abstract concepts such as why the stars are locked in motion due to various orbits and gravity, etc. And everybody says, wow, he's not just stupid, he's fucking crazy. And so he's known as,
that's about how normies treat me.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So he's not just the village idiot anymore, he's now the village lunatic. So
yeah, exactly. That's how people treat me. And while I was in this training, I come from farm people. Okay, yes, we are of a bloodline, but we were dirt farmers. And I would come in and go, every time you irrigate, all of those chemicals you have used in that dirt get leached further and further and further towards the water table. And you're eventually going to have to pay the piper about this because your water table is going to be contaminated. And they said that I didn't know what I was talking about. And 20 years later, the water department in the area put out all of these letters saying that pregnant women should not drink the water because of the nitrates and nitrites from fertilizer that were now leached into the water table in dangerous levels, and that they were doing harm to small children's brains. And I took that letter and shoved it in my father's face and said, you should have listened to me. So,
Thank you.
I'm getting tired of being right and nobody listening.
It's awful. It's awful. And so, Pakwan, does certainly you must have had some experiences where when you eat out and are in a restaurant and with a trained and practiced eye, you sometimes must spot this kind of violation or food conditions or that ring alarm bells.
Oh, I've been over here just thinking in my mind about all the shit I've seen. And you said you felt kind of like what the hell are you doing, back there, whatever. But I've worked for companies, like big time places you go out to eat at, and I've seen firsthand, like anywhere you go, I don't care where you go. I've worked plenty of places. People don't care. They're cooking your food, they don't care. They're prepping your food, they don't care. I've seen some nasty shit. I mean, tell you right now, as many places I've worked, anytime your food's going out, like at a like big restaurant or like a bar or whatever like that, those waitresses chances are picking in your food. The cooks already ate your food. Just like I've
oh yeah,
like going.
I've seen things in the kitchen that made me not want to eat at a restaurant.
Yeah. You gotta play yourself pretty dumb to eat anywhere, especially when you worked in the food industry. I've worked in the food industry. I've seen some pretty messed up things. Even as far as like not even just being the staff or employees, even like with the companies themselves, you know, the way they manage like the what you do with like food and certain meats and stuff, and how they just I've seen some pretty messed up stuff.
So you've seen the pink goo.
Oh yeah, I've seen some pretty nasty stuff. I know. I've seen this. I've seen these. Like they take meat and press it onto bones. You know what I'm saying? Like the flat bones, like to make them look like they're ribs. They're not. It's fake meat, and it's like it comes in like a jelly.
Yeah, it comes. I did a short tour with a fast food place because I needed money. And things came in this frozen goo. And they're calling it pink goo on Facebook. That's what the people exposing it are calling it. But what it is small amounts of meat that have been set out for whatever reason, and they're considered contaminated. And so they are washed with ammonia to remove whatever bacteria. And then supposedly that ammonia has been removed, and then they're put back together in a grinder, and what comes out is this raw meat colored stuff they're cooking it in like it's hamburger if it's beef, or they're shaping it into fake ribs if it's pork, and that's what your sandwiches are at almost all the fast food places and most of the sit-down restaurants.
Well, there was a chef that he was the first one who came out and exposed that, and he'd been in court with them for years. I mean, for years, and he actually just won. He just won because McDonald's. They're the only.
Somebody needs to be saying, stop this shit. I mean, 100 years ago, we had a problem with they were putting arsenic in the food so that it looked fresher than it was. Now they're using ammonia. I mean, that's what the Food and Drug Act was supposed to be about, was stopping this shit. Sorry.
Oh, no, thank you. By all means, both of you continue. Take us to the top of the hour.
I get on a roll about the agencies that were put in place to protect us from corporations and others who have been trying to make money at our expense by using all sorts of things that are poisonous on a good day. And yet those same agencies today, 100 years later, consider the companies they're regulating to be their customers, and the public are, well, they're basically in bed with the people that are ripping us off and poisoning us. And so, you know, you have this agency that's supposed to be taking care of us but isn't. And so many people think that because there's an agency that's supposed to be, it means we're safe, and it doesn't. And it makes you where you really just don't want to deal with any of it. I grew up on a farm, and I'll tell you, if I were healthy enough to be living on a farm and back in that lifestyle, I would be. Because you at least know where your food came from and what's been used on it.
And Pac-One, yeah, I don't know if Pac-One has any farming skills, but I'm sure he can relate to a degree.
Yeah. So we used to go down to Mexico for like 1 or 2 months every winter, you know, and so out there, And down there, the little town that we would go to is in a state called Durango, and they had electricity there, but that was it. They had water that would run to like the plaza, but that
Yeah.
was had the buckets, big tubs at the tops of their house where they would catch rain, or they would come and pay to have it filled up. And then they didn't have water heaters, like gas water heaters, because everything was wood stoves. Like they had the cement stoves, like where they cook outside. Like
You're describing my grandma's house. Go ahead.
and then the water heater, you had to literally light up fire underneath the freaking hot water, or underneath the water tub, and it would heat the water, and then that would be your hot water to use. Like,
Did they put iodine in the water? Because my grandma used to do that.
Did they what?
Put iodine in the water to kill whatever bugs were in it.
No, I don't know. They didn't drink. That wasn't the water they drink. They would drink water from so Coca-Cola comes by, they'd have big trucks, and then they'd have like sodas and waters and everything, like in crates. And that's everybody would just get 2-3 crates for the week or for the month, whatever, for the waters and Cokes and whatever other sodas you want. And that's how it was. I mean, they had a corral in the back. They had land where they grew alfalfa, and then grew like corn, and then the corn would be like sold as like horse feed or whatever. So we would go out there. Like I remember having to go out there like 13 years old, and you're chopping down stalks of corn, and they're stacking them, and then you got someone else over there with like a little piece of wood that looks like almost like what you would see and pretend is a toy gun, and one end it's like holding your finger and your thumb, and almost like an L, and you'd stick one end up and slide it all the way up, and you'd chuck the corn, and then you'd throw it in the bag, and you'd fill up the bag, and then they'd only get paid like, I don't know, I think 20 cents per bag, and they're like 5-pound fucking like satchels. So it was crazy. Like we used to have to cut the alfalfa and then roll it, and then you'd have like donkeys and shit that you take out there. And man, it was crazy. They'd eat their lunches. They'd make little fire pits, and then sitting out on rocks out there, and heat up their tortillas on like a rock on a fire and shit, and heat up whatever meat they made, brought out there to heat up and eat for lunch, and then that'd be it. Always, and then just back at it, working. No, nothing. The fields. Yeah.
Yeah, I grew up like that, except we had a tractor.
Oh yeah. We so every winter when we would go down there, of course we had a Ford F-150, so we would drive down there and ride out. We would drive down a river. We would drive down a riverbed. And it'd be dried up, so there would be no water in the time of year. And we'd go all the way out, and mesquite trees. I don't know if have you ever seen a mesquite tree? So
yeah.
Okay.
I'm in Central California. I'm not on the coast. I grew up in Tulare County, and I'm in the mountains now. So yeah, we have we have something here called chaparral that has so much natural oil in it that you can use it as fire starters.
Oh, like birch. Like here in Michigan, we got birch trees. Birch bark is really oily too.
Yeah.
The deadest.
Chaparral will burn faster than pine or cedar.
Yeah.
I mean, it will just go up, and it grows wild here. And when you get these wildfires, the chaparral feeds it, and it's everywhere. So there's once it gets into wild chaparral, you cannot stop the fire.
Right.
The only way they can is to go ahead of it and burn out a zone so that it eventually runs out of fuel. But yeah, this is You know, people who live in cities have no idea. I grew up as a kid. I was cutting grapes and picking walnuts, and we would have to hull the walnuts before we put them in the bag. So I have shucked corn, but it was sweet corn, and we were freezing it. And I have driven the tractor that made silage out of the corn stalks, which I'm assuming that's what they were doing with the leftovers. And silage is a product kind of like hay, except they let it ferment, so it kind of gets the cows and other animals drunk when it's their happy time when they get silage.
Well, we used to go. Well, what I was saying is that we'd go out like the whole family, everybody, and we go out and chopping down mesquite trees. That is like one of the hardest trees ever to chop down. We'd fill up the truck 3-4 times while we were down there, so they would have plenty more wood, long after we left, But
Good.
so we used to go.
That's what young people are supposed to do for their elders. I'm sorry, I was raised very old school.
Oh no, I never complained. That was, to me, it was fun. But that's what I was gonna say. That's where I learned how to process animals, like how to like kill goat. They'd kill goats, and every year we'd go out there, they'd kill a pig or kill a goat or kill a cow or kill something big. And then not only would they do it, then when they it and they chopped it up, they'd send certain parts of that animal to other families around the little town. So it wasn't like they were just. And then what we have, like, all right, this is what we're gonna have for today, and we're gonna, But I watched them do everything, like with the pigs, kill them, skin them, boil it down their whole hides, shave all the hair off of them, then cut it up, then fry it in the copper bowls. I watched them rinse out the intestines and soak them in like this hot chili paste and seasonings, and then they stuff it and then they braid it. That, man, I seen man, it was like 7-8 years in a row that we did that. So it was like I was a grown man already doing, started having to do that, like time you watch it happen, now it's your turn type deal. But yeah, so it was some of the better moments, learning things like that, because you're not feeling helpless, like if you're ever in a situation that you have to do something like that.
That's so true, and it's so important, honestly, in so many ways that people cannot imagine. I'll go into some of those. I want to thank Sammy Romero for his patience, and we'll see if he wishes to join us later when Peter and I have finished for the evening. I want to thank both of you for taking us to the top of the hour. It's been wonderful, and Peter Moon has joined us, and by all means, Peter, of course, say hello to both Pac One and Penny for tonight. And
hello to you both. And Pac One, I still have that exercise to show you.
Wonderful.
Yes, I'm gonna message you. I've been meaning to. I just haven't really been able to just stay still. But I was gonna tell you that one of those videos that you sent me, it wouldn't let me view. Wouldn't let me view. It said private video.
It shouldn't be private, but gee whiz.
I'll go back and
see that it wasn't. It's what I was going to say is I have just reinvigorated my own Qigong practice with standing. So you're standing completely still in a certain prescribed way, and it's just so invigorating to the whole body. Because it's just, and I'm talking about day-to-day living. Yeah. It's just so empowering. As a matter of fact, another exercise, which is somewhat similar to the one I'm going to show you, is one where you push a tree, and ultimately, if you push a tree, this leads up to literally hitting a tree. I haven't done hitting a tree. My teacher told me I wasn't ready. Where you're sucking the hell out of a tree for like 60 minutes straight. You gotta, and I don't recommend anybody do this. This could kill you. kill you, not literally, but in different ways. Where you have a bungee cord wrapping around a towel so that softens the hit, doesn't soften it by much. And can you imagine going nonstop at a tree for 60 minutes? It's like, and anyway, I was just sort of pushing the tree, not hitting it. I one time did hit the tree, and I gave it a few punches, and you could, I mean, this is a big tree. It's huge, and you can see the tree actually shaking. And my teacher says, he says, don't do that. You're not ready for it. And so anyway, that was many years ago. A couple of years ago, I was pushing the tree, and this friend of mine, she said, God, you look so good. You look so young. And I did. But I had to back off because my adrenals were shot. I had to start building up my adrenals, because it has to do partially with age, partially. So I've been building up my adrenals slowly and not taking on too much. But I just can't tell you how invigorating and powerful some of these exercises. The whole key is to do them, and that's the main problem is that people don't do them. And if you take a superior martial artist who's not powered up with his qigong, which you could say training, well, you could understand this as a boxer. The boxer who trains and has inferior skills may easily beat the boxer with the superior skills.
Oh, yeah.
He might not, because the skills might be really good. But you saw that with the Buster Douglas fight. He trained, and when he had superior skills to Mike Tyson and a superior body, but he never trained. He was lazy. So when he trained, he beat Mike Tyson. After that, he went to fight Evander Holyfield, and he didn't train. He got knocked out right away. So much for that. But anyway, I'll look forward to hearing from you.
Absolutely.
Okay. That's wonderful. And Penny, of course, thank you for joining us to this point. And I might call you later in the evening. And do check in. Let me know if you happen to feel like you're ready to turn in for the night, because I know your sleeping patterns have been rather erratic lately.
Okay, I will let you know. I'll send you a message if I end up crashing hard.
Yes, understood. And of course, if you crash too hard, you won't be able to do that, but that'll be understood.
Lou has been known to make a post on my behalf now and then.
And that's wonderful. We're very lucky to have him. So thank you, honey. And thank you, Pac-Man Morales. And thank you so much, Samuel.
Let me say something to Penny before she goes. Penny,
Sure.
Someday I want to do a whole show with you on the Sonora Aero Club.
Penny,
Okay.
could you stay with us a few minutes to talk about that and explain to people just a little bit about that, honey?
Okay.
I mean, you understood what I said, right? I said stay with us a few minutes to explain to people.
I was
Okay.
ready to hit the
Sorry.
red hang up button, and I stopped. So I am still here. So yes, I can talk about that.
Yes. Yeah. Just a little bit.
I mean, this gets very involved.
Okay, no need to.
But I mean, just an overview is the Sonora Aero Club is a club that's been mostly forgotten by history, not entirely.
They kind of wanted to be forgotten.
That existed as early as the 1840s, and it was aeroships. These were dirigibles, pre the dirigible era that we know, pre the Zeppelin company in Germany. And this was a book, The Secrets of Delshaw. It's about Charles Delshaw, who was a German immigrant who wrote intricate, exquisite drawings of these aeroships. And this is one source, not the only source of how we know of them. And it was found, this book, these drawings by Delshaw, which go for hundreds of thousands of dollars if you can get an original.
Mm-hmm.
They're kind of watercolored with meticulous technical drawing expertise, and they were found in a garbage bin by, I think the first name was Peter Navarro. He found them.
That sounds familiar. Yeah.
Yes, and this is a book by Dennis Crenshaw. Dennis Crenshaw and Peter Navarro are the authors, but Crenshaw was the writer. He passed away recently. He was a very nice man, I thought. And anyway, these Aero ships appeared, and there's no trace record of them to very much. But I think we found one reference to them in the West Point, California library. And
West Point's an interesting place. Okay, from my understanding, this is not commonly taught American history, but the United States government and the secret groups from Prussia had an alliance until Teddy Roosevelt was president, and he changed that alliance from Prussia to Great Britain. So in the era we are talking about, Prussia, which became Germany, they basically conquered everybody else and took over the title. They had some secret technologies that they were working on. One was robotics, another one was cleaning technologies, and this was their air propulsion system. And they were limited by the technology of the day. So they were not exactly at the blacksmith stage, but they weren't far advanced from it. So a lot of technology that they could have used, they were unable to because they didn't have technicians who could do the work to those specifications. Now, Charles Delchau was a draftsman. He was, the artwork that he did was the way blueprints were done in that era. So these were professional art, and they should have gone to the people who were paying him to do them, because he was a Prussian national. He came to the Motherlode region specifically to interact with these people, and they were there just after the gold rush. So the main gold rush was done with, and the masses were dispersed. And so what was left were the people who were here, who were farmers and foresters, and the people who are currently called, you're gonna love this, the Motherlode Mafia.
That's cute.
They're the folks who own the land here and have since the 1850s. And they are the descendants of the people who literally genocided the local Native Americans. So
could you repeat that last, please, Penny?
They are the descendants of the people who
are
literally genocided.
Who are the so-called Motherlode Mafia? What's the family name, honey?
They're
if you don't remember exactly, don't worry about
the
it.
Sanguinettis, the Rossettis, there's about 40 names. Hattler is one of the biggest. These are the people who own the land here. Gibbs. Instead of coming and getting rich off of the gold, they got rich off of the gold miners, and they used their money to buy the land. And there are about 20 of these families, And I live here, so I don't want to be in the position of saying they're a bunch of criminals, because they're not. The term Motherlode Mafia means that they run the territory, not that they are criminals.
Yes, honey.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
I
Qualifier.
I have
Nice little
to
qualifier
live
there.
here, okay?
Understood. She lives in the motherlode, so she has to
Yes.
cover her ass.
I
So-
live in the Motherlode. I have lived here since 1990. I have worked for and beside members of these families.
Yeah. So, by the way, we want to thank you for putting things in some perspective, and now our audience has a bit of an understanding of a bit of a hint of what this is all about. Understand
Well,
that.
Peter wanted to ask me something, so
Sure. Oh, Peter, by all means, go.
I already interrupted him once.
Yeah, no worries, Peter.
Oh, no. I mean, this is too big of a subject to go into right now.
Understood.
Okay.
And it's, I've written about it in the past. I think I sent you my newsletter on what I wrote
You did.
about, CIA involvement at Murphy's. Murphy's is the name of a town in the Motherlode
Yes,
area.
Murphy's is one of the gold rush towns. West Point is another one of the gold rush towns, but it's farther uphill, and it is where several folks from OTO have settled, and at least one died there.
It did settle. I don't know if there are still OTO people there to this day. Do you have any indication of that?
I don't know if there are any people who are admitting to being OTO are still there or not. These are people who, the folks that I know were drug dealers and avoided anything having to do with the government like it was poisonous, and for practical purposes, y'all would think of them in terms of militia. Now, whether any of those people are still affiliated with OTO or not, I don't know.
I think the OTO connection is kind of not important. I don't think so, because the OTO isn't what it used to be.
Right.
But
My understanding is that because there is still a major gold vein under this area, that it's considered to be one of those natural places where that the energy levels will draw out intellectual and paranormal abilities. And there are lots of folks here just for that.
Right. Got it, honey.
Now, I'm not going to say which groups they're all affiliated with, because about a third of the population is other than Christian and are very reluctant to give who they're actually affiliated with.
Yeah, yes.
And this is a large region. It's almost 200 miles north to south. We're not talking about a small part of maybe a city. We're talking about, this is a big area.
Right. Got it.
It goes from Tahoe almost to Bakersfield, and it's in the mountains.
Right. Well, what I would only add here is that these, yes, this is the Motherlode, the gold itself. It makes sense that they would buy the property, but the key indigenous family of the Miwoks married into the Wilson clan, who were ostensibly German. The founder, or one of the great inventors of the Aero ships, or inventors that was given credit for them, was a man named Tosh Wilson. So the Wilson is a name that has repeatedly crept up in my research, and there is the Wilsons have a strong contingency in West Point, and as I say,
there was a group of Kennedys who lived on the reservation but were not Miwok.
Right, there's the famous Kennedy mine there, but the the Wilson clan is, of course, of great interest to me, and especially on the indigenous aspect. They would be the gatekeepers of the area. I would also add that Radu Sinamar, in his book, I think it was Inside the Earth, talked about going to a portal in Yosemite on the Miwok Reservation.
There are portals in Yosemite, and there are cryptids in Yosemite, and if you go off the marked paths or stay on the marked path and you're by yourself, people have been known to disappear.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And not be found
I learned
again.
on my last trip there, sometimes people disappear because they fall off the trail, literally, and fall to their death. And this is why
That happens too.
This is why they reduced the amount of people in the park, because you'd have just wall-to-wall people going up the route to Half Dome, and it would be a danger. So you reduce the amount of people, and you reduce the casualties.
With Half Dome, you have the weathering splits off pieces of the face, and you think you're standing on something solid, and all of a sudden it will just give way.
Yeah, but this is not that. This was not that. This is the path to Half Dome, which is not subject to until you get to Half Dome itself. And you have too many people, just too many people, and you don't need that many people. This is the point. And so they've reduced the traffic, which is good, so that people, people disappear.
Also allowed a lot of fires to take place, and I moved here in '90, and Yosemite was still an absolutely gorgeous place then, and now there have been so many fires that you're looking at all that's left is probably 20% of the forests that were here in '90 are still here, and if you look at those trees in photographs, half of them are dead.
Right. Well,
So we are losing Yosemite.
right.
It's still gorgeous.
I always thought it was very stark myself, but at any rate, that's because my time in Yosemite was just a miserable experience for myself. But I want to thank Penny, and so Peter and I are going to take over the stage for right now, and I want to thank you so much for participating with us. And like I said, I'll check in with you shortly after Peter checks out for the night, but he and I will be at it for a while, and if you decide to go to sleep, don't even worry about it. But love you dearly, and thank you so much. For now. Thank you. Did she just check out, or I guess she just checked out. Always, of course, it's important to understand that she's our new connection for the California area in many ways. Certainly someone that both Peter Moon and I know personally, so to speak, and that way things are expedited when Peter and I try to work together in California as well. And by the way, Peter, so take the stage, please, and tell us about everything that's been happening.
Well, what I've been dedicating a lot of time to working on the book.
Wonderful.
About Presidio. We don't have a title for it. We don't need a title for it right now.
Right.
It's just a Presidio book. But and I started off with an introduction, and now I'm into it's either a prelude or another introduction about the Presidio, delineating what took place at the Presidio, and also the bigger picture of the incidents at West Point, and mention of some of the other areas, including Panama. There was and this is for the audience, a collective panoply of events across military bases in the United States, including military base in Panama, where there was in Germany, where there was all sorts of sexual abuse, and that was accompanied by occult and or satanic paraphernalia or graffiti. Yes. So it was given every appearance of a satanic cult, waving its hands in your face, going, here we are, here we are. And it finally got a reaction from the Defense Department, because it was across more than just the Army, predominantly in the Army, but it also reached into the Navy and the Air Force. So the Defense Department, sent into a crack investigatory team. And I say crack.
As in cracked out, yeah.
I think they were more dedicated to crack, and I don't mean the drug. I don't mean the drug crack. They were more dedicated to track than they were into investigating and finding the perpetrators. What I want to specifically address with you tonight, Douglas, I want to ask some questions, because I want to pin the tail on the donkey with regard to the prosecutorial stream of events with regard to Michael Aquino specifically.
Okay.
Because when Gary Hambright, the primary perpetrator at the child care center in the Presidio, who drove people to Michael Aquino's house and participated in the abuse, he was first not prosecuted, and Douglas was personally responsible for getting his prosecution because he found child pornography in Gary Hambright's desk at the vocational school where he worked. So Douglas reported him, and this meant it was an off-base crime. It was a city crime, so it was in the realm of the city. So they were prosecuting Gary Hambright, but he died of AIDS during the prosecution. Yeah. Now, what I want to ask you, after it was on August 12th, by the way, that they raided Michael Aquino's house on Leavenworth Street in San Francisco, and they found all sorts of occult paraphernalia, graffiti, blood, soundproof room, and incriminating evidence beyond belief.
Yes.
And plus, he was identified by one of the children.
All the children. Go on.
More than one. So you said more than one children?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, but go on. Yes.
Identified, but I meant was the residence was identified by more than one person, more than one child?
Well, both the residents and the perpetrators were. Just to add some details here, and I'll add it later. You're on a good roll. Finish your roll first, and then I can.
But it was more than one child.
Absolutely, right? It was far more than one child that identified him personally in the lineup.
Do not that I've read, and it's just they don't seem to know it. But in any case, that's important, and. So basically, he was not subject to prosecution or even in the ballpark of being prosecuted until that raid, at which point, what happened with the prosecution stream after they found all this stuff and he looked like a guilty monster?
Well, in terms of what happened then, it's really just a situation where he was never really under any pressure. He was essentially someone who had a full sense of immunity because he had immunity effectively, and as a result,
was there any prosecutorial, civic prosecutorial effort against him? The Army did do a quote unquote interview on him.
Yes.
But was there ever did they just not prosecute him because he was in the Army?
That was pretty much it. It was that was how my understanding was of the situation. When I just to put this into perspective, since you gave the general details, the details that I'll provide are simply to add context and to round out what Peter Moon has articulated. And of course, the person who has all the details, and he outlined them in a book that was sent to me by a dear friend of Peter Moon's. I forget which friend sent it, but the friend sent the book that Michael Aquino himself wrote, which Peter Moon pretty much scanned it and said it was really a catalog of foot bullets. He was just essentially incriminating himself by even trying to act on the defensive and bringing that book to light. But it was, in terms of the book title, I don't even remember. I've got it somewhere in the house and I don't even look at it, but I can always cite it for when we want to turn towards, say, exact dates and times as remembered by Michael Aquino, which would probably be easy to cross-reference with the general calendar. But in terms of the raid itself, of course, right after that, it was just essentially a case where he was pretty much, if anything, riding high. He was very confident. There was no maneuvers against him other than the CID interview, which was kind of ongoing anyway. But it was one of those interviews that was just part of the process of making it look like they were doing something. And so I don't know if you've heard either of the last two interviews that I did, Peter, with both Salman Sheikh and Penny Bradley, but I went into many details there, but I'll happily go into them again.
I think I did, but okay. I'm on very specific questions just for my writing stream.
Understood. And
there was no effort by the civic authorities to prosecute him. There was no formal charges brought up against him. I had understood in the past that it was on grounds of national security that the Army forbid it to be done, and that the Army did its own investigation, which is talked about. The one thing they say, people who are writing on blogs or posts, they say that Aquino was, basically fired at that point. He says he retired.
That actually wasn't the case in either way, really. I mean, to tell you the truth, Aquino stayed on in the military. I don't see how these people even say that. In terms of Aquino himself saying that he, quote unquote, retired, that I can go into the nuances as well. But just so everybody gets the details here, as Peter Moon said, it was August 14th of 1987. And I'm sorry?
August 12th.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and so it was, my memory, of course, I'm thinking in different, there's a lot to remember. So the exact date sometimes I get wrong. But if I swear to God, I could have sworn it was August 14th. But
the I read said August 12th of 1997 that his house was raided.
Okay. All right. The way I remember it, and I might be wrong, but the book might be wrong as well. But the way I remember it was that the search warrant.
Books, there are articles on the internet.
Okay. Yeah, they might be incorrect. They might be, and I might be incorrect. But the way I remember it was August 14th. Because I distinctly remember entering that in a number of forms that I had to fill out. And I distinctly remember the search warrant was served on the residence of Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino at 2430 Leavenworth Street in San Francisco on the 14th day in August in 1987. That's how I remember it. That's what I entered. It may have been simply the date that I filled the forms out, but that's how I remember it myself. And understand, of course, the something that's between the 12th and the 14th, it's not that big a deal, but it's just my memory versus what people are putting on the internet, and they may well be right.
The San Francisco Police Department says August 14th.
Okay, thank you.
August 14th.
Thank you.
And it's just, it looks like they went to the house.
Oh, they did, and
the warrant might have been signed on the 12th. Okay. I don't really know.
Right. Okay. So thank you. And so what happened was they found, just so people understand this, they took videotapes, photographs, photo albums, and photographic negatives. It's very important to understand that Michael Aquino had his own darkroom. And for those of you who don't know, who are younger and just don't kind of get this shit, but in the old days, it was a completely different world. One of my points when I was talking to Penny Bradley about what kind of world it was and how nobody but the astronauts had Velcro. Velcro was literally a space age material that nobody in the civilian world had. The point points we were making was just how you could hide information in a world like that. So in a world like that, the people who had their own dark rooms were either professional photographers or dedicated hobbyists, but other than that, they were child pornographers. And the reason for that was because when you took a photograph, it was yours. There was no one else who could access that photograph. It was not digitized or on any kind of internet, and you maintained your own dark room so you could develop the photographs yourself without sending them to a professional developer, because a professional developer at some point, and by the way, I don't know if you youngsters out there know this, but professional developers like Fox Photo, they used to have a chain or a franchise, Fox Photo and the like, and they still have some photographic development companies, but maybe they don't anymore. They've had them until fairly recently, but to me, fairly recently is like 10 or 20 years ago. So they probably don't even have them anymore. But in the old days, when you were working at a facility like that, you were sworn to secrecy in the same sense that a medical doctor or a pharmacist is sworn to client secrecy. In other words, for people who don't know this, and many people don't know it, I don't know why they don't know it, but they do know this much. They know that whatever you report to a doctor is going to be kept a secret by the doctor. And this is why doctors hear more confessions in a single day than a priest does in an entire year. But in terms of pharmacist has the same responsibility. So a pharmacist cannot release what drugs you've been prescribed to the public. Well, one pharmacist broke that rule when he released the drugs that Britney Spears was on, and he got like a big bribe for it, but he paid for it with his career. And so the same with photographic developers, because a photographic developer will be developing people's nude photos all the time. He would be seeing naked pictures of the family all the time, because people would take pictures in their comfort zone and they'd take a naked picture of their husband or their wife. And so he'd be developing these all the time, and a photographer was sworn to secrecy. Now, I know that this rule was broken at the time of the mass shooting starting, because at the time of Columbine and shortly after that, what happened was a bunch of photographic developers got kudos and social pats on the back and praise because they exposed photographs that young men were developing of themselves posing with firearms. And as a result, they got these young men, basically their lives were destroyed while the photographic developers were breaking their oath. Fortunately, we're not dependent on such people anymore. And at the same time, everything we have is now accessible digitally. So this kind of world is gone. But in his day, Michael Aquino had a dark room, and that alone is incriminating. It's just so people understand the context of this. So that meant he was taking photographs of the children he was abusing, and he had all the negatives to develop those photographs. So all of the evidence was beyond damning. It was something that would have had anyone else exposed and condemned and publicly excoriated before they went to prison for the rest of eternity. And none of that was followed through with Michael Aquino. And he was pretty much making jokes and talking about, basically, and by the way, just so that this is put into some perspective for all of you, because I know this might be difficult to understand. But I've described before how I grew up in the Presidio military base and how incredibly pervasive the attitude of child abuse was, and just how it got to the point, of course, where I've told Peter Moon this privately, and I have shared it publicly in the past, but a lot of you new listeners have never heard this before, and I haven't said it in a long time. But there was basically a time when a dear friend of mine, a good man, it's a guy named Alan Budd, as a matter of fact. I will even give his name. And Alan Budd was an armed security enforcement agent, one of the few that was armed in San Francisco before 9/11. And I mean few. There were very few at that time before 9/11. And what happened was he had a fetish for Asian chicks. and Asian chicks were much smaller than him. He was a big white bodybuilder. And at one time, he was complaining to me about how he had a relationship that he had just developed with this Asian chick who was of legal age. I mean, she was in her 30s, but she was very physically small, and he literally could not fit inside of her. And I remember when he was complaining to me about that in this kind of guy talk moment, just casually, and I told him, oh, well, you can solve that problem by going to a bathtub and filling it with ice water. And then when that's done, you just sit in the tub while you build up your erection, and you'll attain the erection, but it will be much smaller because of the contraction with the cold, and then it'll fit. And then he said, oh, and he tried it, and he says later on, he told me, oh, it worked, and it was great, and all this stuff. And then I got to thinking, how did I know that? And then I realized that I knew that because all of the men around me at the Presidio military base were constantly talking about how they were fucking children, including infants. And the only way they could even get their penises to fit was that trick. And once I realized consciously how I knew that, was aware of that trick, I felt so violated, so sullied. I felt as if I had been raped myself, as if I had been abused. And this is the level of all pervasive damage that happens collaterally in that environment. But that's how I also know that the people who had dark rooms in their own houses were, unless they were a professional photographer or a dedicated hobbyist, they were pedophiles. And so this is one of the things that, well, so many things that add up to this kind of experience of dealing with this. But
and the dark only just one things because they had videotapes and blood and all sorts of.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
And,
yeah. Go on.
What this is a under the category of denial and refusal. Yeah. Denial of what was going on and refusal to prosecute. All they did was create a uproar, and the military, or the Defense Department rather, did its investigation. And so, when did he become involved with the National Security Agency?
It had to be around this time that the lateral transfer processes began, because that's when he started talking about it. And just to verify what Peter Moon said and add some details to that, there was something else that is very specific here that is makes the case even more contextualized and specific in its dating, in terms of dating the case, and not in terms of the exact day, because, honestly, Peter Moon already confirmed that. But in terms of, and by the way, I was so glad you checked up on that, Peter, and found out that the police record said what they did, because, sometimes I wonder if my memory retains anymore. It's good to see that it still works to a degree. But in terms of...
That's the thing you provide on your website, but it says... type of incident, child molestation, and it says date and time. It doesn't say, it's crossed out with a red line. It doesn't say what the date, 9 o'clock, 900 hours. It appears that it doesn't, it's not clear.
Yeah, in other words, that you've got redacted. It's got redacted elements. Okay, and by the way, if there's something on my website,
and maybe, I don't know what this is. I think I've seen other copies of this, but whatever. So the date is not horribly important.
Understood. And so just so people, I'll tell you what Inspector Pavlov took in terms of voluminous materials. And in terms of the voluminous materials that Inspector Pavlov and his entire squad left the home with, there were videotapes, as I said, photographs, photo albums, the photographic negatives, the cassette tapes, the address books, and of course there were also something else that nobody else would have had. By that I mean statistically or demographically. They took computer records. So for those of you who don't understand this, try and imagine this world. In 1987, almost nobody on Earth would have personal computer records. They just didn't have them in 1987. Your average person did not have a PC, a personal computer. So the idea of Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino having that level of technology in his house because of his national security connections and his connections to DARPA, which was developing the internet, put it in that perspective, and you just begin to understand the level of intensity that we're talking about here. So when it comes to what was taken, all of that had the child porn on it as well, and that was part of what was called the DeltaNet. And I've gone into the DeltaNet in Satan's Crusaders, where I spoke about the fact that before there was the DARPA net that everyone knows about, or rather there was a DARPA net, but simultaneous to it and directly collaterally developing out of that was DeltaNet, which was the US Army's and the Pentagon's specific military internet, which understand DARPA's a civilian agency. So DeltaNet was specifically military. It was only the Department of Defense or these men in uniform had access to DeltaNet, whereas DARPANet was more academic. I hope that people understand what I'm saying. In other words, DARPANet was developed by academicians in contract and think tankers in contract with the US Army, but DeltaNet was then their effective and functioning internet among themselves. And the overwhelming majority of the materials on DeltaNet were child porn, and that is why he had that on his PC at home. So when the police confiscated all of that, they're confiscating federal property. So when the feds came back and they said, hey, all that child porn, this is all national security territory, and you're not allowed to have it, the police had to basically return an overwhelming majority of that evidence. So it was returned to the Department of Defense, and the majority of it was returned to the person of Michael Aquino. In terms of what happened to himself in terms of his career, basically we are at that time, the U.S. Military had to respond for the sake of public appearances. And as Peter Moon said, they did so simply by questioning Michael Aquino. Now, by my memory, it wasn't till May of 1989 that Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino was thoroughly interrogated. And I use that term in its most lenient sense. I don't mean interrogate it like hot branding irons or the kind of torture you would imagine with the worst form of interrogation. It's an interrogation that would not even be equivalent to what they used to call third degree in the police interrogative sense. Because if you ever read The Maltese Falcon, that was written by, I forget who wrote it, but the author of The Maltese Falcon used an entire chapter titled The Third Degree. I remember this because one of the books that my mother learned English from was The Maltese Falcon, aside from The Little Prince and other simplistic English language novels, when that was just part of the way that she got a real hang of the language. But in terms of the Maltese Falcon, there's this chapter titled Third Degree, which if someone got a third degree interrogation, it was like a third degree burn. Back in the old days, that meant the police would beat you with rubber tubes or in such a way that would leave no bruising, or it might leave bruising, but not in a manner that could be attributable to direct beating or something like that. It was a way to hide their physical abuses. So in terms of that kind of interrogation, obviously Aquino didn't suffer that, but he was intensively questioned. So that was in May of 1989. And at that point, there were at least 5 children in 3 different cities that had brought additional accusations against him. And this was, these children had sourced originally, they had lived in California. They were from Ukiah, Santa Rosa, and Fort Bragg areas. And they had seen Aquino in the newspaper and on the television coverage of the Presidio case and immediately recognized him as one of their abusers. And it's important to remind people that when all this came down, when Aquino, his picture was presented to hundreds of children during the original raid on his home around that time, and that goes back to 1987, All of them identified him. All of them. Every single one. There wasn't a single one who did not. He was, they would place his photo among hundreds and all the children could pick him out. But then again, look at how distinctive his face is. That was one of the defenses that prevented him from even going to a civilian court, was simply his appearance was so distinctive that they said, oh, any child would pick that out because he looks like the Count on Sesame Street. And they just look at Sesame Street every day, and then they see him and they say, oh, there's the Count. And therefore, they point to him. It's just, instinctive. And that's what they would do. They brought in experts to actually say that. So that was one of the reasons he was never brought to court. It's simply, they said his distinctive appearance renders him someone to point at from every child, because they identify him as Count Chocula. Literally, this was literally the sentences that were quoted by Aquino himself when he would read some of these transactions, the transcripts, and he would laugh and share them with me in terms of his total immunity. So hopefully so far we're putting some things into perspective.
Well, yes, and it says here that he filed a harassment suit. He filed a police harassment complaint because asking the intelligence division detective Sergeant Sandy Gallant and Juvenile Division Inspector Sergeant Glenn Pameloff cease their abusive, harassing investigation.
Right, by the way, Sandy Gallant, she was considered by him a personal nemesis. He would fantasize about having her killed, but knew that would be too obvious. So Sandy Gallant was the lady who I turned to who got Gary Willard Hambright busted, because and just to clarify here, so that Peter Moon said I found child pornography in his desk at San Francisco on SFUSD, or San Francisco Unified School District property. It was far more extreme than that. Just to put this into some perspective for people, I'll put this on record again. I've said it before, but I'll put it on record again right now. Understand that John O'Connell Vocational Institute of Technology in San Francisco still exists today, but it is nowhere near the same facilities that it was in before. In other words, the facilities that John O'Connell Vocational Institute was in before were in the Mission District, deep in the heart of the barrio. They were on Treat and Bryant Streets. It took up an entire city block. It was a former automotive manufacturing facility, believe it or not, or at least automotive parts were assembled there. And it was, that was, at this point in history, like 100 years ago. And what happened was that of course, the industry died in San Francisco for that, and they replaced it with shops so that they could teach the teenagers automotive mechanics, etc., theoretically, and then they could get employed from that point afterwards. But that facility, after all of the scandal, was completely demolished, and this was right after they had refurbished the entire facility with by removing all of the asbestos. And so that's a horror story in and of itself. You would see the men in moon suits removing the asbestos to protect themselves, but we would all have to suck the asbestos in. So among other things that have happened in my life, I've been exposed to asbestos at high degrees. I know that much. And so they were doing this while students attended school. They were removing asbestos out of the walls while students were attending school. So in terms of rewalling and all the rest of that, they had refurbished it to a new level of standard, and then they demolished it immediately after the scandal. I mean, immediately. I'm talking about like within just a few years. They were able to railroad through the demolition of that. So that facility no longer even exists. Like all the other facilities in which atrocities took place on the Presidio military base. If you ever see the series Nowhere Man, you can look up the series Nowhere Man. There's this television series that was on for a while. Conventional television, well before the age of Netflix and streaming and all that shit. Meaning that anybody could watch it at a set time if everybody sat down and tuned into it. It was a shared tribal experience, like the president's fireside chats or something. People could watch different television series on the old conventional stations, and one of them had a series called Nowhere Man, and it was basically this individual was a fugitive traveling all over the United States fighting the deep state conspiracy, but everywhere he went, they would destroy all evidence. So each episode, no matter what he did, all evidence of what he accomplished was always destroyed. That's my entire life. My entire life, everything, all evidence, the Presidio military base, John O'Connell Vocational Institute, it's all destroyed. It no longer physically exists. Just so people understand that. So in terms of that alone, verifies everything I say. But in terms of the John O'Connell Vocational Institute, the old facility, I worked in the commercial illustrators studios, literally did my work there, had the keys to the building because I knew the staff so well, and at that point was considered one of their few success stories, because the whole point of a vocational institute is not to move on to higher education. The whole idea is that if you move on to higher education, they've completely failed. The idea is that you learn a trade and you apply it. I was the only person who was doing that. And literally the only student they ever had who did that. And as a result, I had the keys to the kingdom. So I had the keys to the studio so I could work there throughout the night to produce my illustrations. But throughout the night, oftentimes, other facility members would come in. This is why they were comfortable with me being there. And they looked on me as almost a form of security. There was no security guard. But all of them were coming in. Those that came in at night were coming in because the janitor had set hours and he was gone during the night. Those that were coming in were there to access the child pornography. So we're not talking about something in a desk. What the studio had was a massive storage facility. In other words, it's the size of what people would rent if you're renting the higher end of the spectrum of a storage container. Like if you went to a storage facility and said, I want your largest container, a lot of times in California, you're going to get a trailer. Okay, so we're talking about a storage room that was that size, because the art we were dealing with was sometimes three-dimensional, sometimes sculpted, sometimes, so it was large enough to hold items, not just papers, and you could walk inside of it. So we're talking about a walk-in storage facility within the art studio. Remember, this was a former industrial site, and it took up an entire city block. So we're not talking about anything that is minor here. We're talking about supersize everything. And this had shops. These were shops that were meant to teach people aerodynamics, meant to teach people whatever the trade was, electronics. And all of this was, none of this was miniaturized. All of this was big, 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 like blocky. Like that.
The case that it's very big, but what is the point you're getting at?
The point was that we're not talking about something I found in a desk. He had thousands of volumes of child pornography. We're talking about entire reams of material of child pornography in his personal collection, added to that of others that were storing their child porn on site, the San Francisco Unified School District, in that building, in the storage, because it was all considered commercial art reference. Because, of course, commercial illustrators, or any artists, use nudes as reference, because if you're drawing any human being, you need the nude body in photographs, and that includes children, though in a non-sexual sense. So there are books that are legitimate that have photographs of naked children as art reference for illustrators so that they can draw children and illustrate them or paint them based on the human model, which is in multiple poses, and that would include poses that sometimes imitate injury, sometimes imitate sleeping, etc. So aside from all of those legitimate volumes, they had child pornography. In other words, pictures of kids having sex with dogs, or having various implements inserted within them, or forced to have sex with each other, bondage, etc. So that's the point that I'm making. So we're not talking about something minor like, oh, I found something in a desk, just so you understand. And this is what got him busted. So in terms of the rest of the teachers, they scapegoated him and just said, oh, all that's his. And no matter how much he said, oh, it was everybody's, a bunch of other people had private collections there too. He had the most, of course, admittedly.
Well, okay, well, yes, but let's move on, because this is extensive.
Yeah.
But
But I hope the
See,
point is made. And the reason
oh,
that I
it's
have to
made.
kind of get that out is because I'm cathartic. Understand that this is also therapeutic for me. And I do want
That's
people to know that this kind of this pedo exploitation, this child exploitation, that all the people who were adult males, and remember this was a vocational school, so there were almost no female teachers. It was all men teaching various mechanical shops. Understand that they, like the Presidio military base, were also people who were into child porn. This is why they wanted to work in an environment full of young boys. So hopefully that puts into perspective further damage that I received from another despicable environment. Hopefully that makes sense now. My cathartic.
Well, it does. But if one wants to go to the Wikipedia entrance, Presidio child molestation case,
yeah,
it gives quite a bit of damning evidence of Aquino, because it is just so damning. And one of the things it delineates or quotes from a U.S. Army Criminal Investigation Command report, gives the number, and it talks about all of this corroboration of Aquino, including he claimed he was not at the base the entire year of 1987. And then it actually has him admitting that he was not only at his residence on certain dates, September 19th to 21st and December 20 to January 4, but he had calls from his residence on August 23, 26th, and September 4th. And so there are notes on an interview with Anton LaVey and different people, and which they're including somebody who put a security system in his property, and refers to the padded room and whatnot. So he is, but basically, it's all. There's even a section where a whole report on him is redacted. It's let me see where I find it's just really outrageous the way he was
protected.
Yes, it says on page 124, 125, the entire section about whether Aquino had contact with other suspects or victims mentioned in the report is completely redacted. Now, he still looks guilty as hell.
Of course.
Even with the redaction. But it's like, obviously, what you have here is a culture of pedophilia, a culture of abuse, a culture of mind control, and it's all being run by the U.S. Army. And what the curious part about this is that Aquino betrays a certain impish nature, like, look what I can get away with.
Yes.
Look what I can get away with, and you can't do anything about it. Yes. This is, he's sticking it in your face. Yes. He's giving everybody the finger, and
to reinforce that, bear in mind, as Peter can attest to, his interviews on television, the fact that he went on television to do televised interviews to stare down a number of his victims, that is all part of it. So please continue.
Well, yes, and of course he is acknowledged, self-acknowledged and acknowledged by others as an expert in psychological operations. And this is the ultimate psychological operation. And it shows the apathy and non-response of not only the body politic, well, the body politic inclusive of the public itself. And this is the same sort of thing that's gone on with, Fauci and the whole game being played out. It's a constant game of ha ha ha, what we're doing, look what and you might see a lot of stuff come out in the future that, whoa, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? Why were they doing this with COVID? And all of a sudden there'll be outrage. But, it'll all be
At that
You
point,
know,
it'll all be too late. Yeah.
yeah, it's too late, and well, you can't sue us because of this, that, or the other thing.
Well, by that time, half the parties will be dead anyway.
Yeah. So what this is a problem. Now, I would also say, so I think you've answered most of my questions, and
I apologize for getting so. How would I say it? It is one of those things where I did feel suddenly the emotional need to vent. So I apologize.
But I mean, it's like you made the case is clear. Yeah, it was an extensive library, but see, the extensiveness of it does not move the needle as far as the prosecution needle.
Right.
The prosecution of it was just so pitifully lame. Finding this references will help me that I did on the Wikipedia.
To the credit of
Wikipedia, yeah. However, here is a case where it's so flagrant that his favorite medium, Wikipedia, is even because it's indefensible. And what is really indefensible is what has gone on. And then you have, the heroes of Pizzagate and QAnon not understanding that they are quite unwittingly being part of the psyop.
By the way, a few more things to dredge out of my memory here and some other things to put into context. Just so that we hold this in place for our listeners and for Peter and I to remind ourselves. I had to remind myself of this. When Michael Aquino appeared on these various venues like Oprah Winfrey and Geraldo Rivera, I think it's important to emphasize the fact that the public, certainly the audience, and the public in general, was outraged that they did want action, but they were helpless in the face of the elites. The elites maintained enough power to squelch them. As a matter of fact, it was on August 31st of 1990, now that I recall, August 31st of 1990 that Aquino was processed out of the Army. Now, that was the term, and it was at that time that he sued the U.S. Army, or it was shortly after that, he sued the United States Army to have his name removed from the Army's Criminal Investigation Division report, or the CID documents. And by the way, it's also important to emphasize the fact that he was never formally charged in any federal, as in military, or civilian venue. So he had never been charged for anything. But the one thing that I do know about the report of investigation, the ROI, the ROI, that was issued by the CID, not only did they, and there's two separate items here. There was the suspects list, and there was this report of investigation specifically on the general crime in this overall operational sense. And we're not even talking about his personal interrogation transcripts. We're talking, which of course there's no personal file on him about this per se because he was never charged. But concerning the overall incident report, the report of investigation into the allegations, that report of investigation, his name remains on there for indecent acts with a child, sodomy, conspiracy, kidnapping, and false swearing, meaning that the U.S. Army said he lied under oath, which is probably referencing, almost certainly referencing his saying he was not on base when not in San Francisco during the time that he was. So all the child abuse charges remained against Michael Aquino throughout his life. And according to the CID, that was because the evidence of alibi offered by Aquino was, quote unquote, not persuasive. So in terms of that, the important thing to realize is that they wanted to have some control over him. Bear in mind, everything I've just said, we're talking about, here's this raid on his house in 1987, and he, doesn't get questioned effectively for forever. And then you're talking about 1989, he gets a fairly thorough, intensive series of questionings, because at that point, children from literally all over the United States are fingering him. And then it's not until late into the next year after that that he gets, quote unquote, processed out. Now, bear in mind, he's promoted. He is promoted before he's processed out. He retired a full colonel. And in terms of if you can count that as a retirement. But understand that there's another element to this. There is another element to this. And the element is that Michael Aquino, as far as I knew, he ultimately said he was retired, but he wouldn't say that for many years because he denied he was ever, quote unquote, processed out of the Army. And instead, he said he was selected as one of their first space intelligence officers during that same year. So that can be verified in terms of his words and his claims because he mentions that repeatedly when he was a guest columnist on Above Top Secret. So when Above Top Secret made him a guest columnist so that he could specifically have a forum on which to deny knowing me, he was very specific and said that it was in 1990 that he was first laterally transferred very secretly off the books into black ops that were so black that they were not known to the general public as a space intelligence officer, which is, a lot of our listeners, as soon as they hear that, even James Arthur Yanchik, when he heard Michael Aquino saying he was a space agent, along with his co-religionist, Lieutenant Colonel John Alexander, who was also promoted to the rank of colonel. And he basically says that they were both space agents. And the way he would put it, he would say, they're so compartmentalized. He said on Above Top Secret, his words, it's locked up tighter than a crab's ass. Okay, at this point, everyone's going to assume, okay, now he's going Penny Bradley on us. But that's not what he was insinuating. What he was insinuating was that he was laying the groundwork for what Trump would later simply render formally recognized and on the books. So those of you who don't know, what Michael Aquino was saying when he was writing on Above Top Secret was he said, we were laying the groundworks for a future Space Force, just as the U.S. Army Air Force turned into a separate branch of service, the U.S. Air Force. We were laying the groundwork for a future Space Force that he said some president someday who has any sense of responsibility or daring will ultimately simply recognize and put on the books. And that's what Trump did. So all he was saying was that he was working with satellite reconnaissance, various kinds of the secret space program launches. It can get fairly, shall we say, combat oriented because understand, and this is a fact anybody can look up, the Soviet Union was infamous for the Mir space station, but they had multiple, we're talking half a dozen, military Mirs, which nobody ever heard about. They were called Solyuts. But if you look them up, Solyuts, the Soviet Union had armed and armored space stations in space that were manned. And just so people understand this, the term satellite implies unmanned. The term satelloid implies a manned satellite in orbit. Somebody's living in that thing and gets rotated out on a periodic basis. That's what the Soviets had, were satelloids that they called Soyuz that were armed and armored. So that means the Americans were combating them in space. There was space combat that was ongoing. I will be the first to say that. So this isn't necessarily as glamorous, as I've always said, as some people might imagine, but you have people killing each other up there. Just understand that that much is true. So Michael Aquino was saying he was part of that he entered that world. Now, if you ask the U.S. Army, Michael Aquino said he was stationed at Cheyenne Mountain for 4 years of active duty prior laterally transferring into the NSA. So that means it was 1994 when he laterally transferred into the NSA. And 1994, but for Cheyenne Mountain, where he was at for 4 years of duty, meaning he never entered space himself, but was stationed at Cheyenne Mountain, involved with the secret space program that Trump would later put on the books because Trump said it's all bullshit that we pay our taxes for this and nobody knows about it. So Trump said, fuck this. Put these guys on the books, and make this a distinct branch of service because Trump was fed up with all that was hidden in the space program, which probably had a lot to do with pedophilia. It was probably Trump's earnest attempt to expose some bit of the military so it would be more subject to transparency. That's one of the more positive things I can say about him. In terms of Aquino's service there, the U.S. Army denies it. In other words, irony of ironies here, the U.S. Army, when asked about Michael Aquino working at Cheyenne Mountain for 4 years in the space intelligence branch of the U.S. Army, they'll say there is no evidence that that is true. Now, that, of course, is in keeping with anyone who's working in a high level of intelligence. That's what you will get. And also, it makes him somewhat similar to myself in that, oh, yeah, here's a guy being denied that he served. So there you go. I mean, there's an irony there. And,
say something about that. Let me say something about that. Is that, it's obvious to anybody who does a little bit of thinking that any president comes into the White House and he is out of the loop because you have a security establishment that has been going on for decades, and the president doesn't even know what questions to ask. You can't say, "Tell me all the secrets," because the people he's talking to don't even know all the secrets.
yeah.
So there is this, secret structure. And the secrecy is in astrology is ruled by Scorpio, the planetary ruler of which is Pluto, and Pluto also regulates crime and all sorts of nefarious deeds. And this is power goes hand in hand with secrecy and with corruption. They go hand in hand. So you've got, if you've got the power to enforce secrecy, you have the power to be naughty. And that's not to say that every powerful person is naughty, but they certainly have the means and the opportunity. So you have a culture of the National Security Act, which breeds secrecy and no transparency. What do you expect in such a culture? Because if you assume that all of the people in that culture are above board, you're quite mistaken. And if they were above board, we wouldn't have the culture that we have today, obviously, and it makes it hard to go after these corrupt characters. It's just sort of, yet stuff does come out at times. So this is the predicament that we live in. Now, what I would also add, that as I've been writing this, well, I want to make a clarification on one point. It might not, I just, earlier, because I heard Jameson say it in a broadcast, I had mentioned that when I tried to put a GIF in with a swastika, I could not, it was not available.
Right.
It wasn't a Google search. Yes, you can find images and swastikas all you want. It was particularly on a GIF on Facebook. I could not reproduce a swastika.
That's true. And by the way, on Facebook,
that was the clarification. It wasn't that, he says, "Oh, I could find a swastika." He was looking for a Google search, which, yes, you can find a swastika, and maybe there are some GIF formats where you can find them.
But they're almost impossible. Honestly, you have to be like someone who is like almost a hobbyist with the internet, somebody who's like almost like cruising in the deep dark web to know where to find that. And in other words, most of the people who would know where to find it would be assholes anyway, the kind of criminals we're talking about. But in terms of when it comes to that, on Facebook, for instance, I cannot reproduce the Siegrunen, which, for those of you who don't know, that's the lightning bolt SS. you can't reproduce that on Facebook, so it comes out looking like this bizarre curly Q thing, which I don't mind. I don't give a shit, but you literally cannot produce Nordic runes, or at least not the Sigrunen, or the double lightning bolts, or even the single lightning bolt. You can't produce the runic S on the on Facebook. So, so this is quite true that searches will limit what you can access, and that includes. Thank you for clarifying that specific thing about the GIF, and I think that's important. And by the way, also to contextualize this, when Michael Aquino was on the Above Top Secret, saying he was pioneering, basically establishing the groundwork for a future space program. Understand, of course, he was very self-aggrandizing, and that the secret space program, of course, existed well before Michael Aquino had entered it. And by the time he was stationed at Cheyenne Mountain, you're talking about an individual who was just, part of the program at that point. But obviously, the Americans had been fighting the Soviets in space through the secret space program known as Project Odysseus. And I mean, literally fighting them. I'm not talking about space race, literal space combat. That had been going on since the 40s. So we're talking about the mid 40s, early 50s was when that first against the Third Reich and then expanded to the Russians. And so there we have that. And, and by all means, please, go back to where your train of thought.
What I was going to say was that as I'm writing this, now I've pretty much chronicled most of the important events up to what I was just saying about the non-prosecution of Aquino, because I wanted to explain it contextually. And now I have a much better handle on it after discussing it for the last hour or so. So thank you for that. But as I even wrote to you about it, I had a couple of negative dreams.
Oh, yeah. Are you willing to share those?
I went to the dreams, but because they're distasteful, they're not gross out dreams, but they're just distasteful, and it's, I don't want to give them too much credence.
Understood. The negative, yeah.
Yes, and I've had, and then I had, another dream, and the dreams will cross, intersperse with stuff from other aspects of life as well, because I'm not just focused on this book. There's other things going on in life.
Right.
But what happens is I'm processing all of this negative energy in all of this, not only the abuse, but the lack of response to the abuse, lack of meaningful societal response to the abuse. Perhaps the most meaningful response we had was Pizzagate, but that was all misdirected. So it becomes a response that can be laughed away. And again, they had their heart in the right place, but their head wasn't in the right place. The people who were, railing against pedophilia by the government.
Yeah. And a good example. Yeah, go on. Oh, sorry, continue.
Well, yes, and you've discussed that in the past. That Pizzagate was set up to look like, and even if it was all true, it wouldn't matter, because they can still laugh it off.
It's true. Yes, yes, that's true.
It's the ability of the laugh, and the media which perpetrates the stuff. Right. Instead, they will, feature Bruce Jenner or some transgender issue. Whatever issues they're doing. So, and the whole Jeffrey Epstein thing has just been swept under the rug. So that's one thing COVID really did, was sweep Jeffrey Epstein under the rug. And this Ghislaine Maxwell is, I think her trial's in January anyway, but it's just the longer it goes on, the longer you drag it out, the less
impact
it has. Now, so anyway, I'm processing this stuff, and I have some, dreams that are unsettling, not horrible, but, unsettling, not nice. And then it's like, wow. And then they kind of settle out. And I had a real huge tsunami. Now, you don't want, I mean, tsunami is like a huge emotional impact with a surfer. And I say, and it's supposedly Catalina Island, but it's not really, doesn't really look like Catalina Island. And it's like coming, this tsunami is coming to the second story where I'm sitting on a balcony of some store or something. And I see the surfer coming. I thought, oh God, he's going to crash into this building. He adeptly goes to the side of the building, turns his board around, disappears into the wave, and then this bigger wave comes. And, you know, I elude it with my father-in-law of all people, my former father-in-law who's deceased. You know, I'm like guiding him out, and he's not getting it, but he does get it just in time. So it's like, you know, you have these things going on now. And I've realized so much of it is processing the negative energy of this this experience. Now, what's interesting here, you know, when I went to that event, it was 11 days ago in New York City.
Yes.
And I connected with lots of people, but I didn't really, the connections haven't followed through, except in the case of one.
Okay.
Who I will be meeting with tomorrow.
Wonderful.
I won't mention their name.
Understood.
But I just read their book.
Wow.
that they sent to me. And it was a fast read. And here, I realized this is the fourth person who I've been dealing with who was involved heavily in gangs. You know, the first one was Joseph Metheny, who grew up in the gangs of Chicago. And we're talking about real gangs. And then the second one was Roosevelt Gainey, who grew up in the gangs of Brooklyn and became a gang leader, and you know, became civilized. And the third one is yourself. This person, you know, grew up in the gangs of Boston area, and I would have been shocked, you know, meeting this person, and is also born of. There's a lot of heavy occultism in their birth. You would never know this to meet the person on the surface because they look like a, you know, sophisticated, genteel person on the surface, and I think that would hold up. But there's a deep. So this one person I'm meeting with, there's a whole occult side to them, and it's really. I'm not really meeting them on your book. You see, it's not about that.
Right.
It's more about Romania.
Understood.
And although I did give them a copy of the book, and it will be discussed. It's not my only interest, but it's kind of my primary interest right now is pushing your book. Right. And it might parlay into good things. But what I say is where I seem to be making the most traction is with somebody who has a very deep occult experience and connection, and is basically transformation. They've gone through huge transformations in their life.
Yes. So
and it was approaching me on the subject of ascension. And I think, what is ascension? You know, ascension is to me, I don't like the word. And I don't like the word because it's a very new age word, and it's what really is ascension. I was once invited to speak on ascension, and I wasn't invited. I was assigned to speak on it. And you know, what crap is this? I don't talk about ascension. So what I did is I talked about the sign of Capricorn, which is about ascension. But what is Capricorn? It's ruled by Saturn. And if you look at the Capricorn, or the, you know, the card, which is, what is it called in the tarot? What is it? It's the devil. The devil is the Capricorn card. So, it's the Earth, but the sign of the Capricorn is goat, and it will climb up the summit. And then it will jump over the peak. So Capricorn is a sign of building, construction, and climbing to the top. And not only climbing to the top, but in an exalted way, it climbs and jumps over the peak. It doesn't just climb to the top, it jumps over the peak. That's what I talked about. And I was also relating it to the tantric experience, talking about tantra as a way to move up the kundalini spout and to awaken the pineal gland. And that's a subject that I never want to talk about again, because it's like, I think the best example of it is, it's like going into a monkey cage and talking to the monkeys about how stupid they look. The monkeys they're gonna fling shit at you.
Yeah.
And it's not that I'm telling anybody that they're stupid, but you're going into ignorance of the human beings you're talking to, and you're going into not only ignorance of where they're ignorant, you're going into areas where they've been damaged or they're dysfunction. And it's like you're walking into hot wires of madness. And it's, what do you want to talk to these people for about that? It's better to talk to them about sports or about what's on TV, because talking about to them what's on TV or some TV show. Not that I want to talk to people about TV shows, right? But they can. Oh yeah, I know. Yeah. Jerry Springer's in it. Yeah.
No. It's so true. By the way, a few things come up to my mind. One of them, so I don't forget it, I just want to keep them at the top of my brain here, simmering. One is that when we were speaking of outrage later, and this kind of like rageaholism, where people become addicted to their outrage. And
they call a rageaholic.
Thank you. And these rageaholics, one of them, of course, was Mike Ringley of Revolution Radio. And Mike Ringley of Revolution Radio would constantly bring to my attention people who were supposedly investigating Satanism or some kind of, and he would bring this not because he's trying to get me to vet these people, quite the opposite. He thought he had found like people who were onto something, and simply thought that, oh, hey, I've got this guy on the station, I don't want you to scare him off. It was more like that. I don't want you like questioning anything he says or doing something to make him feel uncomfortable. And I told him, why would he even think I would do that? But there's no point in talking to the son of a bitch. But in terms of his own insanity, he would like publish like pictures that he found on the internet of some young blonde wholesome girl who's like maybe 9 years old or something with satanic paraphernalia, and it's obvious to anybody with any iota of sanity that was a photograph that had nothing to do with abuse. It was just like some kind of Halloween thing, or it's kind of like when this wonderful lady who I don't remember her name offhand at the moment, but that's okay. But she was a French-speaking woman in Quebec, of course, and she became a fan of mine, and she sent me a photograph of rituals she had been involved in, but not because she was saying, oh, I'm a victim and I'm seeking you out for help. It was just like, oh, here's some occult rituals I was involved in, just to show me that she had a background of familiarity with the occult. And so Laura Lee Solomon wound up looking at some of these images, and she pointed out that just immediately, as I could already see, that, well, she looks like she's having too much fun for that to be anything particularly dark or negative, even though everybody was dressed in black. And she was blindfolded, but it was obvious that she was smiling, and it was, there are just things that it's like there was this Taiwanese guy, or how do I say this? He's an American of Taiwanese nationality or descent, and he made this movie that was considered the end-all be-all, kind of like this thing like, oh, if you're a parent, you've got to watch this. And it was all about, you got to keep your kids from being victimized, which is, of course, always good advice. But he made some movie about some young white girl getting abducted and ultimately winding up on a film that's distributed on the internet where she's being tortured to death. It becomes the victim of a snuff film in some guy's basement. But of course, if you're watching the scenes in that film, it's like, this guy couldn't direct worth shit. I mean, this girl who is being supposedly abused in that scene, she's giggling. I mean, it's just like, if you're going to like try to portray
trying to tell people you should be aware of this so it doesn't happen to your children.
Yeah. But at the same time, he's not carrying it out right.
It's stupid.
Yeah. Thank you. So that I wanted to just kind of get off my head. The other thing that when you're talking about, of course, talking to people about these kinds of subjects that they're just not going to appreciate, you're better off sticking with sports. This is what we're dealing with when we're dealing with the child abuse scandal, and of course, one of the things I pointed out and I'll of course provide the links to Peter if he hasn't heard them yet. I'll just put them in the message box later and he can listen to them at his leisure, or review them at his leisure. Basically, of course, I was interviewed by Penny Bradley. She hasn't put that up on her YouTube channel yet, but it's Daryl Neely has it up, so I'll put his link into the message box of Peter. The other one was Salman Sheikh, and it took him a while to get that up too, so I'll put the link in the message box for Peter. But
You with Salman Sheikh?
Yeah, I just did both these. I was interviewed by Salman Sheikh on Friday, and I was interviewed by Penny Bradley on Saturday. So just the day before yesterday and yesterday were those two interviews. So I doubt you heard either one of them. But they go very in-depth to everything we're covering. And one of the points that I made was the problem with satanic ritual abuse is that we have the same problem that you have if you're talking about abortion. The naysayers are following a doctrinaire perspective. The people who are believers are following a doctrinaire perspective. And I was telling Salman, it's
sort of like COVID. It's like you take one side of an ideology and you line up against it.
It's polarized.
Side down.
Yes, it's polarized. Yeah. And
what I would say about abortion, I always thought abortion was, just a bad idea. I don't like it. And I would tend to, sympathize with the anti-abortion, take. Mm-hmm. However, because sometimes the abortions are too quick and expedient and unnecessary, and sometimes they're done with evil purposes to use the parts of the fetus. That's a whole nother agenda. It's complex. Mm-hmm. But what I would take it back, in other words, the reason we have problems with abortion, when you take out the evil component, is because of a lack of education and a lack of intelligence, particularly, and you can induce abortions if you know how to manipulate the feet, and there are ancient ways to affect these things in a much more natural way without cutting women open.
Thank you. Acupressure. Thank you.
Yeah. So it's like, what you're dealing with is just literally a bunch of monkeys throwing shit at each other, and this is what it gets reduced to. And there are human situations going on. Each one is a human situation. And you see, there's a lot of karma involved. In fact, I've talked to women who've had abortions that I was pretty close to. And you get close to them and they start talking about how bad they feel about it, how guilty they feel about it. And of course, I didn't have an issue with them having an abortion. Mm-hmm. They have an issue with it. It just felt, they was some aspect of, it's kind of like the opposite of motherhood. It's kind of like, God, what an empty feeling. Mm-hmm. But there are human experiences that people have, and you have to deal with them. But just as the woman has her own karma and whatnot, there are doctors have their own karma, and what the hell are they doing? They're not obliged to give abortions. This is their choice. So you have a lot of human experiences, and when it comes into your life, you have to deal with it. My first inclination on an issue of abortion, if somebody came into my life, I would not encourage it. I would be against it. Now, there might be a point in a situation where one might be lenient about it. I can't say, because there are so many different situations. But it all comes down to a lack of education and what was going on between this man and this woman, and of course, abortions. I think were L. Ron Hubbard featured so much about abortions in his book Dianetics because it was a much bigger deal in its day, because people were under economic strangulation,
right,
and having a baby was like it was economically prohibitive. Right. So it really another child really freaked them out, because they're going to have to spend money. Right. Money was a much more scary, even though everything costs so much more now. It was a much scarier thing back in those days.
Yeah, there's certainly layers of you have complication to be taken into account at all times concerning the subject of abortion. I myself used to take the stance of just as a fiscal policy, just economically, how much money was lost in terms of the lives that would otherwise be contributing to the tax base. But
you brought up a good point with China.
Yeah.
Your iterations. You brought up a point with China and with the United States of America. Yeah. Their birth rate is under threat of going down. And I think it was somebody else. I think I heard say on a sports station, I think they were talking about birth rates going down and how destructive that is to a civilization.
Yes.
I never really thought about it. I'm thinking yeah, it's great if we don't have so many people. That's the way I think.
Understood.
We have too many, but it creates a problem.
Well, I got a feeling that the environment's going to balance all that out through a lot of natural catastrophes and changes in climate. We're going to see many die, so we're going to.
So it was an economic show. The birth rate was going to hurt these companies and whatnot, and in the context of.
And that was the attitude I took. Yeah, I was pointing out for the longest time that if we had not had the legalization of Roe versus Wade, we would have had millions of more people, to the point where we never would have had a national debt. The debt would have been balanced simply by those people who had been born, would have been paying taxes into the system and also contributing to the system in so many other ways, just by employment and by purchasing as consumers, that there would have been effectively no national debt as we understand it today. So I mean, that's one factor. Of course, we do have to take into account different factors as well. It's one of those things where for right now, we'll see what happens. Obviously, there might be changes to Roe v. Wade in the next few years with the changes in the Supreme Court. Well, the other thing I wanted to point out, that when we were going down this path of talking about people's response to this kind of very hard to take kind of subject, it's when we look back on, and I said this in my interviews with Salman Sheikh in particular, but I closed it with Penny Bradley the same way. When we're dealing with satanic ritual abuse in particular, I suggested replacing the term, because obviously the very term satanic as I said, is not necessarily accurate in Aquino's case anyway, because he was going down a very different path that ultimately took him into the Edomic, which I try very hard to disambiguate from Satanism and educate people in that regard. But in terms of, aside from the nuances of cosmology, which to the average person is not going to matter, the very word satanic is simply too much of a trigger word. So I said we need to replace it with the term. I'm sorry.
Edomic is something nobody's going to understand, and it is more appropriate. But they fit hand in hand.
Yeah, in a sense, yeah. And I mean, certain. Go on. Yeah.
It's important to disambiguate them, to educate, because it gives historical context to understand Edomitism.
Thank you.
Vis-a-vis the kings of Edom in the Bible. And what I find interesting, because I'm not a bibliophile, I don't interpret the Bible the way other people do. I don't particularly like the Bible because it's not written in a
legible format.
It's cryptic, and it's got I'm a writer. And I would have a field day with the writers of that, if I was their senior editor.
Yeah.
So what the hell are you saying?
It's an awkward book. It's definitely, cryptic is being generous. It's also, frankly, quite repulsive. There are many aspects of the Bible which are just revolting. There's things that are related that are just really negative stories that are in the Bible.
Well, yes. Then you can turn around and look at the work of Stan Tenen, who shows the whole phenomena of what it's describing in Genesis. I mean, he does an incredible, there's like a lot of compacted hidden truth in there, inarguably. Now, then when it comes into this Edomic paradigm, which I say, wow, it all makes sense. It actually, for me, makes the history of the Bible come alive to a certain extent. I think the history of the Bible came alive for me the first time when I saw the movie The Robe on Sunday. Now, that is a highly fictitious movie, highly fictitious. But what it did is it showed me the players on the world stage at that time, which included Caligula and a little bit of Tiberius Caesar. And of course, it alluded to Jesus and St. Peter and all that. I don't even know that St. Peter's a historical character. There's a lot of problems with a lot of that stuff. However, the characters came alive. Whether they're real or not, they came alive for me. And not being Christian, they came alive for me because I was looking at them through the lens of just live characters with Christianity as being sort of a historical context. I think at that time of my life, I was probably in junior high school, and I didn't. I had, I guess, a great capacity to understand religion, but I wasn't religious, and I rejected it. I thought it was stupid, and because certainly the way people believed and this and that, I saw no rational basis for it. Yet I could engage, and I thought it was more historical, and I was not a big believer in belief, and of course I was interested in ancient Rome to a certain degree. But be that as it may, it makes the characters come alive when I read that, and then of course you see other movies, and a lot of these movies that Hollywood produced just were crap. They were crap historically, they were crap biblically, but it makes the characters come alive. It makes the story come alive.
I mean, basically, that's the horror story of the Bible, is that it almost requires that level of filtration. In other words, someone has to give you a Reader's Digest kind of version of the Bible in order to make it even digestible. And of course, much of the Bible's never covered in those kinds of films. I mean, they only take high points that are popular, as opposed to...
They're making a script. They're making a watchable script.
Yes.
And it was pretty watchable. And then of course what it does, it brings up images in your mind. It's like, ooh, this, ooh, and of course, one thing I think I got out of it, that there was an underlying message in Christianity which was positive, an underlying message, which there was it's basically giving you more. It's giving you something.
Yes.
It may not be what you want, but it's giving you something that there's life is worth living. There's a better purpose, and humanity is important. Kindness to one's fellow man and all that, and love is a vibration, whatnot. So, but as I became more educated, my, I guess, intelligence and rejection of these things would become stronger, and not, my view on life did not become more pessimistic. It just became, more intelligent. And when and so, gee whiz, getting into Scientology, completely, ash cans the even concept of Christianity. Like, what is this? It's just some poor excuse for implanting people, or derivative, lesser degree of implantation, reinforcement, programming. It had no purpose or meaning in my life until I read. But at the same time, I was a minister, and I could embrace Christianity as a, what do you call them? I don't think I was a doctor of divinity, but a divinator. In other words, I could accept and understand Christianity in the spirit of what.
Well, if one attends a seminary and gets a master's degree in divinity, it's called an MDiv. That would be the average that a person.
Well, in some ways, it was beyond. I had beyond that. In some ways,
I see. Okay.
But not in some ways, because I wasn't going through their curriculum. But that's all. And of course, and sometimes I've talked to people who have just an incredible breadth of knowledge of the history. Mm-hmm. I go into historical points, and then they know so many details about what happened between the Orthodox Church and the Catholic Church. It's like, okay, this could get,
right at that point.
This could get very boring, or I mean, and of course, I'm more interested in the spirit of what's going on. However, be all of that as it may, when I studied, when I learned of L. Ron Hubbard's fascination with Crowley, then I wanted to read Crowley. I wanted to read what he was about. And I said, so many people have just had the horror of Aleister Crowley. The horror. Oh, he's tied, he's tied to Crowley. He was doing rituals with Jack Parson. Evil. And that, it stops right there. There's no understanding of what was actually going on. They reject the understanding. One guy I knew told me that he was reading Crowley, and sort of in the same sense that I did when he found out Hubbard's involvement. And then he learned that Crowley had sacrificed his son. And this man had a young son, and he just completely was revolted by that. And of course, if you read a little further, you'll find that Aleister Crowley's son that he sacrificed was Victor Newberg, was not his son, and I don't think actually sacrificed him at all. Mm-hmm. He certainly abused him.
I'm sorry, it's horrible, but there's something hideously funny about that. But
it is if you know the full history of Victor Newberg. Victor Newberg was he was I say gleefully, that's my own insertion, gleefully sodomized in the desert by Aleister Crowley, in, I think it was Algeria. But at one point, he took Victor Newberg with him to Egypt, and Crowley would, according to Crowley, he's not just spinning a tale, it's probably true. He had Newberg completely naked and had him on a chain, with a chain around his neck, and Crowley would walk around the town with Newberg. And he said the purpose of this was not to humiliate Newberg, but was to have people look at Crowley with great admiration. Like, who is this man who has this guy on a chain, it's like he had a personal slave. So he said that he was doing this to create the impression of he's a wise magician.
Right. No, definitely. I got it. It was one of those things that in that culture, that's the kind of projection of oneself that would work. It would be.
And it's more about the Egyptian culture than it does about Crowley.
Yes. It would be apropos to that cultural matrix. And so it definitely, I know where you're coming from when you say what you do about that. So what I was going to say, to add some further context, one of the things that when it came to the interviews I've done over the past 48 hours that took up a good part of the few hours I was willing to dedicate to it. The rest, of course, was partying. Just so people know it, I've got some questions about this. Yes, that is a skin, a protective cover for the Vox Arca that is embedded in thumbnail of tonight's live stream, for those who are questioning that image. As for the promotional banner tonight, that's not myself, that's my surrogate son. By the way, his facial expression is very sincere. That was the first time that he's ever manifested the bioluminescence in his eyes that I have. So it's shocking when that happens to anyone who experiences it. So that is a sincere expression of.
That's on the Vox Arca. I mean, he didn't put on the Vox Arca itself.
No, I would never allow that. No.
The mask. But there's enough sympathetic vibration in the mask to create a response like that.
Yes, that's myself in the Vox Arca. Embedded in tonight's live stream, that is myself, that image. I'm talking about the promotional banner that's on the Facebook timeline.
Okay. Yeah. I'll go look at that. I'm sorry.
Oh, no worries. And in terms of one of the things I wanted to bring up, just to add some further context here, since we started talking about Aquino and wanted to deal in some specifics, it's very chilling when I reflected on this and related this to Penny Bradley, a bit of Aquino's resume, and I brought it up with her, but you never really sometimes feel it. But when I was born was, of course, 1966, and 1967 was when Aquino was in Vietnam. Of course, I was born late in 66, October thereof, and I was in Taiwan. And 30,000 troops were stationed in Taiwan in the Vietnam War era. Aquino did visit Taiwan at times. And I do distinctively remember, and this was the first time I ever have consciously thought about this in years, was one of the things that I had spoken of endearingly about Michael Basham, who was this guy who worked with me for a short period of time and did a series of interviews and had been a member of the COG, the Church of God cult. But Michael Basham, one of the things he did while he was teaching English in Taiwan was he took a pilgrimage to Mackay Missionary Hospital, where I was born. And I remembered Michael Aquino saying that to me at one point, and it never really sank in until I thought about it while I was talking to Penny Bradley just yesterday about Michael Aquino when he had said he had visited Mackay Missionary Hospital. He must have done so a few years after I was born. In other words, why would he do that other than he had already known about me? And of course, Peter Moon had concluded that long time ago because he was tracking my mother. And in terms of that period of time, well, that was just something that hit me. The other thing was that, of course, it was in 1980, And we're talking about a period of time where I just started going to John O'Connell Vocational Institute. And around that time, of course, was sleeping with Leanne Prifty, who later got me the job at the Presidio Military Base Library within a short period of time. And that was the same time that Kathy O'Brien came out and basically stated that she was programmed at Fort Campbell, Kentucky in 1980 by Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino of the U.S. Army. Or rather, she came out later, but when she did come out, she said that it was 1980 was the time that she was being programmed at Fort Campbell, which was the time that I was going to, just entering John O'Connell. And it was the time that I began working at the Presidio Military Base Library, 1982, just before Michael Aquino requested that I become his liaison. That was September 5th of that year, 1982, that Johnny Gosch was abducted from a shopping mall parking lot in West Des Moines, Iowa. He was about 12 years old at the time, but what really, of course, brought that to the open was Paul Bonacci, who was a sex slave victim who said that he was used to lure Johnny Gosch into the trap, which is what they do. They get one boy to lure another. But according to Bonacci, the abduction was ordered by Michael Aquino at that time, who, by the way, I gave a chapter from a book written by Michael Aquino, a porno novel, and I gave a chapter of that to Peter Moon, in which a sales is described, as the sale of a young man is described, where a contract is signed. And of course, people might think, oh, that's ridiculous. Who would sign a contract for something as illegal as that and implicate themselves? Well, it's explained in that novel, and that's exactly what happened with Michael Aquino. And he wrote about it in such a manner, you could easily imagine Aquino as the character who's purchasing the child. He's basically describing himself. And in terms of the purchase, they have the individual who's selling the child sign a contract that they will never come back for the child again, that they relinquish all rights to that child, all rights and responsibilities. And this, of course, the other individual, the buying party does not sign it. The selling party does. This implicates them in case they ever have a change of heart or they suddenly come into a fit of conscientiousness and decide to try and have the child rescued or go after the child to basically retain rights over them or something of that nature. So in terms of Johnny Gosch, Michael Aquino picked him up at a farmhouse where he was being held and delivered him to a buyer in Colorado. So the reason that all of that makes a chilling kind of sense, well, then there was the fact that I graduated early. I took a GED, got out of John O'Connell around 1983, and it was around 1985 that we had all of the ritual abuse break out at the Jubilation Daycare Center at Fort Bragg. And that's separate from my own expositions. That's when several children reported being sexually abused at the daycare center there, and all the churches, both churches that were on base, and Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino was identified as being present at both those churches. So it doesn't matter what the denomination was, they all made way for the Satanic chaplain. So by the time that November of 1986 rolled around, when my expositions were really breaking out and causing all of the collateral damage that I had expected them to cause, and I mean that the damage against the military machine, which is your true enemy, that's when, of course, Michael Aquino and his wife Lilith were positively identified as two of the perpetrators by literally, we're talking about at that time, the original number of victims, all of them between the ages of 3 and 7. There were at least 60 of them with that original exposition that gave them the opportunity to enter their testimony. So all of them, 60 of them, identified both Aquino and Lilith. And so when you actually think of all of the allegations, as the feds would refer to them as, the children fingering him in the lineup, so to speak. Then, of course, it wasn't until, and it's almost unbelievable when you think about this, it wasn't until 1988, and in the closing months thereof, about November 4th of 1988, that the FBI raided the Franklin Credit Union in Omaha, Nebraska. And that's where, of course, and this needs to go into the book, there was evidence of ties to the mind control programs being conducted at Offutt, OFF like off, and UTT, Offutt, all one word, OFF-UTT Air Force Base near Omaha, Nebraska. And that's where the headquarters of the Strategic Air Command is located. That was a direct legacy of General, not Leslie Groves, but, oh God, who's the mad bomber again? I keep forgetting it. I keep purging his name from my mind. Curtis LeMay. That was where Michael Aquino told me Curtis LeMay had instigated his pedophile ring. And so that was a Curtis LeMay legacy. And of course, by the way, that Minot area, MINOT, that has satanic cults operating in it. That was directly tied to the Son of Sam and Manson murders.
Well, wait, that's Offutt, Son of Sam?
Minot area near Offutt, MINOT, Minot area. Okay. Minot, I'm not quite sure how they pronounce that in the English, but Offutt Air Force Base was what Aquino identified as the Curtis LeMay heritage site, so to speak, as he would call it. But when it came to Michael Aquino's questioning and those other children fingering him by 1989, honestly, when you talked about all this being damning and how nothing was done, one of the things that I expressed to Penny Bradley made her talk about how nobody was prosecuted when it came to Larry King, that black African-American Republican who was trafficking all these kids to George Bush Sr. and Ronald Reagan and all the rest. The one thing that she didn't seem to know about when she said nobody was prosecuted, there's kind of some closure that I recall now, and that was in February 5th of 1999. And she probably didn't know about it because nobody ever reported it. And nobody ever talked about it after the scandal essentially died down, and made the headlines. It did literally make the headlines, and then it just disappeared completely. But on February 5th of 1999, I distinctly remember that in the U.S. District Court in Lincoln, Nebraska, there was a hearing that was held in the matter of Paul Bonacci versus Larry King, who's not Larry King of Mike Tyson fame, Lawrence E. King. He was this other black real estate mogul who was dealing in kids. And this was a civil action in which Bonacci charged that he had been ritualistically abused by King as part of this nationwide pedophile ring that was linked to all these political figures in Washington and, of course, all the elements of the U.S. military and intelligence agencies. And that's where the subject of Johnny Gosch was brought up. And that's when Noreen Gosch, of course, she's the lady whose 12-year-old son, Johnny, had been abducted back in 1982. She provided the court with sworn testimony linking Michael Aquino to that pedophile ring. As a matter of fact, I remember almost verbatim what she said. She pretty much said, well then, there was a man by the name of Michael Aquino. He was in the military. He had top Pentagon clearances. He was a pedophile. He was a Satanist. He founded the Temple of Set. And he was a close friend of Anton LaVey. And the two of them were very active in ritualistic sexual abuse. And they deferred funding from this government program to use in this experimentation on children. And then she brought up, she said, where they deliberately split off the personalities of these children into multiples, so that when they're questioned or put under oath or questioned under lie detector, that unless the operator knows how to question a multiple personality disorder, they turn up no evidence. And she pretty much concluded it by saying that they use these kids to sexually compromise politicians or anyone else they wish to have control of. And so Paul Bonacci, who was the victim in the case, he also identified Aquino as the man who ordered the kidnapping of Johnny Gosch, and that's when he testified that he was a person who perpetrated the crime himself, or is a co-perpetrator, because at his young age, underage, he lured Johnny Gosch into the clutches of Aquino. And it was 3 weeks after the hearing, and I think it was February 27th of that year, that Judge Warren K. Urborn, Urborn, he ordered Larry King to pay $1 million United States dollars in damages to Paul Bonacci. So there was some closure there. And Paul Bonacci at that point in his life became a millionaire. So he went from sex slave to a millionaire. And I don't think anybody knows that. I've never heard anybody ever speak of that. It's to the point where I consciously totally forgot about it. But the last 48 hours of talking to Salman Sheikh and Penny Bradley rattled it out of my brain. That and all the drugs I did. But the question here, as I told Penny, isn't whether Michael Aquino is guilty of being one of the world's most, shall we say, incredibly, how do I express this, promiscuous pedophiles. And one of the most effective, and beyond that, how would I say this, productive, and I don't mean that in a positive sense. I mean productive like in mass production. He was one of the most productive mind control programmers. All the evidence, of course, speaks for itself. Rather, the question is what he always presented us with. What Michael Aquino always presented us with was, in his own, shall we say, worldview, was that there was a conspiracy against him by all of these people, including young children, making these allegations against him over all those years. And that's exactly what he claimed, and he wrote an entire book to that effect. And that's, of course, how he would rationalize all the claims against him. Now, and as I said, but I'll say it again, conspiracy or not, try to imagine his name coming up in so many cases of child abuse and sex slavery. And I know for a fact that easily, if you would come up on paper with something that could probably be found in an intensive internet search, you would find, at least in the case of legally filed claims, 200 child victims of Michael Aquino who said he fucked them over in every way imaginable. And all of whom would have had to have been carefully coached to lie without being tripped up by a more intelligent adult during questioning. And then there were, of course, all the doctors who were involved in examining those children, and who all testified that all of them had definite physical signs of having been sexually violated, who would also have had to have been on the conspiracy against Michael Aquino. And there were also the children's parents who would have either been very easily deceived by their own children, or were in on the conspiracy against Michael Aquino as well, which is exactly what he would claim. And of course, there were also all those investigators and attorneys and judges at Alaya who supposedly conspired against Aquino in the Presidio case in particular. I mean, just use the logic of Occam's razor, and it dictates that the simplest explanation that requires the least assumptions to be made is usually the most accurate. So Aquino's explanation that he's the victim of a conspiracy lacks any plausibility imaginable. I mean, even by the furthest fabulation, when compared to the alternative reality that all these people are simply speaking honestly and are supported by a very large amount of evidence that explains and exposes the inner machinations of the criminal syndicate that Aquino was deeply involved in throughout his military career. This criminal syndicate that's been central to all mind control programs and psychological operations that have been playing out on the American population since at least 1947, when the CIA was established. And that is where we have to come to grips with the fact that you had this man walking free despite all that. That is what damns society.
Just to insert L. Ron Hubbard here, and I didn't really finish my diatribe in the
Oh,
direction
please
I was,
continue. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
but you know what the way he looked at it was that this stuff was going on for millennia before the planet Earth, and that this was just a low-grade civilization that had adopted these things, where Aquino would be running free as a champion of these, what you could call a dissension program. I was talking about ascension, a descension program, which was just to keep spirits locked in, repressed, suppressed. And although he wouldn't have contextualized it as Edomic, what you call Edomic would fit into the pattern of his overall cosmology.
Yes.
It's just interesting. But what I was saying about studying Crowley, what Crowley had, I think, when I studied it, is he had a certain amount of traction in terms of what he was doing. As I studied him, information began to pour forth. And that included the Montauk Project. The Montauk Project was precipitated by my study of Crowley and what I was able to do with it and take it. I mean, it was Preston's own information, but the first thing that came out of Preston's mouth when I asked him a question was Aleister Crowley, the Wilson brothers, first thing. So I was dealing with a phenomena that was, outside of the box, to say the least. But only, and as I would, I think, engage more, I'd read books about the lost years of Jesus, or the Aquarian Gospel of Jesus Christ, or whatever, so on and so forth. It's like the story, the deeper I would look into it, there was a certain poetic or metaphorical truth, but the history was bad. And until when we were talking about the Tibetan scrolls, the story does appear historically in Tibetan scrolls. Apparently, if we can believe the writers of the history,
right?
Or I think he was a journalist or some sort of Englishman who wrote it for a paper. It's kind of obscure, but you have these Christians who will manufacture evidence or give leading evidence. They don't reference Tibet. And of course, Tibet was consistent with your story of the kings of the East, the Magi.
Yes.
And then it takes on more of a live history for me with what you say about the Edomic and Herod. Herod was a historical character for sure. And it makes more sense. I also thought it was disingenuous on the part of human beings who had talked to David Anderson. These are people I do not know, that he said many of them, somebody had once asked him in an interview about, going back to see Jesus Christ or what happened there. And he says, this is, by far what most people ask about, going back into time. And it's like they're all fixated on this. They're fixated, sort of like an obsessive compulsive disorder. They got to find out, they think this is going to explain everything to them.
It's so sad, so predictable.
Yeah, I think if they did go back to that time, they might be more disappointed than enlightened in terms of their own. Yeah, but it is a curiosity, and I think one of the most interesting questions I asked him once was, I said, "Did you ever, in all of your adventures into this, did you ever go back and look at the Montauk Project or the Philadelphia experiment?" He says, "I've been tempted to, but no," he said, "no." It was an interesting answer. I've been tempted to, but no. I think there might be trepidation over such because it might create too much chaos, going back to a time like that. But who the hell knows what he does?
I would assume that he was reluctant because of the potential of the basically two fluctuations in time converging and creating, as you said, too much of a mess. Yeah, it would collide. It would be when basically it would just be awful. Probably it was a risk he didn't want to take. It would be irresponsible. The word for it would be.
Yeah. As you say, if you just watch, yeah. But you say you think you're going to just watch, and then you get involved in the scenario. And I think that was one of the things. As soon as I became involved with Preston Nichols, even before I was involved with him, you know, I was asked to call him on the phone by his secretary, who was dropping out of psychotronics, and he immediately, and she says, call him, you know, if you want to go down there and see Space-Time Labs. And then immediately I'm involved in the drama because
it's inescapable.
Because he starts telling, and he had to, you know, pour out his story about her. And, you know, I didn't even know Preston, you know, except that I had met him once. And he's, you know, so I'm immediately, because I knew this girl better than I knew Preston, actually.
At that time, at least. At
that time, I didn't know her very well. And she was a psychotronic succubus. And she you know, so it was like, she played only a peripheral role in my life and in this, but in any case, the poor creature. But anyway,
what was her ultimate fate?
well, her ultimate fate, I mean, I don't really know, but she, you know, she had a little kid who was East Indian. You know, she was quite Caucasian, and she had married, I guess her previous husband was an Indian, but I had met her or encountered her because she was befriending this guy I knew, and he was the one that had directed me to go to Preston's. Before, he was not involved with her at that time. Mm-hmm. They must have met at Psychotronics, or they also met at the Keys of Enoch group that I went to. So what happened was we all went out to lunch together after this Sunday. It was this emissary group, Emissaries of Divine Light, that I used to attend. They were kind of like a church, but they weren't a church. Anyway, we went out to dinner after this big Sunday event, and somehow the subject came up with Preston and Montauk. I don't know what status, if the book was out yet or whatever. I think the book was out. And I wasn't trying to engage her, but it was unavoidable, the topic. And I heard that after the subject was engaged, she went out and fell flat on her back and just, you know, had some severe medical problems.
Holy shit.
And then, of course, she recovered. And then I heard she followed off what was her boyfriend to chiropractic school and drove him nuts. This is what I heard. And then she came back a few years later and, you know, this is what I heard from one of their common friends, that she had driven him nuts.
Jesus.
No, I mean, not literally nuts, but, you know, she was just a pain in the ass, and she came back and was living a quote unquote normal life, whatever that means. You know, I'm sure if I encountered her to this day, she'd be very reflective, and she was involved with Duncan. Mm-hmm. And I think that what Preston said was that when they were together, they would sort of collapse spirits, and one would think they were one and one would think they were the other. You know, in other words, kind of like, you know, not like.
It's kind of like a transmigration of souls, but.
Yes. It reminds me of what you had with the Artilect, but it's not really the same, because these are two different souls.
Right.
And it's like, yeah, and they're collapsing, and I think that stuff can happen around psychotronics. It was like twin flame phenomena, but it wasn't. It was just like collapsing spirits. And it was, as I said, she was a succubus. She was a psychotronic succubus. That's what I would call, because the first time I met her, I never had anybody. She was sucking, such energy out of me, not because I was me, because I was male.
Understood.
It was just like
Yeah,
a
I was about to say. But by the way, I'm glad that you added some detail there. You might want to add some more. What I'm going to do is let Peter take the stage for a few minutes. I'm going to run and get a little something that I need right near me right now. But our people in the chat room, there's two questions that they asked that I'm going to let Peter handle in the few minutes that I'm gone. I'll just be gone for a few moments, but I'll be on mute. And I know it's important that I hear everything Peter says, so I want to give him some space to just interact with the chat room because.
One question.
Sure.
I see one question of explaining a psychotronic succubus, what I just kind of did.
Right. So you covered that, I feel, satisfactorily. But Travis Moss, I'd like you to kind of answer that. Joe Tai, of course, is Taiwanese American, and he's basically mentioning myself. He says only Prince Lin Douglas Dietrich, my family name Lin in Chinese. He just misspelled it by accident. Lim. He says can comprehend the Bible with his Dietrich missionary English. That's very cute, and thank you. I take that very well. And he says Master Moon did a great job. Thank God he didn't get polluted by the Bible. Joe Tai says that of Peter Moon, and Sarah Thomas says blessed Salween. Love you, Sarah. And so in terms of Clarice Claudette. Hi to you too, honey. Travis Moss says, I wouldn't be surprised if Aquino, many people think this, and I'd like Peter to kind of give our answer on that. Both Peter and I feel he's dead, but, I'll let Peter handle that while I'm gone for a few moments. I'll be right back.
Well, we went through this last year when he died, and I would say the first when we did the Roswell Deception, which we haven't promoted that book at all tonight, and we should go buy the Roswell Deception if you hadn't. We need to promote this book very much so that the Presidio book can happen, and it gives people a contextualized understanding of what's going on in the world. The Roswell Deception, skybooks.usa.com or amazon.com, or you can get it on Kindle. But to get back to this question of Aquino, at the time, my strategy with Aquino, because he has shown himself to be very effective in terms of truncating dissemination of information, particularly that which comes from me. I said, what we're going to deal with, we're not going to deal with him in this book. Well, I mentioned him, but he was a mention. But in the process of writing the book, he croaked. Now, there's two versions of his croaking. One is, I think, in September, the beginning of September of last year. The other one was in the end of June. Now, it stood to reason that he did indeed die because, first off, he was ill. We know he was ill with stomach cancer. Douglas could substantiate the details. He doesn't need to, but he has before. So he was dying or had stomach cancer. He had been very nice to some woman who had helped him because he needed help to the degree he could receive it medically or physically or whatever he needed. But it just made sense that he was dead. He had stomach cancer, and all of his powers did not make him superhuman. Not to say that he didn't do extraordinary things. So, and of course, we don't hear of him anymore. He's not making his postings. And even his own website more or less acknowledged that he was gone. So, enough of him, he's gone. And whatever power he had is no longer shining in the sun, so to speak. But what was I saying about? I kind of finished the thread on Christianity. It's got a historical traction, but I said what I had to say on that. The other thing I found quite interesting, and I did a posting on it, was that the movie Gremlins, which was executive producer with Steven Spielberg, reminded me so much of the Chochoa. because
Yes.
it sort of starts in Chinatown.
Right.
In Chinatown, and these little gremlin or monsters, are sort of consistent. Then I have not yet seen the movie Gremlins 2, but the corporation that sort of ends up being the place where the gremlins go is called Clamp, which is a direct
Eclampus vitus.
the clampers, yeah, that are from the gold country. And I said, wow, this is really coming full circle. And with the Chinese connection, it all makes sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
This is like a subject that it's almost mine alone, at least as a writer. I've written about it, but it's very unique. It's a very unique sort of territory that I've carved out. There was one other writer. What is his name? Walter Bosley, who's written The Empire of the Wheel, I think it is, and he goes into the history of Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very, very interesting book. He's a former intelligence agent who talks about how intelligence agencies use synchronicity as one of their tools and coincidences. And he goes into some interesting threads, which he talks about the Sonora Aero Club, which intrigues him. And he has sort of an invisible German agency called NIMSA. I forget what it's an acronym for NIMSA, who is behind the Sonora Aero Club and comes forward into time. It's kind of the breakaway civilization type of idea. But he is an author who has written about some of this stuff that I'm interested in, although his approach is different than mine. He did have synchronicities with the name Wilson, too.
Mm-hmm.
So that was interesting. He had Wilson coming up. I don't even know if he knows about my work. I was once invited to contact him, but I didn't know that it would be of any use at that particular time. But certainly, I appreciate what he's done.
Mm-hmm.
So it's this whole thing with the gold country, and the gold country is also relevant to my adventures in Romania, which is all around their gold country.
Right.
Which it's said to be the biggest gold deposit in the world. It probably is, but we can't discount the gold mother lode in California, because although the gold rush is long since over, that was all surface gold. The mother lode, as it's called, is still there, still intact. Mm-hmm. And as Penny so astutely pointed out, and I never thought of this, but the miners or the people feeding the miners, made the money and then bought the land. Real smart.
Yeah.
Real smart. Now, I do know a guy who, he used to read my work a lot. I don't know if he still does, because he's been so involved in the anti-Scientology movement. He was a Scientologist at one point.
Of course.
And he grew up when I started writing about eclampus vitus. He grew up in that area, and he used to remember his uncle. He said his uncle would be, he was just like a little kid sitting in the living room, and all these clampers would be out there, and they'd be talking about aliens and spaceships and stuff, and that I think his uncle owned a huge amount of property. He's probably richer than hell. But yeah, so he got a big kick out of it. And I once wanted him, when I went to the gold country, I wanted to meet with him, but he couldn't do it. He was doing something. He was willing to come up from LA. But I haven't tried it, because I think he's just given too much of his life to fighting Scientology. Which his wife very much. His wife lost her son. He died out of neglect and stuff like that. She lost her son, and she's really, you know.
Is that because he spent so much time fighting Scientology?
No. It was her previous husband.
Okay.
Was the president of the Church of Scientology, and they had a kid together, and she was kept away from her son. The kid, the kid died, and then she wasn't even notified of his death, or she couldn't go visit him, and it was she has a lot of reason to be very hurt.
Right. Bitter.
And bitter. And so she spends a lot of time, with her blog and whatnot, fighting Scientology. And it's, I can't speak for her. To me, it wouldn't be healthy for me to do that. And it wouldn't be healthy for him to do that, in my opinion, but that's what they do. So I didn't engage him on my adventures out there because he's too busy doing that. And I got other things to do that are more productive for myself than expressing my waxing enthusiastic or pessimistic about Scientology. It's just, it's not something I really think about very much. And the last book I did, L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity, it was really good for me because it sort of exorcised all of that.
Thank you.
Energy.
Help purge.
Yeah, it's like I didn't do it to make money. I did it as a print-on-demand book. It helped pay for the last book I did, or the Etheric Crystal. And it did two purposes. It helped pay for the printing of that book, and it also purged it from my soul. So I don't have, Scientology issues coming up. It's just like, and I don't want to engage them. I mean, if somebody asks me a question, sure, I'll answer it, but they're not coming in because it's kind of like, okay, you put something in perspective, people can read that book and see it for what it is. And I think a lot of people that do read the book, it doesn't encourage them that we're Scientologists, because I gave it away for free for a long period of time.
Right.
And I was also kind of seeing, does that really help sales? They say, give away a book for free. It doesn't help the sales at all. It didn't help. It might have sold some of my other books, or sell it cheap. Everybody will buy it and they'll spread the word. I don't know. But so but it's like people, I don't know, their minds are not, Scientologists have a hard time, Scientologists, doesn't matter. They have a hard time bridging into the world of the occult. You might get a lot more traction with an occultist in terms of what they've experienced than you would with a Scientologist in terms of talking about the occult or the paranormal in general. You might get a lot more traction. But whatever. It's it all is what it is. So
you've done wonderfully, and I want you to continue. It's one of those things I noticed was that you tagged my page with the Gremlins post, and it was there. And now that I'm looking for it again, I know it was there because I checked in, like I said, 2 days in a row, back into the crypt to reinter myself so I could do those interviews. And now it's gone. It's gone from my timeline, but not from yours, thank God. And the thread is still there. And of course, Peter Moon handled the thread wonderfully. George Knight also contributed by bringing in
I want to read that article again by George Knight, because I want that not the whole article, but the essence of the nocturnal sleeping syndrome has to go in the book.
Yes, sudden unexplained nocturnal death syndrome. SUNS, yes.
I even put the Chichoa in the book, the L. Ron Hubbard book. It's in a fictional. I think they were throwing spears.
Interesting.
At L. Ron Hubbard. I think it was a fictitious adventure I did, which was very expressive of
right
what he was up against. Not that he was up against the Chichoa, but he might as well have been.
Yes, understood.
Yeah, and so
And in terms of what the people are saying, in case you didn't notice it, this wonderful woman, Eileen Antalya, was saying, Peter Moon, she says, are these the creatures that induce sleep paralysis? As a question. She says, I was plagued all my life. You'll find it in the stream. It's entered as a reply, so you'll have to open up the replies to see that. But I think that bears looking at, and aside from that, people responded.
that's in the box.
It's in the thread of your post, and it will be as it's entered as a reply underneath that one man's entry, Cedrock Jones, who.
Oh,
asked,
we're talking about on Facebook.
Yes.
Oh, I was looking in the stream of
consciousness. Yeah, the chat room.
The chat room. Mm-hmm. Are these the creatures that induce sleep paralysis? I was plagued all my life, called sleep paralysis, but I don't believe it was just a matter of my own body. I felt as if the soul was being lifted out of my body. It was evil, was unmistakable. It felt as though it was being done to me by external sources. Well, I would answer her probably the same way you did. It sounds like the prime candidate would be the Chichoa. But I will also say, if this was being approached with L. Ron Hubbard's version of Scientology, this would go into probably the experience of interiorization. And he had a whole rundown, which he called, I suppose you could call it in regular world terms, a psychological rundown, but it was called the exteriorization rundown, which was applying techniques to identifying attitudes, pain, sensations, and emotions connected with going into the body, being forced into the body, even being forced out, or connected to the process of going in and out of the body. This was such a incredible rundown if it was done right, because it takes the trauma out of going in and out of the body if it's done right. And what is the feeling? It's like, wow. It's like putting you in harmony. Like say you go to the first day of school and you're awkward. And let's not say you're having to deal with bullies or intimidators. It's
just normally awkward.
Yeah, normally awkward. And then after, a couple of weeks, you get into a routine and it becomes comfortable. It's like, okay, well, look at the body, going in and out of the body. Well, it can be intimidating. It can be uncomfortable. It can bring back past deaths, horrific deaths, torture. And because Aldous Huxley mentions it in the book, The Doors of Perception, is, one of the ways to get people out of the body is to, he doesn't use the word torture, but it's, sadomasochism, basically.
Trauma.
Trauma, getting people out of the body. And of course, this has been used in Montauk Project and other things to traumatize people, to get them out of the body, to access their paranormal abilities. And so sleep paralysis would definitely, it's a matter of de-traumatizing the individual. And the Chichoa do traumatize people. And this is what they do. They have to get a hook into you. And I would say that somebody who had done that rundown, such as myself, I've done it a number of times, because you do it. The first time I did it, I couldn't be audited or processed. They stopped. They didn't know what to do with me. In other words, I didn't behave properly. I don't saying that I was misbehaving, but
you didn't respond properly in a way that was conducive.
Most of it had to do with the meter. The meter was not responding properly, so they had a advanced technical person who they hired, and he immediately spotted it. He asked me the question, "Have you gone exterior?" And the meter said it more than I did. I don't know. I got maybe. I don't know. And anyway, they put me into this rundown, and it resolved everything. It made me auditable again. And boy, was it, because what had happened is I had actually gone out of my body in my first Dianetic session. It was so spectacular.
Wow.
It was so fantastic that I didn't know what it was. I didn't know what that feeling was. Did I feel relief? Did I feel joy? Yes. Was I out of my body? Yes. Yes. Not necessarily visually, but it was like being released and floating on air. So they gave me the rundown, and I never forget after the rundown, I remember riding my bicycle back to where I live and just feel like I was floating on air. It just felt fantastic. And these experiences were what, not everybody had that experience, by the way. Some people never experienced exteriorization, but people would have such experiences, and it would, they would sign up for Scientology forever. It would just completely transform their life.
Mm-hmm.
And they, wow, if it can do this, it's the greatest thing in the world. And I was not an exception to that, because it was demonstrable. It was demonstrable physical universe proof. And then, as I say, and the only reason actually I was able to raise I think the $125 that I needed for that, the registrar that signed you up for the service, it was $125. It doesn't sound like a lot of money, and it really wasn't a lot of money then. It was a decent amount of money, but it wasn't a lot. But I didn't have the money, so she said, good old David Toshiyuki, my Japanese friend, who was my partner in Scientology.
Wow.
She says, David, he's got a new job. You can have his job. He said you can have his job at the dishwasher as a dishwasher. So I just went into the restaurant up the block, and I said, they hired me right away. I got my first real job through Scientology, and that money went towards that. And it was like, wow, it was like real practical life survival. And then with what I learned, plus I was a good worker anyway. I was going to work my way up the restaurant and to become manager. It was easy. I became a cook, and I was on my way to, being in the restaurant business.
Wow.
It's very interesting. One time I was at this Chamber of Commerce meeting, and this woman, Bathsheba, I met this woman, Bathsheba, and she was an older woman. And, I started, asking her, she liked to sunbathe in the nude. No, I didn't ask her that, because Bathsheba, I did ask her, but she knew that story very well, because Bathsheba was the wife of King David, and she would bathe in the nude, or sunbathe in the nude to attract, what was it, the man she wanted to kill, or
I suppose
or she wanted her husband dead, or I don't know what it was, but she was so anyway. So this woman, Bathsheba, I don't think she looked at my hand. I think she looked at my birthday, and she says, "You've been in the food service business. In fact, you've been in it twice." She could just tell. She says, "You're right." She didn't know. I didn't tell her any of the story. I was in the food service business there, and then later on in Scientology, I was in the food service business. In fact, I was also in it on Long Island for a little while. So it's never a business that I wanted to be in. Although I was very happy to learn how to cook, because it gave me a lot of confidence. Something I always wanted to learn how to cook in case I ever needed to cook for myself.
Right.
And although I do not claim to be a great cook, or it's not even something I want to do. Actually, when I do cook, as my daughter used to say, you cook better than mom. And her mom was a good cook. She says, you put tender, loving care into the food, she said.
Wow.
Which I do if I'm cooking something. And I did make my first lasagna while Paula was away. It was very, it was
First
very
in your life? This is the first time you've done that?
Yeah, because lasagna is my favorite dish, and it was my daughter's favorite dish. And my daughter, and she learned how to make it. She makes great lasagna. Paula makes it, and I had to call Paula for the recipe that she uses, and I made it. I would have made it again till the stove crapped out. I had to get it. We got a new stove for the downstairs. The oven crapped out.
Jeez.
After
Oh my
20
God.
years or something. So I have this new stove, and she's been making it now. But yeah, so I did a good job on making the lasagna, and so be it. But anyway, but you got to have a recipe. You got to know what you're doing.
Right.
So anyway, so much for that. But yeah, that just said something for Bathsheba. She looked at my birth date. She didn't look at my chart.
That's
She looked
incredible.
at my birth date. I think she was a psychic intuitive.
It had to be.
Account-
I mean,
Yeah.
it couldn't be mere chart reading, or it had to be something psychic.
Well, she was using the dates or the numbers or
To
whatever.
focus. That was her anchor. That was her focus.
Yeah. So, I mean, it says something for such. But anyway, we're talking about sleep paralysis. So a lot of the things I did in Scientology have given me a strong defense when it comes to a lot of these occult forces
These assaults.
that eat people up.
Yeah.
And as you say, I've had battle in my dream state. I've had some, dross or tripe come up in the dream state, which is something that, okay, well, what am I doing? I'm shoveling crap here, occult crap, and I'm processing it. And the stuff I did initially with the Montauk Project was much more, I guess, dramatic and harder to do, because I was really changing people's minds. And now, everybody catches on. Everybody knows about MK Ultra. Everybody knows about, people know more about MK Ultra than I do, but they don't really know, because they're still churning it.
Well, this is the problem, is that too many people know of these phenomenon, but they don't know anything about them. They think they do, and they just read.
They parrot it. They become the mind control themselves.
Thank you.
And they start, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, they become the mind control. So what is it? It's like, instead of being mind controlled by watching soap operas, they're now being mind controlled by reading alternative media.
It's true.
And it's not totally true, but it is true. It's true enough.
Yes.
Because some people do breakthrough. Now, this person I'm going to meet with tomorrow has had plenty of breakthroughs in her own life, long before she ever got to Peter Moon, long before, and apparently these are furthering her, what she calls her ascension process. And I will have an interesting talk about that, in terms of transmutation, ascension, because ascension in its New Age sense refers to the fact that you're going to have, your DNA is going to change, and you're kind of gonna, it's kind of like the rapture in a way, because you're gonna, kind of, your body's gonna sort of melt into a higher plane of consciousness. And you don't need the body to do that. There are the stories of Jesus ascending, literally, and after he resurrects, his body is different. It's kind of like a taser; you can't touch it. And so it's a different, operating at a different vibrational frequency. And so I guess one of the most evolved ways to look at it is that you could, create and uncreate your body at will and appear where you wanted to appear. You'd be like your own time machine. You wouldn't need David Anderson's time machine. You could just put your body into a different state. But your body's not going to be corporeal in this sense. It's going to be sort of a doppelganger type of a thing. It just doesn't, because what do you need this meat for? Or are you in such command that you can, manifest the meat and unmanifest it? But what happens to the missing tooth you had? You got to recreate all that too. It's quite complex. It's quite complex. And what do we need to be living in this life for anyway? What is the purpose? Do we need to maintain this body? To see who wins the next World Series? To make sure that our kid gets through college. We can get our kid through college. We can get our kid to get a job, but how long does it go on? You're there to play a role, and the person is essentially on their own. At some point, we all lose our parents. We're on our own. So, how long do you need to hang on to your body? For what purpose? These are rhetorical questions, with no specific answer. It's so be it. I plan to live a long time.
Yes, well, you should.
I plan to. I mean, as of now, I plan to. That could change, but I don't think it will, because life is good. But it's rather an insular life, because I don't even feel like traveling.
Well, believe me, that's a good thing. It shows that you're fulfilled. Traveling may be fine or great, but honestly, first off, it's the age of COVID. And second, it's it's just not all that it's cracked up to be for most people. It's
I want to mention with you, I did promote the book. You probably heard me, but I mentioned one thing, to my daughter about, she released a new song with a new video, and I said, how's it going? Well, it's not happening. And her whole experience as an artist is, she used to get great reviews and stuff, but the whole world has changed.
Yes.
And she says I said, oh, well, I'm having the same problem with my new book. She says, it's people's attention span is so short.
Yes.
And there's so many other things out there that, that there's more competition. And it's not even competition for better books or better music. It's competition for your attention.
Yes.
It's competition for your attention. And by the way, I went onto Amazon Prime last night on the TV. I was, and I wasn't actually going to watch TV, but I wanted to see what was on, see if there was anything I would want to, and I couldn't find anything I'd even want to watch by the descriptions. I've had that problem. Every time I go on Netflix or Amazon Prime, there's nothing that even remotely interests me. I said, I don't want to watch that.
I'm not surprised. By the way, I was curious when I spoke of my sponsor, Ben Estenius, and how he had been watching this historical documentary. I was wondering whether you confused that, when I was bringing that up, with what you had reviewed with Paula. Both of you had been looking at this kind of Nazi Hunter series that had, all of the old Jewish actors in it. I can't remember exactly.
No, that was different. Paula could only watch one episode. That was with Al Pacino.
Right, and
very entertaining and comical.
Right.
That was very different. That was a drama. What I'm talking about is the Nazi Hunter series. That was, I'm sure it was the same one he was talking about.
I don't think so. The one he's talking about is specifically called Hunting Hitler, and there's a lot of episodes in it, and it's just that they're very.
Yes.
Okay. Right.
Yes, except it's not the History Channel.
No, I don't believe so. No. Don't believe so.
No, I think it is the hunting Hitler.
Okay. Well, I mean, of course. Yeah.
I'll try and verify that.
Okay.
I'll look to see if I can dig up the old emails from this guy.
Right. Because I was just curious about that because, of course, just so people understand it, they go into great detail talking mostly to eyewitnesses and pretty.
Yep. Shark hunters.
Okay.
Yeah, the guy. Yeah. TV series about hunting Hitler. The shark hunter. Yeah, this guy contacted me. Yeah, he's full of it. I mean, I don't mean full of shit. He means full of information. He's full of information. And yeah, shark hunters. And only thing wrong was that he was being promoted by Jeff Rense. Okay.
Right, yeah, and of course Jeff Rense is a problematic character, but can't hold that against the individual. Jeff Rense, promoting somebody is.
Yeah, and Jeff Rense is talking about La Palma.
Of course he would.
Yeah, I mean, he won't touch me with a 10-foot pole. Never would.
Who, Jeff Rense?
Yeah.
Oh, well, fuck him anyway. I mean, you don't want to be touched by Jeff Rense. That's the kiss of death. I mean, I got interviewed by him once. He wanted to put me on his radio station, and then he was asking me to pay for it, even though he was only asking for like $20 a month or something like that. It was preposterous. I said, are you fucking kidding me? And anyhow, after that, that's when he decided he was going to strike back. He had me on his show to talk about Pearl Harbor, and then he brought on the guy to argue against me, who was the big Alex Jones station guy. He was on Genesis Radio Network, the idiot who... thank God he wound up being sued by, Melania Trump, because he said that she was basically a stripper and a prostitute. And that was that stupid Franklin Delano Roosevelt worshipper, that Roosevelt socialist cultist, whose name was, he was that economist, I forget his name, Webster Tarpley, and so he brought him on to basically act as a contrapuntal against Douglas Dietrich. And Webster Tarpley, of course, says, oh, the Japanese attacked because they're an evil people, and of course there's no,
it's like, this is what was pointed out to me by my producer friend, and he says, Ancient Aliens, he said, is the most successful show in the history of cable TV.
Disgusting.
Because it's been on for 20 years. No, but this is the thing. He says, it's always, in other words, it doesn't counter the argument. It feeds people watch it because they're interested in aliens, and it never disappoints. You see, you don't have somebody up there saying, there are no aliens. There are no aliens. And he said, this is the problem with the documentary they did on Montauk. I can't even remember, Mysteries Decoded. In other words, they have this good cop, bad cop routine. And when you have a good cop, bad cop, they both sound like idiots. It's like pro-COVID, anti-COVID, pro-vax, anti-vax. Yes. It's like, what is this? Is this like a school debate? It's like,
Yeah, it cancels itself out. It doesn't serve anybody.
You can take which side and debate it, and it becomes a question of who's the better debater, not right. What is the real issue.
Thank you.
And it's like, why even engage in this sort of thing? So if you want to engage an audience, like, say, what is the point? If you're going to interview somebody, what is the point of tearing down the interview? You're trying to hear what they have to say, what their story is, because you don't need, and say in the case of Japan, you don't need somebody going, unconditional surrender, U.S. Missouri. You don't need somebody saying, everybody knows that.
Thank you.
Everybody knows that. And it's like, I want to be objective here. He's not being objective. Not even hearing the original story. Yeah. So, so much for this. And then his website is loaded with stories and stories and stories and interviews. I mean, listen, the guy's doing regular shows. Too much information.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Well, Jeff Rance, I mean, I could go on for a while about him. Yeah, go.
Energy, but he's never been, he's just one of the alternative media people who certainly has had no use for me.
Thank you. Well, he's never made it, and he's one of those also rans and never wers that just basic.
Well, I heard from my author, who's now deceased, Wade Gordon. He told me that him and Art Bell had Art Bell really screwed him over.
Uh-huh.
What was he said? He said, you know, Art Bell just did everything he could to humiliate Jeff Rance. I mean, this is the type of competition, you know, like, you know, who has time for that? You know?
Well, this is their world, but whether Art Bell did that or not, it sounds like something Art Bell would do. I mean, it's hardly unbelievable. It's
yeah, it had to do with numbers and money and all sorts. Art Bell was very rich.
Yeah,
he was very rich, and Jeff Rance was not. But
he's wealthy enough, believe it or not. I mean,
but not on the Art Bell.
Oh no, yeah, no way.
And you know, who are these people? It's all right. You know, they're just. I remember I was supposed to be interviewed once by some radio station in Santa Cruz,
mm-hmm.
and it was in the Black Sun.
Uh-huh.
They were very interested in the Nazi thing, and then somehow they found out, you know, L. Ron Hubbard was in the book, or I had been connected to, and they just went cold turkey on me.
Oh, of course.
Oh, I mean, it was like the reaction was like, you know, and here I wasn't beating a drum for Hubbard. I will tell people that well, I mean, in a sense, I do beat a drum for him, but I'm not telling people to go there. It's just like, boy, they react. In fact, actually, if you want, before I go to bed, I'm ready to go to bed, but I have a special treat I want to share with everybody to get a little bit of flavor for L. Ron Hubbard. And it's, let me see if I'd have to dig it up here. It'll take just a second.
Take your time. There is no rush.
Okay, this is, let me see. Yes, this is it. Okay. L. Ron Hubbard, in his most recent marriage to Mary Sue, had two sons, Quentin, who passed away in 1976. That's a whole nother story. And the younger son, Arthur. Arthur was the youngest of his children with Mary Sue. And Arthur was aboard the Apollo, and I didn't know he existed till I was told to go wake him up one time. It was my duty to go wake him up. No, I didn't. It must be his son. You know, I mean, I didn't know about Suzette. I knew he had Quentin and Diana. They were publicly paraded. I didn't know about Suzette. I didn't know about Arthur. But I'd learned about Suzette. But anyway, I'd encountered her. But Arthur, I had to wake up Arthur. That's how I found out who he was. Arthur was like, he didn't have much of a job. He took care of Hubbard's motorcycles. And I remember him once getting assigned treason because he wasn't doing anything, taking care of them. You know, they weren't being cared for, so he got assigned the condition of treason, which was, you know, not very pleasant. But again, he wasn't doing his job. What's he supposed to do?
Thank you.
He liked to goof off a lot. Yeah. As he grew a little bit older and we moved ashore, he became an artist. And he was a good artist. I mean, that's where he flourished as an artist. Never showed, as far as I could see, any much interest. He matured to the point where he would do a job and he would do the artwork. You know, he lived a few doors down from me at one point. Wow. In Clearwater, but I didn't really interact with him. But because there was really nothing there to interact with for me, you know. Unless, you know, people like to be his friend because he was a Hubbard. I worked directly for his father, so anyway. But he is he's later in life, because he's at a blog. He's got a blog, and he Arthur Ronald Conway Hubbard.
Jesus.
And this is an article he's writing on the wild mind. And he gets very philosophical. He's inherited his father's philosophy. And he talks about Scientology 1.0 versus Scientology 2.0. 1.0 is kind of the good old days, you know, and he never did the upper levels. But he's very philosophical. He's very intelligent. He didn't manifest a lot of that intelligence when he was younger. He wasn't. You know, he was more into shooting with his pea gun or whatever, or just having a good old time, because he was born into Scientology. Now he kind of wrestles with it. But he said something very interesting. He's reading Joseph Campbell, but he says something very interesting about his father. And I'm going to read it to you.
And by the way, he's still alive. One of his sons died.
Very much so. I think he's born in 57, or maybe 59. And of course, I did write to him and told him who he knows who I am.
Okay.
And he never responded. L. Ron Hubbard's thing with communication. He might have, Hubbard was big on communication, but the thing is, he might have a policy of not communicating to former Scientologists. But anyway, it's okay.
Yeah.
It would be fun to talk to him, but he talks about magic in the article, and I'm not going to. He's kind of like saying how when he was younger, he was critical of seeing these. Okay, this is what he says. Back when I was a callow youth, I had become frustrated and impatient with the kind of talk that had become commonplace among the newer Scientologists of the 60s and 70s about their special magical knowledge and supernatural abilities. He's not talking about magic with a K. Just right. Maybe nothing wrong with that, I guess, except we're in an era in the West where it seems the subjective is often taken too much out of context, and the objective world, as a result, is getting increasingly short shrift. The chatter seemed to my young mind to be developing into a concomitant and unwise decrease in critical thinking. Now, the guy was rational. I said he was smart. He sees these people waxing, metaphysics. Yeah. What with rising incompetence, deteriorating constancy, and perhaps most ominously, the enabling of many bad actors, such as the countless louche and disreputable types that commonly prey upon the more credulous, of which we had more than our fair share, it appeared I may have had a point. I mean, and that what he's saying there is he saw a lot of disreputable people in Scientology that were preying on people's credulity. And he says, it appeared I had a point. I mean, I didn't have a problem with the so-called woo-woo, but I did if it seemed to displace useful good sense. So one day during dinner with my dad, just the two of us, and I personally can't imagine him having dinner with his dad. I'm sure he's telling the truth, because when, where, and how? Because, sometimes the family would eat dinner on the ship, in the lounge. But I mean, I'm sure he had time and opportunity to have dinner. It's just, I find it interesting. So one day during dinner with my dad, I complained about this by blurting out grumpily, "Where's all this magic everybody keeps on about?" He looked astonished and then asked me, "What magic?" I explained. Then he asked, "You don't see the magic?" And I said, "No." "Well, come on now," he said. "What magic are you talking about?" I thought for a second and said, "Such as seeing through walls and levitating things, I guess." He said, looking even more surprised, "You can't levitate things?" And I said, "No." He looked further perplexed and asked, "You can't levitate those?" indicating the salt and pepper cellars on the table between us. I indignantly and emphatically said, "No." "Really?" he said. "You can't levitate those salt and pepper shakers?" Harumphing, I got up out of my chair at the end of the table and made a great show. "Well, not unless I get up like this, go over to them like this, and grab them with my hands and do this," jerking the shakers dramatically up in the air. Dad looked at me smiling then and said, "And that's not magic?" We had a really good laugh. That's his story of his interaction with his father.
Wow.
You see how his father was just like so creative in the way he was interacting with him.
Yes. Yes.
Just like this is a clue into what Hubbard was like in real life. He's like, you know, he's just like not only into the moment, he's beyond to the moment. And basically telling him that raising salt and pepper up with your hands is magic.
Right.
And that's kind of the lesson. But he's just, you know, he engages this, you know, his son's incredulous. He said, what is this magic everybody's talking about? He said, you know what they're talking about? And he kind of leads him to believe there is magic. You don't know what they're talking about? And then it's you know, it's living your own damn life.
Right.
It's just doing it. That's the magic. And that's really what Scientology was about. It's not about, you know, flying through the air like Casper the Ghost. It's about how to negotiate your own life and how to pick up the salt and pepper, how to, you know, how to make lasagna, how to write a book, how to get Douglas Dietrich's book to sell. You know, we both have enough knowledge of magic in both the sense that he's talking about here and the other sense that, you know, we should indeed be able to make this work.
Right.
Just and I think we are. And one more digression.
Of course.
I'm going to see if they've updated the because we did get an increase last week.
Okay.
I'm going to my distributor's web. Oh no, it's not going to happen. They want me to have a voice call authorization. I'm not going to do this now. Too much BS.
Okay.
I don't know why. We just did it the other day.
Right.
I was going to get an updated report. It wasn't updated. Anyway, with that little bit of you must have found that interaction with Hubbard kind of interesting.
Of course. Of course.
And it's people can look at his blog if they want to and read it. It's fine. I could perhaps share some other stories someday from his personal communicator who writes some really neat. I mean, he did it a long time ago, a few years ago, who wrote about his interactions with Hubbard on a personal level at St. Hill when he was in England. He became his, I think he was hired to be the family butler.
Wow.
And he ended up being the personal communicator and was as close to Hubbard as anybody was. And, you know, he had his ups and downs. But, you know, he's a whole nother story. He's still alive in Scotland, and I haven't written to him in a couple of years. But in any case. Okay, so I'll sign off. And
Okay.
thank you for answering my questions on Michael Aquino. I have, I'm not going to go crazy with it, but I have a lot more context and information, and it will help in getting this thing done. So, okay, everybody have a good night, and I'll talk to you soon.
I look forward to it. Bless you. We love you dearly and share our love with Paolo, okay?
Okay, good night.
Okay, good night. Hugs. And we'll speak again very soon. And with that, Pac-1 Morales, are we still on? Just out of curiosity. And let me see if I can hook up with anybody to help cover me for a few minutes here, because I do have to tend with something. So let's take a look at what I asked Lou Rist, and also send that over to our man Pac-1, and then check around a bit for somebody else, and take it from there. Appreciate everybody's patience, and of course it's a pity that our dear Peggy, Penny, has been going through what she's been going through. So let's see if we can ask somebody else as well going to shoot this around. So if anyone can come on now, that would help. And let's see now. In terms of everybody who was responding earlier, I'll have to see if we can get them back. And obviously that might be a problem. So this is the problem about not having a producer when I'm dealing with some domestic emergencies, technical emergencies. And it is, of course, insoluble. It's one of these things where I may have to put some fucking music on or something. And so let's ask Brandon Young. Let's see. Brandon Young here. Reach out to everyone. Okay. Brandon Young, let's see if I can give him a call, as a matter of fact, or anyone else. It's pity Salmon Shake can't join us for a few minutes. Or Crystal River. Let's see now. Ask her for a bit. Ask her if she can come on bandwidth. Anyone, really. And of course, anyone who wants to come on, do let me know. Okay. And let's see. If anyone in the chat room wants to come on, let me know. Okay. Clarice Claudette, you have Skype. Do you want to come on for a few minutes? Let's see. Or Daniel Arola. Let me call him. And it shouldn't be too late for Daniel. Let's see who can respond. Daniel Arola here. Daniel. Here we are. Okay. See if I can reach out there. And the problem was I just changed my phone service too, so I have nothing on speed dial. So a lot going on right now, and we'll take anybody who can come on bandwidth for a few minutes. Let's see, Daryl Neely, there we are. Let's ask him. See if he'll respond. And so desperately need somebody to respond. And there we are. So anybody in the chat room wants to come on, this is your fucking chance. This is your time. So, okay, was listening to our conversation. Okay, good, wonderful, he's saying, yeah. And not good now, dealing with a technical emergency, and I have to deal with this instantly. So somebody in the chat room, Clarice Claudette, I do have her... okay, who wants to come on? So let me ask them. Dream come true. Marky Milk. So can you come on, Marky Milk? Okay, who wants to come on? Okay. So I need somebody in the chat room. Anybody who can come on right now and hold the stage for several minutes. I've got to tend to a technical emergency. I mean, kind of like the equivalent of a fucking domestic fire. Somebody come on the fucking stage, hold the goddamn show so I can deal with this. And I need somebody right now to come online. So, sure. Okay, okay, let's try and think here. You know, give me your ID. I need your Skype ID. So send me your Skype ID, please. And, okay, great. He says, okay, hold on. I'll have to turn my computer on. Great. Send me your Skype ID and Clarice Claudette as well. So Clarice Claudette, turn your computer on. And, Marky Milk, send me your Skype ID and, you'll have to send it to me by email, or wherever. If you're on Facebook, send it to me in the Facebook. Okay. Live stream. Okay, my Skype ID. I'll give him mine. Skype ID is okay. And send me your Skype ID, Marky Milk. Great. This is the fucking problem when I don't have a producer. So as for, let's see if I can call Clarice Claudette. All right. Clarice Claudette. Chat 5 days ago. Here we are. Give her a call. At least it's ringing. Okay. Skype registers as her as unavailable. Okay, go back into the old call. And so at least Peter didn't hang up, or nobody else hung up on it. So let's see now. If anybody's responding, okay, you can try now, says Clarice. Okay, good. Okay, so here we go. This is Clarice Claudet. There we are. Gonna press the add button. Okay, it registers her as unavailable. So Clarice, I'm supposed to call you, not the other way around. All right, so let's try this again. Here we are. Okay, so Clarice, pick up your phone.
Hello?
Yes, thank God. Okay.
No, I'm sorry. I was trying to answer it. I hope this is not
We're live.
camera.
Yeah, we're live. We're live and we're being recorded. Okay, I need you to hold the stage while I put out a fire, okay? So, stage is yours. And so just do it. Go with it. Talk about anything you want, all right? Thank you.
I'm sorry. I was trying to answer it. I hope this is not
We're live. Honey, nobody can hear you. Nobody can hear you.
I know. You know why? It's because I have my cell phone next to me and I'm trying to figure out.
Turn the cell phone off, honey.
Okay. I'm old. I was in bed, but I got out since you had emergency.
Yes, I have to put out a fire, okay? Now, please hold the stage.
Okay.
Talk about anything you want.
Am I on here by myself or is there other people? Hello? Well, I guess we'll talk about magic and trauma. Actually, I mean, I'm very interested in the things that Douglas has to say and Peter has to say, because so many people nowadays are searching for spirituality, trying to find out who they are, what's going on in the world, and we're not really schooled. We're not schooled in a form of spirituality in the way that it's being handled as far as the scientific nature, the magical aspects that they really go into great detail about. And this hooks onto the body, just like Peter was saying. It causes many problems, like many problems for years that people don't even understand what it is. So I had been trying to contact Douglas to find out more information about the different forms of magic, the different forms of what the techniques that some of these spiritualists use as far as language of light, speaking in tongues, because this seems to be a big market, a big retail market of what a lot of these people are doing to sell their so-called spiritual products. But how does this hook onto this nervous system? What is this form of light? What is this aspect of the root origin? And have you been impacted by this? If you've been impacted by this, let us know. Let Douglas know, because for me, I feel like this is what's plaguing plaguing many root causes of disease, lots of different trauma going on that can be resolved. I think it's the root cause for the feminine issue, a lot of it with fibroids and cysts. Even for men, prostate problems, the things that they're talking about that hook on to the body, and even egregors, like lots of these people are charging up this energy, and you don't even know about it. Like even through sigils, especially today, since today is Halloween. Okay, let's get into a real conversation. Let's get into a depth conversation about some of the different things that are going on in language, some of the truth aspect. Now it's a different generation. Now we have access to the internet. Now people can freely look up this information and find out. It's not, let me just not have blind faith anymore. Let's see, there's many people out there who have had real experiences now that we can begin to articulate. Now that we can begin to just know more about it, and the fact that Douglas has gone through these experiences. He's witnessed these rituals. He can come back and tell us lots of these different things where we can have a real conversation about who these entities are. Why are we pledging our lives to them?
Beautiful. You're doing beautiful. I'm so proud of you. Keep that up. I'll be back soon enough.
Okay,
Give me another 15, 20 minutes.
After all of my experiences, I'm almost a hermit.
You're beautiful. You're doing great. Just keep going.
It's hard for me to articulate these things in the way that Douglas does. But this is why we need to support him. This is why people out there in the world that are listening to these things, the work that he does, it is a living art. It is a living library. And the fact that he's talking about these magical things, and this work with sigils and all of these things, we have to come to a point in time that we realize that these are not only past occult rituals. These are different forms of light, different forms of energy that have found a way to govern our body, govern our mind, govern the functions of our body. And the only way to get out of this trap in this false matrix prison is to understand the mechanics of it. Okay, so let's understand the mechanics that he is talking about that are maybe put into place by different forms of language, different forms of magnetism, where so you cannot isolate it and say it's one thing. So basically what Douglas and many others are trying to do is say, let's put the pieces of the puzzle together. And let's stop being fractured. Okay, he made a comment about transmigration of the soul. What about the soul? Let's have a real conversation. Let's say that ever since we were born, even pre-birth, we have always been trained to say, let's take the power outside of ourselves. Let's pray to this deity. Let's pray to that deity. Actually, it's a form of summoning. Let's summon this thing to help us, this thing to help us. Instead of understanding who these things or who these beings are. But do we ever say, let's ask for our own soul, our own spirit? Let me tap.
By the way, I'm just checking in with you, and you're doing fabulous. So I'll be done soon enough,
Okay.
but give me another 10, 15 minutes.
I'm holding the fort down for
You're
you.
doing great, honey. You're beautiful. I love you. Mwah. Okay, I
And-
got your emails too.
So,
Got your emails too.
let's get down to real spiritual business. Let's not be spiritual retards anymore.
Yeah.
Let's take the knowledge that they are saying and bring it into this new era and figure out how we can implement this, how we can implement it to heal our lives, to take all the different fractured components from from everything that is happening to us, like real life in society, even the imprint from the news, to cause us to be chaotic, to cause us to always have fear, frustration, division. Let's go beyond the blood brain barrier. Let's go beyond the racial barrier and get to the root that he's talking about of the spiritual things. That's his core message. His core message is to say all of these things that have been going on. Okay, a lot of what he's talking about is Roswell and the military, the army. But what is the art of war? Okay, let's flip it around and say the art of war is for us to love, for us to heal ourselves from the war memory, from the war trauma, from the collective trauma for generations past of all this war. What can we do? What can we do right now? We can understand the root cause and say, how can we flush this out of our system? And not like Peter was just saying, not in some woo-woo way, okay? Within holistic medicine, within things that we can really take responsibility and say, let's just silence the mind. Let's, try to make an effort, a real effort to heal the body, and just share your knowledge and understand. We have to get to the point where it's not just scriptures on a page. We are the living scriptures. It's now, okay? If there is no time, if everything is back and forth in forward motion, we have to take responsibility and not give our power to some outside source that we don't even know what it is anymore, in a beautiful art form. So what can we do? You can create, you can love, and we can start to expose, just like they're doing. We can just start to expose like the fraud that's going on in the community, and just wake up.
Yes, so much fraud in the community, and people victimized. Right, I'll be right back. I just wanted to say hi, and Veronica Berrera came in and said Happy Halloween. Douglas, hola a todos. So I wanted to say buenas noches a todos, Senora Veronica. Right now, honey, I'm putting out a fire, so the fire is out for the most part, but I'm definitely drenching the remains. Somebody set a Halloween trick-or-treat fire on my property here.
Yeah, it was trick-or-treat, huh?
Yes, so I have to take care of that. And in the meantime, while I'm tending to this, the wonderful Clarice Claudette is Clarice Claudette. She's this wonderful human being.
This was a Halloween surprise attack on me.
Oh yes. But hopefully it turns into more of a treat than a trick. But right now I want her to explain to everyone about how people are being victimized by spiritual predators. I did get your emails earlier, honey, and I'm very grateful for them. And in the meantime, the stage is yours. I'll be back in about 10-15 minutes.
And this Art Bell, he actually promoted the lady I was telling you about. I don't know if you want me to say her name or not.
Oh, that figures. You can talk about whatever you want.
Yes. In her books, okay? I mean, he is a promoter of the books.
That figures. I'm not surprised. Yeah. So go on from there. I'm gonna take the earbuds off. I'll be back soon.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess I'll just tell y'all a little bit about my story. My name is Clarice Claudette, and I'm a gemologist, and I was doing some research for a jewelry line that I wanted to create that dealt with ancient artifacts. So I had studied in Israel, Africa, Jordan, and Turkey, and excavated in a lot of these different places. Had a lot of different metaphysical experiences, but at the time I wasn't really sure what they were, because I could not verbally articulate at that point what these metaphysical experiences were. But as a child, my mother was a Catholic, but she also went to many different churches. They called it it's like a not a Pentecostal movement, okay, where she would bring me to all these places where they would pray over me in tongues. So I could remember this going on all the time, very late into the night, at least once or twice a week. She would bring me to places where they were praying the rosary and very, very fervent about this. Okay, so as a child, I understood the nature of when somebody would pray in tongues with you, it would not all be coming from one source. And I could remember putting my hands up trying to deflect this energies. So then later, as an adult, I decided that I was going to go to Israel and find out who this God was, study who this God was, to do research for some of the different, inspiration for the jewelry collections and excavate and things like that. So then after I did that, and I created the jewelry pieces, I was looking for somebody to help me transcribe some things in ancient languages, and I knew that there was more to the story, that it wasn't only in these ancient texts, but I had searched all the Apocrypha, and I still could not find all the information that I wanted. One of the pieces was the Urim and Thummim, which is the breastplate of the high priest, the Kohanim, and I knew that there was more information about it, and John Dee was, bringing forth the Enochian language, and they called those like some of the different seer stones. So anyway, basically it was like they were seeing through those stones. So I always believed that this Urim and Thummim had some form of a magical power that worked in conjunction with the Ark of the Covenant, but in some form of metaphysical way that could potentially open portals, or maybe it was a tangible object, but that it also could have potentially opened like worlds, realms, spheres of other things, that there was more to the story. There was more that was actually going on, because if you read the text, it was saying that the high priest would go in there on like the Day of Atonement, and if he didn't come back, they had to tie the string to his ankle, or maybe the goat would come out. Anyway, so hey, who knows what was really going on if the story is real. Anyway, the point is, after all of this, then I started to seek into higher knowledge of spiritual things. And so I came across a spiritual teacher. Her name is Almeen. She's out there because she was speaking in so-called the language of light. So at the time, I was very green. I was like a deer in the headlights. I knew that there were other forms of magical powers and things dealing with other forms of energy, but I could not articulate this because it was nowhere in my sphere of influence. It's just that I had empathically felt these energies. So anyway, she was producing this music, praying over people in this language of light, but all of these things that she was doing, they did other things where they use these energies that Douglas and Peter so graciously go into detail about these things where they would do this freezing, they sexually abused me, they stole all my money, they did like all these various harnessing techniques, but it took me years to unpack this because it caused me lots of physical conditions, physical medical conditions, and so I had not really even been wanting to talk to anybody about this I actually feared that she would even try to sue me, because this is the problem in the New Age community. The thing is, people who are spiritually inclined, lots of these people can see that, they visually see it, and they like hook onto them, and they try to work on stealing their life force center. And this is very prevalent, and so I'm very upset about it. I'm very mad about it. I reached out to Douglas to see if he could help clarify some different things for me on the nature of the different forms of things that some of these magical practices that these entities are doing. So I know that in my situation, how it has impacted and affected my life and my spiritual journey. Most people who do have a soul are on this spiritual journey, whether it's outward, trying to look for a group, or inward. Everybody is trying to find a language to place this intangible thing, but it's not one thing, it's many things, it's many factors. Right. And that's why, in ancient times, there were storytellers. These were passed down as oral traditions.
Storytelling is so important, and you're doing a fabulous job. I'm just giving everybody a status report. I'm safe. The property is safe. Fire damage has been retained to a minimum thanks to the very quick and expedient response of Clarice Claudette. So I certainly owe her. And what I'm going to do is, of course...
You summoned me to the party.
Yes, and of course it's, well, what do you expect for a Halloween night? It's a good thing that I was home after all to host a transmission so that I would be here to put out the fire. But at any rate, these people who started it, obviously whoever did it ran.
What happened?
Oh, well,
what happened?
The important thing is that I'm safe, the property's safe, and I'm taking care of it now. Obviously, it was somebody set a fire on my property, and this was part of the Halloween trick-or-treat type attack. It would make sense because of the occult significance of this night that this would happen, but we can deal with ramifications of that later. What I'm going to do is, after I kind of
clean... Is the fire out?
I'm sorry, honey?
Is the fire out?
Yes, honey. Yes, honey. So what I'm going to do now is clean up a bit. What I have to do is, after every fire, there's a bit of a rubbish pile. I'm going to have to clean that, and it's thirsty enough work where when I'm done with that, I'm going to make myself some tea. So, I'll check in, but this process should take about another 15 to 20 minutes. So, Our Lady here is...
15 to 20 minutes. Will you transform it like the Phoenix, but... I hope I can entertain your audience for 15 minutes.
Oh, you can do it at least. Honey, you're fabulous. Keep going with it, honey. You're the best, and I'll be back at 20 minutes at the longest. But I'll check in every once in a while, probably at least once before then. But in the meantime, Clarice Claudette, God bless you.
Is there anybody else on the line, or just me?
It's just you, honey, but everybody's listening. You've got plenty listening, and believe me, right now you've got a lot of people listening. So carry on.
Okay.
Yeah.
You
were talking about the importance of storytellers. You were talking about ancient storytellers. Go on.
Oh, yeah. So anyway, the reason I was bringing this up about Douglas being he was such a great resource in ancient storytelling is these are working in the dream state. It is like a dream weaver that can give us ancient knowledge through vibrations and tones, the way that he narrates this. just in the rhythm that I think it entrains your brain to be receptive also to this information. And we just come from a time, and maybe Douglas audiences is going to be more adept to spirituality. But what I'm saying is, when I grew up, of course, all we knew was what you learned in the church, what you learned maybe by reading the Bible, and then, of course, what I knew about the Jewish religion. But most of these things are just writings of other people's lives. It's the stories of other people's lives. It's the map, but it's not a treasure. And we need to figure out how to tap into the story of our lives, so that way collectively we can do something as a whole. And once we begin to work out our own individual trauma in the subconscious realm too, and in these other dimensions, these other planes that he's talking about, if there's bleed over, then we can, maybe we can change this world. Maybe it doesn't have to all be this fear-based, but how do you make it not fear-based? Okay, well, we need to just start being able to bring more love into the world, and knowledge of the different forces. That's all I can say is that in all of my studies, I went to the Hebrew University and the Rothberg Institute. There was a bombing there in 2001, and in all of those studies that I studied in all those places, there was no understanding about metaphysical things. There was no teachings of that. All the teachings are always coming from just an ancient text, or maybe an ancient source. And I'm not saying that some of those things aren't important, but what I'm saying is people who have had this experience in this dark form of occult magic, that's how we're going to get out of this. People who haven't crossed over to that side and who can share the actual physical mechanics of that. Because I'm sure there's many people out there just like me. They were just good souls. They were seeking out there for spirituality, trying to find out who is this God, or just the source. And then they come across these other beings out there. I never studied anything about occult. I never looked at occult books. I didn't even know what occult sciences were. I'm sure I'm not alone out there, and so and the teachers that I was trying to learn from, this lady Almeen, she charged me tens of thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, where, it was actually in a way to break me, to break my spirit, to fracture me, to steal the life force out of me, to make it where, I couldn't even walk. They did so much crazy stuff to me that I couldn't even walk after they were done with me. And if you're out there, if you're listening to this, and if you are a victim of some kind of spiritual charade, fraud, and it has altered you, shit, just let us know. I don't want to feel like I'm the only one out there, and I know I'm not. It's just that it's people don't want to talk about it because it's embarrassing. I was a young, beautiful woman, and, you wake up one day and you just really cannot believe that this happened. You cannot believe that you were a victim of this cult stuff. And you don't even want to think that it happened to you. It's unbelievable. It's embarrassing. You don't want your family to know. You don't want your friends to know. But the thing about it is, if we don't begin to have this conversation, we cannot learn the techniques to protect ourselves and move forward. And especially on like this Halloween, hey, Douglas did another program on ghouls, but these things aren't out there. These things are in with us, living. It's mixed. The ritual is right here, hidden in plain sight, and you can be a participant of it and you don't even know, because the form that it's coming in is presented as some kind of beautiful form, and so that's just a trap to get you sucked in. And it's not. It's not until you can understand and have discernment to see beyond that, veil. And, that's why this show is important, because maybe they might be talking about a lot of different things on Roswell, because this has been going on a long time. But I'm saying those things and the pedophilia, it's not only happening to children, it is happening to adults. This is stealing the life force out of men and women. It's fracturing families, because how do you cope with this after you have been spiritually fractured? What do you do? If we cannot put verbiage actually to this, then it's like, how can we move forward from this? Because as you see on the news, they're trying to divide, separate everybody, cause so much hatred that it's like, why do they want all that hatred? What is going on? What is really going on? The way Douglas was talking about how these armies literally cast spells, do different things on not only individual people, but like groups, countries, nations. Okay. What are these energetic techniques that they are actually doing? I don't know. We need to be able to pinpoint this, to be able to have a conversation about it, move forward.
Right.
Hello?
Yes, you're doing fabulous, and we've got 5 minutes to the top of the hour, so I finished pretty much everything, except I'm going to make myself a fresh pot of tea now, and I'll be back, and I'll kind of segue back in. But, certainly this young lady will help us through to the top of the hour and a little bit beyond, and she's doing fabulous, and so thank you, honey.
What kind of tea are you making, Douglas?
Oh, it'll be green tea, and I'll probably add in some nutmeg and some turmeric, but or it might be black tea. Maybe I don't know just yet. We'll see.
You need to make some rose and jasmine tea.
I wish I had those ingredients. It's mostly just either the black or the green for me right now. I don't exactly have a tea bar, which might surprise people. In a sense, I do, but a lot of these.
I'll mail you some.
Yeah. Oh, that would be wonderful. Oh, bless you. Thank you.
I'll mail you some, so I can keep you with this love vibration, so you can keep doing all your good work to all you people out there.
Oh, bless you. Thank you. That would be so appreciated. So let me go mute for now and let you get back to talking about that. I hope you've explained to people a little bit about some of this kind of exploitation of spiritual seekers, and our lovely lady Clarice Claudette is, well, let her speak for herself. Okay, I'll be back. Thank you.
Okay, so, what I wanted to say too, is really to go into the different forms of even how some of the different music that this lady was producing was doing different forms of mind control techniques. And I don't know, through this experience, being home a lot. I'm sure everybody was home with COVID. So I started watching Netflix like everybody does. And, I come from a small town, so nobody smoked, nobody did drugs, anything around where I live. So there wasn't a lot of foreigners. Anyway, I had married an Israeli, anyway, he totally wrecked my life, but he stole all my money and did a bunch of crazy stuff to me. But anyway, the point is, I started watching these shows on Netflix that I think y'all should know about, because it is in topic of the things that we're talking about. So one of them is called Dirty John and Dirty Betty. And this goes into how people really kind of take over your life. And then there's this other movie that I was sort of watching the other day. I don't remember the name. It's about this doctor that was hypnotizing his patients, and then calling his patients on the phone and giving these subliminal words and getting the patients to do different things. And what was another one that I watched? Another one is Imposters, which is a pretty good series. Anyway, basically the point is, in these series, there's other people who do different deceptive things to people, to people, like to swindle them, to get over them. And I mean, a lot of it is about money. A lot of it is, it's about the art of the con. Yes. And actually, because we don't have discernment, because we have actually been programmed to not put any emphasis or pay attention to our own soul, our own messages, our own biorhythm, our own energies, that we in turn get deceived by the art of the con. And this is an artistic rendering, an artistic version of the spiritual con artist. Now, this has been going on for a long time, okay? I mean, this has been going on for thousands of years. However, we did not know the tactics that they employed. And I am sure many, many of you out there have gone through the same thing. So, in the case of this Almeen Barton lady on her spiritual journey, this spiritual journey took me to the abyss and back. I am still trying to recover, because all of the things that she would do, the sigils and artistic renderings, all of this looks so beautiful. It did look like a magical art. But what is magic? Is it the mother is going to hijack you over? I don't know. We need to start looking into etymology more too, and realize that this words are the living magic too. We need to start breaking down these words and understand that they are really telling us. They are telling us right now. Okay, but back to this lady Almeen. She used various methods in order to deceive people. So it would be in the form of her teachings that would, in a way, go back to the things that Peter Moon talks about in Scientology, which would be a lot of these different entrainment methods of the mind and half-truths. You'd get a little bit of a historical aspect, but then it would always be tailored to different things. And even in the form of meditation, this meditation could be used in a hypnotic fashion in order to program people to give them all their money. Meanwhile, while vampiric processes were going on to, again, steal your life force center, steal your resources. But what is the solution to these things? Number one, to have awareness of it. Number two, to try to purge some of the different music, sound, languages, some of these different things that have been harmful to you out of your system, to be able to just silence the mind and go within. You know, go do some hydrotherapy, have like your baths with salt, have massages done, have colonics done, like do a spiritual purge, do a spiritual detox. You know, even parasites are a form of spiritual invasion, intrusion that hooks onto the parasympathetic body, hooks onto the nervous system. And you know, this is why holistic medicine has been demonized, why ancient medicine has like been, I mean, not necessarily demonized, but it's like been belittled. Why? Because those are the effective things. Don't think that all this stuff that's going on in the medical industry right now, this is chemistry. You don't think your body and everything has already been mapped out? They know every chemical formula that is going to work with your body system. Okay. And let me tell you, these things that they're talking about, the angels and entities, egregors, in any of these things in these magical books, that's how you are affected. You are affected in the material form because the way that it connects to all of your bodies. It might connect to your astral body, but it does connect to the material body, okay? It connects to the nervous system. And if all diseases are formed in the mind, okay, this is more than the mind. You know, they want to talk right now about the gut biome and the gut brain. Let's start thinking about our gut reactions, our gut instincts. Let's start digesting these things. I mean, you know, we can just do simple things. We can close our eyes, look inside and say, I release all that no longer serves me anymore. You know, like just try to have these things purged out of your system. And I don't know. I don't really think that as humans, we are here on this earth and we were put here to be totally in subservient to all of these other things. This is chaos. This is chaos alchemy to say that we were created to be self-sufficient. Why do we need all of these other things around us? Why are we giving our energy to all of these things? Okay, I know I just said that, but you know, it just doesn't make sense anymore. We need to learn and tap back into our own power of our own inner net. Okay? And just tap in, you know, that's what we need to do. We need to stop tapping out and tap in. Anyway, that's what we need to do. And so that's part of the work that I'm trying to do. I'm trying to establish something that I can help people to tap back into their inner power, but actually with real therapies. Because if you haven't noticed, so many of these spiritual so-called practitioners are going out there and they have no real training. You know, I really don't understand why this is not regulated. I mean, they're charging, lots of these people are charging $150 an hour, 200, 300, thousands or whatever. They don't even have any medical training. I don't know. I just think that some of this stuff should be regulated. That's my own personal opinion. But the thing is, if anybody is out there and they have been through some type of trauma, some type of, it could be sexual, but it doesn't even have to go that far, because it could even be a form of spiritual trauma that fractures you. It fractures the mind. It fractures the soul. If you have rage, if you have aggression, that could have happened to you. You don't even know it, because it takes a long time. It takes many, many years, especially if you're empathic, especially if you have any kind of spiritual aptitude. You are what they're looking for. This is why he's talking about with kids, but it's also adults. Many adults have gone through this, and it affects the way that you make money. It affects everything, and so we just need to educate ourselves more on the mechanics of this. Anyway, so I was just basically saying that if anything like this has happened to y'all out there, send Douglas, even if it's only $1, but just to let us know that y'all are listening. Put something in the chat. This is happening, because this is not going to be in the mainstream, because it's too much. If you are listening to this program, if you have been affected by this form of spirituality, you might have been like me and so many others that have spent thousands of dollars going through so many people trying to learn and figure out what happened to you. How can you get better? How can you get better is to listen and learn from somebody who is trying to teach you true knowledge from his heart and from his soul. Seriously, who else has radio programs that are 12 hours long? I lay in bed listening to him, because there's no way I can stay up. I listen to all that, and then when I wake up in the morning, he's still going. So seriously, just try to support Douglas in some kind of way or fashion, so that this can continue. This type of work that can continue, that we can actually have more conversations about what is plaguing this society, what's plaguing women, what's plaguing men, and these mechanics. This is thousands of years that this type of magic, these type of mechanics have been going on. Even look at the word Genesis, Gen and Isis. Okay, they're talking about the Jinn in the Dead Sea Scrolls. But is Western society going to tell you anything about this? No. Who is ISIS? What is this? Why is the dollar sign the dollar sign is ISIS? Okay, we need to really start to think about our symbology, think about our magnetic field, think about how can we harness back our power. And most people out there, they don't know about the occult. Nobody is actually actively going out there and seeking it, okay? Because we've been programmed into something else. But what we really need to do is just get rid of all the programs, look at it from clean, fresh eyes, and figure out what the hell is really going on. Okay, what's going on now? Is religion trying to program you? Is the TV trying to program you? Shit, it's almost like adult peer pressure. You're not even allowed to talk about these things. If you talk about these things, then they're still trying to program you with what they have believed, the biology of belief.
Yes.
You back on, Douglas?
Oh, almost. I just wanted to say that I'm almost finished steeping the tea. It takes a little while longer because I'm not preparing bagged tea, of course. It's actual leaf tea. So it just takes a little while for it to steep, and just about ready to join, but give me another few more minutes. And honestly,
Okay.
honey, I couldn't have done it without you. You have no idea what a blessing you are in my life. I want to thank Marky Milk. Marky Milk did contact me. I'll try and find his contact later and accept his Skype ID request, and that way he can help in the future. But you did so well tonight that, and by the way, just keep doing well for a few more minutes and we'll be set. I want to thank everyone in the chat room for helping our lovely Clarice. And let me take a look at some of what's going on here with the speakers and everything else. And here we are. Shane Bridges says they're not clear vessels and do not shield. Luke Pierce says, I love it. Takes a lot of discernment to tell what's actually good for you these days. Sarah Thomas was talking about spiritual snake oil, and
Oh, yes. Even the word Messiah
yeah,
is like alligator or a crocodile oil.
Yeah.
People don't realize that. I mean, I don't know. There's different forms of oil and even anointing oil. I mean, there's more to it.
yeah. Oh, by the way, Amor Fadi says, yo, Douglas, there's a weird noise, like a vacuum. Yeah, that's called a fire extinguisher.
Oh, really?
So I had it on mute. Apparently, Our Lady Clarice Claudette couldn't hear it. And Marky Milk says she's doing a great job, referring to yourself, honey. And he was talking about the Apostolic Church. Shane Bridges was talking about hooks and portals, saying you're doing fine. I hope you saw this, that all these people are encouraging you.
No, you told me to turn my phone off.
Oh, right. So don't worry about it then. I'm telling you now. They all...
Yes, and I mean, I'm really not talking to anybody. I turned my computer on for Douglas, so excuse me, like I'm really not doing radio interviews. I'm sorry if I'm not as
in tune.
polished.
Yeah.
It's polished because what time is it? Oh yes, it's 12:14.
It's not
where
that
I'm
bad.
at.
I mean, that's actually pretty... I didn't think it was... Are you sure it's only 14 minutes after midnight where you're at? I would think it'd be 14 minutes after 1 a.m. or something.
No, it's 12:15. Right? I mean, right now I'm in Florida. Remember?
Yeah, but isn't
Yes.
that Eastern? You're supposed to be 3
It's
hours ahead of
Central.
me. What? Oh,
I
you're
think I'm
Central?
Central.
Oh, you're in the Panhandle, like way towards. Okay, you're close more towards.
Right now I'm in Pensacola, okay? Because, I'm from Louisiana and we keep getting hit by these hurricanes. So I was just hit by Hurricane Ida.
Right.
So yes, I don't know, if you have another guest or whatever some point that could share information about the grid of the earth and what is going on, because Louisiana has consistently for years now been hit with hurricanes in the same exact path. Okay.
Right.
I mean, like
By the way, while you talk about that, I'll go get my tea. Sarah Thomas says it's 1:15 a.m. where she is at, but she's definitely Eastern time. So you're Central time then, which I had no idea. So you're way west in Florida, so far west that you're like it's almost like I don't even think of it as Florida. It's like that's like that's that little line, that's that little Floridan line that goes in. You're on the mainland, right? I mean, it's not like you're in Key West or something like that.
No, I'm in Pensacola.
Right.
I'm in Pensacola right now. However, after one of the hurricanes, Hurricane Katrina, I bought a house in Orlando. But that was a huge chaos too.
I can imagine. Oh my God. Well, tell people about some of this. Tell them about the hurricanes and your settling in these different places as you survived. I mean, you're quite the survivor. So I'll go mute. I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes at the absolute longest, and then I'll basically segue back in with my lovely co-hostess Clarice Claudette.
Okay. Yes, but anyway, listen, these hurricanes displaced me too, because I was in Hurricane Katrina, Rita, Gustav, I don't know, some other ones that I can't remember. But it was very interesting that on this particular one, it was called Ida, and the Ida in Bengala. And it's also interesting that Douglas asked me to come rescue him when he had a fire. Well, part of my work also is I do craniosacral, where I'm not seeing any clients, but I do I'm certified to do craniosacral. And that is about the fire, the life force. So, taking it from the coccyx to, the cranium. We have to learn to ignite our own spiritual fire. So, that's why I have been trying to learn these different techniques. And this is the thing, you see, it's not only that Douglas is a master storyteller and a purveyor of these ancient arts and mysteries that he is bringing down into the modern application, the modern form. But he's also a medical expertise. So it's like, that's the thing. How, if they have already mapped out the body, mapped out all of these different things in the systems, where that's why in Egypt it's called chemistry, okay? Where it's not only about learning the black, it's learning about all of the colors of the spectrum. The pyramid with the prison. It's like we are living in a prison planet, but mostly it's because of lack of knowledge. Yes, it might be unseen walls and realms around us, but it's really because we have never been taught this. Only in occult circles, this has been taught. Okay, so what's the percentage? What's the percentage of that? There's so many people going around on this earth that we are lost souls. So at least this can be a grouping that we can come together and say that we aren't lost anymore. And how can we take all these fractured components of the soul and put them back together where you aren't broken? Because once you know the story, once you have the full picture on it, then you can move forward, that you can transform it. That is like the transcendental alchemy, when you understand the mysteries of existence, but of your own personal existence. I mean, what can you do? You can learn your personal song. You can learn who you are. You know what? If you want to heal yourself, this might sound trivial, but it doesn't have to be complex. Just hum, get your body vibration up, whistle, go outside, listen to the birds, sit on a chair and just rock, because this stuff that he's talking about, the fire, to ignite your fire, look, what did he do? And this is exactly what I was telling y'all about living art and living magic. And the act that he did where he was attacked just now and put this fire out, somebody was literally trying to set his house on fire, to like burn this. So what would that be? That would be considered like a dark, hostile, fear-based thing. And so he had to go and extinguish this fire. And basically it's the same thing. He's trying to extinguish this dark form of the fire, but then in essence telling you how you can help ignite your own fire. And okay, so expose some of these different things that happen, but he's actually explaining to you about this Michael Aquino, about how the energy and forms and forces that he was working on was real. And how can we psychically protect ourselves from that? You can psychically protect yourself by igniting your own fire and being able to see this for yourself. So let's put some energy and emphasis onto discernment and for our own energetic system and our own energetic song and rhythm, your own biorhythm, because once you can get that charge, all disease is a vibration. So when we can get that charge and raise it above that vibration of the disease, then those things can't take hold on us anymore. Those things cannot have that resonance in our body if you change the rate. So you know what? It's like when you listening to this, if you listening to this on their replay or whatever, just close your eyes and just hum. When you get dressed in the morning, just hum and say, you know what? I am love. I'm going to be love today. I'm going to give love today. And that negates the energies that they are trying to infect us with. So heal the infection by counteracting it and saying, I am not going to have this world of endless annals of wars, the wars among gods, the wars among men, like wars of the government, all of this. What can you do? Flip it around. Let's eat some raw food. Let's give love to the world. It doesn't even matter what, like, if you want to eat food, okay, I'm saying whether you are a vegan or not vegan, or you focus or vegetarian or whatever, just give love to your food. Just say, this is going to heal me. This is going to have good intentions. I thank you for this. And stop praying to all these other deities, because you're just giving your power away. And even this stuff about Jesus or Christ or whatever, okay, go get some stones. Go try to activate the crystalline nature of your body. The earth is here. Why do we forget about the earth? Put your feet on the ground. Go and have a hot stone massage. Put some crystals in your hands, and try to understand the piezoelectrical property of that. Think about this as a battery that you are going to recharge your system, and start to give thanks to the beauty of the earth, the beauty of the people that are around you, the beauty of the way that you were created. If we don't listen, we've been in war too long, too many thousands of years. In fact, why are we even at war now? It doesn't even make any sense to me. All the territories are already set. They have been set for thousands of years. I really don't even understand why we even go to war anymore either, unless it's some entities or whatever it is behind everybody, that it has to be more than just money. It has to be more than money. Maybe Douglas can shed more light on this, because he does talk about, as a military expert, how they're using magical forces for war. So why? What's the purpose of this? What is the root purpose of this? I don't know. I really don't know what to say about it. I don't want to get on the bandwagon about all this. I just know from my own healing journey that I wish that there would have been somebody like Douglas and Peter and many of the guests that he has on his program to help guide me in my journey. I wish I would have had a big brother or somebody to help me to teach me these things that have affected my life in the non-physical realm and verbal realm. I just wish anybody out there who has experienced this language of light where people have prayed over them, and I'm not saying that all of it is bad, okay, but I'm saying these things do not all come from the same source, and many of those people who have been abused by the church have also experienced them praying in tongues over them. These things are being used as a form of spells, a form of hypnosis, where it's presented as a form of healing. But
Right.
what I'm saying is it's more like stealing.
I like that.
So-
It's presented as healing, but more like stealing. Honey, you are fabulous. And by the way, Sarah Thomas says, ooh, cranial sacral. Awesome! So
Yeah,
apparently,
but see, I'm doing really advanced work on that because I went to the Upledger Institute, okay, and I studied with them. But there's just so much more, Douglas, that I want to tap into
you
on
bet.
those things. You know, I also do it's called visceral manipulation or abdominal work for women who have had like pelvic issues, fibroids and cysts, and like forms of abuse that it messes up all the organs and everything down there. That, you know, in ancient times, they always talked about the dance. They always did the dance as far as rhythms to access higher aspects of consciousness. Just like they have, what is it, the swirling dervishes, the
That's right.
Middle Eastern dance where they swirl? Okay.
Yes, the
Well,
Sufis. Go on.
right, exactly. And the feminine aspect of that, in a way, it was belly dance, but there are other forms of more like artistic rhythms of moving those that would also take women into a state of consciousness, because the female organs are very highly intuitive, and so is the male. Okay, that's why they have so much like prostate cancer, because those reproductive, those creative centers are under attack.
Yeah.
Okay, and they're under attack due to trauma, but due to other different, for me, I believe it is spiritual influences, and it's a way to control population of spiritual beings, of people who actually can connect to themselves and the higher source, and who do bring forth love into the world. Because remember how you said on, I think it was the last program, you explained about this thing that happened where you were with those soldiers. I don't know. They had some entity. They drew the pentagrams on their guns, whatever. And then this force came over you where you lost ability. You didn't have empathy anymore.
Right. Yes, very
Right.
important. By
Okay.
the way, the
So-
incident that she's speaking of is covered in Satan's Crusaders, which is a video you can find easily by going to my channel, and you're on the channel right now. So if you want to look that up later at your convenience, you would simply go to the popular uploads. And when you go through the popular uploads, you'll find Satan's Crusaders easily, and you'll hear about the incident that she's discussing. That's the time that my hair went white. That was when my hair became completely white. So it was that night of the broken circle. So by all means, honey, continue. So yes, the loss of empathy. Go on, honey.
But I'm saying I feel like they are trying to breed a new generation, or not really only necessarily breed, it's breeding, and it's stopping a generation of people who could have children with that life force of empathy, with the creative nature.
Yeah. Okay. So,
You know?
in other words, they're breeding a generation of vipers, of psychotics, sociopathic.
Right. It's people that don't have any empathy or any emotion, and they are making them a robotic society, a human AI society. So that's the thing, is we cannot always look externally outside to think this AI is outside. We now have to begin to look inside and say, how has this AI really infiltrated me? Has this infiltrated my system? Am I behaving as a computer or in this way, and how has it detached me from true emotional reality and the connection with family, the connection with others,
Yeah.
Touch, kindness, anyway, maybe you can talk about, Douglas, some of the different topics that I emailed you, and we can kind of
Sure. I mean, I
bounce
haven't
that
had a
back.
chance. I haven't even had a chance to open the emails yet. But certainly, I hear what you're saying, and I'll. What we can do is talk about that together the next time soon. And by the way, Sarah Thomas says that myofascial release is also great. So there we have it.
Yes.
And honestly, it's all so important, and so I'm deeply impressed by you, darling, and Marky
But
Milk as well.
yeah,
I
I
want
was
to thank
trying to
her.
get people to understand, it's like, look, it's not only that you are talking about these spiritual components, but you actually have a medical background and can actually shed so much in-depth knowledge to get people to really understand the reality of what is going on now. I don't know, if you've really like searched to find out what people are out there, or what they're actually doing spiritually. They get creating all these products.
Right.
Oh,
Oh yes,
I'm sorry.
they keep
But it's like,
promoting their
what is
products.
this,
Go on.
retail Jesus? Did you turn spirituality into a retail business? I mean, what spiritual source really needs, this goes beyond them trying to make a living.
Yes, yes, no, it's true because they get quite wealthy. By the way, Sarah Thomas, she says, hopefully everything is okay, Douglas, with a nice pink pulsating heart. Yes, it is. God bless you, honey. Mwah. Honestly, it's one of those things where there was an attempt to burn out but the wires leading into the home by which I communicate with. In other words, basically an attack on my Comcast box. So the Comcast box is well. It's fine.
Do you know who would have done that to you? Or were people trick-or-treating in your neighborhood? Why would that
Oh,
happen?
honey, it ain't no bloody trick or treaters. It's the usual. It's the usual enemies. The usual suspects. These are the kinds of people who are threatened by what I have to say, and honestly, what you have to say threatens them as well, and you know that. You've made it known now that you're an ally of mine, and at this point, I don't intuit that you're in any danger, but always be careful. Be cautious. And by the way, Sarah Thomas says that's fantastic. Spiritual retail. Yes, yes, that's an important point. So I think that obviously Clarice Claudette has so much wisdom to share, and this is because Clarice Claudette is, well, I'm not going to share her personal history. She can share that whenever she's ready, but she's been through a lot, and because she's been through a lot, she can help others who have been victimized. And as I was saying, there is a form of spiritual. I hate to use the term vampirism, but there's a form of spiritual
Energy
parasitism.
harvesting. Yeah.
Yes, energy harvest,
Parasite, yeah.
parasitism, and so these spiritual parasites, they have they open up they open shop, and they open shop with their cottage industries that turn into at times multi-million-dollar retail empires, and the idea of promoting products has its level of how would I say it? It should be repellent on the face of it, and yet everybody buys into it, and so many people buy their products. and whatever snake oil they're selling, to use the term that Sarah Thomas brought up. By the way, when I was referencing Marky Milk, I'm thanking him for his attempt to help me, and hopefully that will pan out another time. By the way, a lot of convergence happened with different people being incapacitated. One of them was Penny Bradley. I was sent a message from her, her significant other, Lou, her life partner, who told me that he couldn't wake her up, that she had fallen asleep in one of her narcoleptic spells, so to speak. And let me see, there's an incoming from Sarah Thomas. I'm not going to read it out loud unless she allows me to, but she sent me something I'm not quite sure. Oh, there we are. Not quite sure. She can explain that to me later. I'm not quite sure what its significance is. It's a screenshot. She can explain to me the significance later. But of all the people, of course, tonight, the real heroine of the show is Clarice Claudette.
That's not true.
It is.
That's
oh my
not
God.
true. I'm so glad to help and be a part of the work that you are doing and the wisdom and knowledge that you are bringing forth. Solomon said, "Oh, bring me wisdom," and then what did he do? Summon demons.
Yes,
you
he did.
are actually trying to say, "Hello, I have had demons summoned around me, and so now let me therefore share my wisdom."
Right.
So this is what's needed in order to liberate humanity.
Yes. Thank you, honey. And very much you get it. And you're an angel. And so what I'm going to do
No,
now...
please don't call me an angel.
So tell me, are you willing to share the reason why that kind of grates? I mean, my father didn't like angels either. He found them quite creepy. So they...
No, well, listen, it's basically stages of awakening.
Okay.
I mean, this is what I was trying to share with your audience. And that's part of the work with this lady, Almeen. She was constantly like having us call in all these different angels and all these different so-called magical ceremonies. And so in going through those experiences, I could actually feel like my life force constantly being drained out of me and the things that have happened to me otherwise. And I mean, look, everybody knows from the biblical account that they had fallen angels. Where did they fall to? Over here. I don't know. But all I'm saying is those things are outside energetic forces. You don't know who they are, what they're doing. I mean, listen, I studied, I studied in Israel. I excavated in Israel. I was a reader of the Bible and the Torah, Tanakh, all my life. Okay.
And by the way, just so people know, I don't know if Clary shared this, but she was a professional archaeologist, and she was actually on site in the Holy Land at various digs. So we're talking the feminine version or the Distaff or female version of the opening of The Exorcist here, and, so she. But
no, I mean actually, literally, I was excavating for the Ark of the Covenant, whatever, in multiple different places under places that people don't have permission to go to, and even. I excavated all over Israel and also in Qumran. And when I went through all of those different experiences, even though at that time I could not place it, I could feel that there was the feminine energy that was missing. And that is a huge part of the component of the metaphysical mysteries that need to be reawakened within the human body. And it's not a false form of femininity that is going on right now. That is actually an aggressive, deceptive feminine, as in my experience with Almeen and so many others. Right. But it needs to be balanced. So yes, there is an artistic form of the feminine mysteries that have been lost.
Thank you.
And it's not through an occult book.
Right. And so through Almeen, what she was doing where she was basically exploiting a kind of feminine fad, a fad of femininity, and trying to promote a kind of mother figure of herself. But she was really predatory, and it just it's no surprise.
She had a team of masculine servants that would do sex magic, but of course she would never call it sex magic. But I mean, it was a form of, first she would brainwash and hypnotize these men, and then they would go out and do this on the women. But it would, it's so hard to explain, Douglas, because you would never think that you would be a victim of this, and of course I don't want to talk to anybody about it.
But honey, by the way, Sarah Thomas says, I totally agree with Clarice. And so she was explaining the screenshot to me. So thank you, Sarah. So I will take that, and I will try and establish a contact with that, so that we have that for the future, just in case. So let me say thank you, Sarah, for that. When you are off line with myself, Clarice, just make sure to look at your phone, and you can see what people said in the chat, and you can rejoin in the chat for a few minutes. Yeah,
I'm begging them to support your work.
Oh, well, honey, I appreciate that profoundly. And honestly, we need to support you as well in terms of your efforts and your ultimate objective. I mean, you have a vision, and your vision is one that is noble. It's a noble vision. And hopefully you can get to the point where you can realize that potential. And it's certainly something that I think can help a lot of people. Because so many people have been victimized. These are trying times, and people feel empty. And the old doctrinaire religions are not fulfilling many people, and so they seek. But what they seek is simply resonating more emptiness with so much that's out there. People are being exploited, and they're having everything taken from them. It's not just the money and property; they're having their faith.
Me too.
Yeah.
I had everything. I had already achieved my success. I had money in the bank. I mean, I had. I had everything, but this destroyed me and fractured me in such a way that I lost everything. But it was due to us being innocent souls and not knowing or understanding the mechanics of spiritual warfare.
Yes. And this, thank you. You see, so Clarice Claudette has just been very courageous. She shared with us the fact that she was she was the very definition of a successful woman, a modern successful woman. And but she felt like she was, shall we say, unfulfilled enough spiritually, where she wanted to tend to that, and she was victimized. And I'll share this much. Based on what I understand, she was victimized in every way imaginable. That basically the Almeen cult took advantage of her in every possible way. So I think that should people should get what I'm saying. This is just so this was beyond traumatic. She's basically the victim of crime. And this kind of spiritual exploitation is criminal in every sense. And even worse, it's one of the worst forms of crime, because it exploits a person's need to fulfill themselves, and it destroys trust. It destroys trust in the same way that pedophilia destroys innocence. So some people can never have faith in humanity again after an experience like that. So Amor Fadi says, so true, Douglas and Clarice. So,
but let me tell you, Douglas, many people, I'm sure, were like me in the fact that, they were midlife. They had already achieved their success. I achieved my success young, and, I had enough money to say, now I don't really have to work for a little while. I can go out and pursue my dream of travel and spirituality. Mm-hmm. And so that's when it happens to most people, because they have felt like, or I mean, another subgrouping, they felt like they already achieved their success. They can just relax for a little bit, not have to worry about the daily 9 to 5 grind, and have the money. They can afford to go and seek out spiritual things. And then that's when they get robbed. That's when they are like these spiritual predators come out and then take everything from them, and then they have to figure out how they're going to start again. I mean, this is a new wave of what is the actual undercurrent of what is going on right now.
Thank you. That's beautiful. And so, honey, you have so much to share, and you're on a roll. You've done so well so far. Obviously, I'm going to talk. When I talk, the focus will shift quite radically. I'll be going into East Asian geopolitics again. But while we're graced with your presence, while we're blessed with yourself, carry the mood a little bit more. This is, after all, a spiritual night, and it's a night which deserves this kind of energy. This is the kind of energy that should be honored and respected tonight. This is ancient Celtic New Year. And so what about your own ethnic background? Does your bloodline go back to the Celts or other European root races? Have you ever investigated that, or was that ever an issue to you?
Well, I mean, my background is French. I'm from Louisiana, and of course,
Mm-hmm.
I've always felt like as a child that I didn't necessarily identify with a particular race. I mean, I don't know, call it an old soul,
Right.
but I don't know. I just never felt like I had many lifetimes.
Wow.
On the earth. I just felt like maybe I just had a few. But then after I achieved my success and all this happened,
Mm-hmm.
and I went back to Louisiana, I really started to understand the historical narrative about culture and religion, and how a lot of this is really intertwined in the cultural narrative of spiritual oppression.
Mm-hmm.
And so a lot of the work that I am doing was trying to understand is about the Acadians, but the Acadians not only being one grouping from one region. We talked about this before. I mean, as far as, French, Spanish, Nova Scotia, how they all, like many other ones, how they all ended up in New Orleans, the Caribbean influence, all of these people who actually were misplaced souls.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them maybe freely migrated because in their countries of origin they had religious oppression.
Right.
And that's something that maybe at some point you could share the history of those different treaties, those different things where, all of those things, those thousands, hundreds and thousands of years ago, are when the spiritual narrative was trying to be implemented into law. So that way the lineage would be secured in different religions. And so they were basically trying to make these things legalized. And the grouping of Acadian at some point in history got immunity. They said that they were not going to have to pledge allegiance to the British or the French or Spain for a moment in time.
Mm-hmm.
And that is my interest in being able to medically do something in Louisiana to be able to help clear people of collective soul trauma.
Yeah.
In a form of anthropos.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't really matter where you've been if you have an understanding of how the collective trauma has come down in a way of a religious ruling or program or governing, how these religions have governed you, your life, your property, That's the physical manifestation. But the thing is, the actual trauma of experience of having to move from the different culture, move from these things, has that actually been cleared from like the resonant field, the template of your body? Those things need to just be healed and worked out so that way it doesn't continue to manifest as disease. And for me, this is what's going on currently as far as all this wars and endless wars. I mean, it's playing out right now again, even in your program from last week. So, you're talking about the history. Like, this is what's going on in China. This is what's going on in Taiwan. This is what's going on in the United States. But then in some of your other programs, Douglas, you did talk about the magical element or component or force that is governing this. So maybe when you do your monologue at some point about China and Taiwan, maybe you can help us to understand, well, what is the heart spiritual force? Like, what is going on with these things? Why are these nations and states trying to go to war with each other? I know you talked about the different chips, but for me, there's got to be a spiritual element to that too.
Well, there is.
And what about the chips? Maybe you can go into detail if Taiwan is one of the only countries producing this.
Yeah.
Well, what is this chip? What is it made out of? What is the mechanism behind it? Because for me, it's still about the AI agenda, but there must be more to it.
Well, you do understand, of course, I have a much more sympathetic perspective on AI, but I appreciate what you're saying, because what you're saying would imply to me that while machines are becoming more human, humans are becoming more machine.
Right. And I'm not saying I'm against all forms of it, but I'm saying when it overrides the soul,
yes,
when it overrides the emotional body, then there's an issue. It's not an issue if it's of use to humanity, but not if it overtakes the soul force.
Yes, I understand what you're saying, and that's appreciated. Certainly, one of the things that I'll try to do is stick with the technical aspects tonight, but what we will do together is tackle some of these more spiritual aspects, and sometimes on monologue I'll tackle them alone when I'm more inspired to do so. It's one of these issues where, as you well know, of course, all of this is spirit manifest. This is simply manifestation of a greater spiritual struggle. And the spiritual struggle is not necessarily in the Christian sense for your very soul, but rather for existence itself. It's an existential struggle for reality itself and and your very existence. So in that sense, the soul of each individual is simply it's simply collateral. It's collateral to the greater struggle. So when it comes to shall we say, what's going on in East Asia, it would be the same as the kind of struggle that's manifested in humanity to this point. And one of the things that you came to realize was, of course, just how the mind has been captured, imprisoned by certain dogma that have trapped us into a cycle of violence and struggle. And of course, as I said before, and you might have noticed what happened, the latest transmission was I acknowledged what you had to say about this. You were kind of alluding to this, and then I went totally technical. And that's because I felt that it's just where my mind hadn't gone in a long time. I went totally technical so I could throw out the kind of presentation I would have thrown out had I been employed as a think tanker and were trying to advise those people who have influence on policies on what could be done. I will probably kind of fall back into that tonight. But in terms of where you're coming from, where you're coming from is kind of like a position of resolving a lot of this. You're coming from a position of trying to find a plateau of peace in humanity in general. And that would come through helping a lot of fractured and souls heal. And just so our listeners can understand, what Clarice Claudette was trying to communicate to myself when I spoke to her at length privately was she was trying to communicate the fact that just as we have intelligence networks and these kinds of super extensive ancient enemy cults of humanity that are employing these techniques to fragment people and to create these super victims, she was pointing out that there are many cults that are not necessarily at that level, but nevertheless they're playing a very high game. They are exploiting vulnerable people and taking their life savings and their property, and this damages humanity as a whole because it damages with each human that this happens to. It destroys their faith in humanity, and it destroys the faith in spirituality. So it is obviously destructive on many levels, and therefore serves the anti-gods in its own way, serves the chaos. So in that sense, the Almeen who exploited so many people that Our Lady Clarice Claudette got to know in the most horrible way, was victimized by. She is a cultist of the anti-gods herself, and that's why she was supported by someone like Art Bell. So all of this will come out in due time. It'll come out in due time, and we'll deal with that. I understand what you're saying about the chips,
but in no way when I met her would I have been portrayed as weak or a victim. I mean, I was full force and the high impact of my own business and workings, and I'm sure that happens to many people. So it's not that.
Yeah, you weren't in a vulnerable position. You were the epitome of a successful American woman. You were at basically, in a sense, the peak of your professional existence. And by the way, what was it that you did that you had succeeded?
And this was happening to men too. It was not only women. But what she did, the methods that she employed, is like the Montauk Project, but it's just in a different platform. Mm-hmm. It wasn't governmental, but it's a form of, like, let's say, religious openness, where it would just be like the next
rather than a state-sponsored army coming and looting a nation, you're talking about like a warlord force piratically raiding the seas or looting people's homes. So she was at a smaller level, but she's operationally on the exact same energy vibration and using the same techniques. So the point that Clarice Claudette was making was that she was just as professionally employing these techniques as any intelligence network, and all towards her own benefit. So
I mean, she was charging like her so-called students thousands of dollars. I mean, at some point she was making $25,000 a week. I mean, she literally scammed $55,000 out of me in just a matter of months.
Mm-hmm. It's awful. It was that's terrible. And
this is why I feel so passionate about like actual real healing therapies that can help people out there, because it's not about talking, it's about going beyond the realms of verbal language in order to just help people work this out their bodies,
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I get it, and this needs to be worked out of a person's body because
this is why at some point I want you to be able to look at those sigils so that way you can bring forth your knowledge and all of like the things that as a librarian and dealing with those ancient manuscripts, because most people will have never looked at those ancient manuscripts. I only realized later, after I'm sure like many people spent years trying to unpack what happened, to figure out what happened, and then after that, I started realizing, well, these things that she's drawing are from these ancient books, and so that's something that you would be able to expound more on.
Right.
Yeah. No, because your field is languages, but you also have a unique ability to discern these spiritual magical drawings, the entities that are behind that, because like I was sharing with the audience earlier, it's presented as a form of art.
Right. And so what I noticed that you sent me, and do I have the permission to tell the audience what you sent me? Is this something I can bring up?
Sure.
Okay, so well, the two things that you sent me, one is Applied Magic, published in 1962 by Dion Fortune, the audio book. The other one was Dion Fortune's book, Psychic Self-Defense, the audiobook, chapters 1 to 6. Let me open these and see if there's anything else there. Okay, so these are available.
It's just the links, because I noticed after listening to your programs that when I listen to these books, it goes into a lot of the things that you discussed, Douglas, and it actually clarifies some of the different things that have happened to me, because how can you fight against it if you cannot verbally articulate what happened to you? So this is why I'm saying, you see, maybe at some point you can do little segments within your show that are, like magical interludes, just little segments where we talk about these things, so people can actually realize and not allow this to happen to them, not be victims.
Right.
Because they understand, can be more perceptive to understand these energies. And so, most people in their spiritual community are not really trying to mingle with a lot of people. I mean,
you mean real spiritual people?
This is their main interest, so they're not really mingling with a lot of people. And sometimes when they have encountered other people, they have had these things happen. They have had those kind of spiritual attacks happen to them. So it makes them be more alone. But now that we can have this discussion, these topics, okay, then maybe we can get out more. Maybe we can be more social, and because the signs, so not to get roped into that. I don't know.
Well, I think that you're doing an admirable job. I appreciate your faith in me, and certainly I have a certain ability at the individual level to certainly I'm cognizant of these kinds of phenomenon, and certainly when I take a look at some of these sigils and the like, there's a certain level of, shall I say, understanding or comprehension that likely I would be able to attain more than most, but still, in terms of the shall we say, the kind of in-depth kind of investment. It's not necessarily healthy for me to invest too deep or too much energy into necessarily into, shall we say, what you've offered with what this Almeen was using as her basically her alphabet. And when she's using
it's just
it's just understand from my perspective that
I know,
it's one of the reasons why I never go on. Oh, please, honey.
The reason that I sent that to you is just so that you could have an understanding of those things are prevalent in like the New Age community. And nowadays they don't even say it's the New Age. They are actually using this passive aggressive stance to say that they're not New Age, but then they are drawing these type of things out, and using this still in order to like hook people, put psychic hooks. So, I mean, these are the new brands. This is the new brand of spirituality on these three components that I have asked you to discuss at some point, is like the tongues, the language of light, and these forms of like these new sigils that people are drawing, because they're actually, if energy doesn't change, it just changes form. I'm just trying to shed light on the new retail form, that this is a new form of energy harvesting, but it looks beautiful. So we don't know it. And I mean, I just feel like somebody needs to be talking about this.
I hear you. Now, let me read this out loud from Clarice Claudette. My dearest Douglas, I hope this message finds you well. I'm sending you 2 videos on magic and psychic self-defense. in the hopes that you can elaborate on these things and such topics. As I have found and experienced that these powers have prevailed and infiltrated the modern society as a whole, whether it be by religious, spiritual, governmental, country mass consciousness, cult, atmospheric, etc., and connects to the aura, template, and consciousness and subconsciousness on man that affects the pathology of the human body and body fields. And as also being a witness to these forms, maybe you could also shed some light on the matters in your living stories of shared wisdom. All my love, Clarice. This is beautiful. And she has this little cherry blossom. And love you, Clarice. So let me tell you a little something right now. I can tell you something that... by the way, and I do hope I pronounce the lady's name correctly because we are talking about a giantess here, Dion Fortune. And I always preferred Dion Fortune rather than Fortune, but Dion Fortune, is probably the best way to say it. She is very much a heroine. She is a giantess. She is a courageous lady who basically wrote of something most people would not have dared to write about. And it was a time during the Victorian era where it was very difficult for a woman to express herself in such a manner. So I'm just going to move my keyboard right here so that I can make certain that I can check into the live stream while I speak of this. And basically, I'm going to tell you right now what some people are saying before I go a little bit into this subject for tonight, because you've been kind enough to come on and save my ass. So I owe you that much. I'm obligated. And so I will share a little bit that probably, he's almost in a sense beneath our dear Clarice, but it will help many listeners. Now, let me take a look through some of these wonderful people in the chat before I turn to that. And it has been very active, the chat room. And so Amor Fati says, "So nice to meet you, Clarice Claudette. So many of us good souls have been betrayed and broken in a way because of our innocent, good, noble nature. We did not learn spiritual defense, spiritual warfare." And Sarah Thomas, with her pink pulsating heart, says, "Exactly, Amor." And Amor Fadi says, "I'm in a slump lately. I need to ignite my spiritual fire, as Clarice said, and really invigorate my soul. I've been victimized plenty, and I definitely can't deny how much it has affected me. I had not listened to Douglas in a while. Definitely listening live every Sunday and Wednesday from now on." And then he says, "Thanks, Clarice. You are so well spoken." And Sarah Thomas says, "Starts with a spark, Amor." And Amor says, "Hi, Sarah," and gives the kind of wave. And she says, "Hi, Amor." And Amor says, "I'm forcing myself out of my slump today. The spark is ignited. La chispa divina, the divine spark." And slamming down Thor's hammer, says Sarah. Amor says, "Yes, some justice in my life would be nice. I do need to put in my part. I must be brave, like Thor. I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Like the film out now, Dune, the mind has been captured." So true. He was saying that to what you were saying. Fear is the mind killer, as in Dune. So Sarah was saying, "Oh yes, Dune." And Luke Pierce says, "Yes." Luke Pierce says, "Courage is a love affair with the unknown," from Osho. Of course, Osho. Well, there we have another cult leader. But to move on, Amor Fadi says, "The most ancient and powerful emotion is fear. The most ancient and powerful type of fear is fear of the unknown." And of course, he quotes H.P. Lovecraft in that, whom he credits. And then he goes on. Everybody shouting Dune in the chat room. And of course, Sarah Thomas says, "I like to refer to it as dude." And then Amor Fadi says, "I saw a funny interview with Osho the other day. He called democracy government ruled by retarded people. Jaja, it was a funny sort of old non-PC comment. It's not politically correct, but true critique of failing democracies." And Sarah Thomas brings up the Big Lebowski. And Amor Fati says, "Like Douglas says, the future of democracies must be graduated and actually educated democracies and populations." Thank you. He remembers. And Amor Fati says, "Clarice is very interesting." So true. So many bullshit spiritual gurus out there, charlatans and fake-ass healers, but really stealers. And then Sarah Thomas says, "Oh, I haven't heard that before." Amor says, "I've wanted to expose them for years. All the gurus, people I know, follow, and it turns out they plagiarize phrases. They plagiarize phrases and quotes, and as was said, they just go on and on with this eternal emptiness." And Sarah Thomas says, "Yeah, I'll say the same thing." And Amor Fadi says, "Emptiness and everything said, and there's so many bullshit authors, gurus, life coaches, etc. in the English-speaking world, just like the Spanish-speaking worlds. Most people I know are sort of ignorant and gullible, and usually the popular gurus are the fake ones. And usually great thinkers, authors, wise people are forgotten or overlooked." And then Joe Tai says, Clarice, he says, "Clarice, you should claim your mind with some meditation. Calm your mind." I think maybe he means claim. But then Amor Fadi says, "This is very true, Douglas. Clarice is right." And then Luke Pierce says, "Sigils have entities attached to them," which I'm sure you agree with, Clarice. And then,
Yes, of course.
yeah, then Sarah Thomas says, "Yes, it's everywhere." And Amor Fadi says, "Clarice can take calming tea whenever. She, what do they call that? Chamomile is what comes to mind. She's on a roll and super right, though. I really resonate with what she's saying. I've seen it and experienced the necessity of what she says." And then Sarah Thomas says, "Light language is huge." Amor Fadi says, "Like when you said Alexander Dugin controls the far right and far left. I've seen it, many youth I know. He's seen it in many youth he knows of, whether they're hippies or neo-Nazis." And he says they're all following fake-ass gurus who need to be put in the place. "I plan on worshiping my ancestors on the Day of the Dead, but also I want my ego and my fears and my apathy to die and become the best version of myself. This starts now. I must start now." So there we are. What I will say that obviously one of the things that Clarice is talking about is a spiritual attack, a kind of spiritual attack. And there are many kinds of attacks, but we were speaking of entities. And so let's get into that just a little bit tonight, and kind of put that on the table, so to speak. Understand that there are astral creatures, just for a kind of handle, just a handle on them, we can use the term watchers, and they're used in occult attacks by the cultists of the kings of Edom. And these don't need to be master evil magicians. We're talking about any idiot who picks up a copy of the Avon edition, the paperback edition of the Simon Necronomicon, written by Peter Levinda, or shall we say someone who's not really following the rules of someone such as Anton Szandor LaVey in terms of obeying the law or obeying the laws of the land. Nevertheless, Anton Szandor LaVey does teach people how to assault other people in the occult sense. Sarah Thomas, by the way, throws out 3 bonfires. And Amor Fadi says, "Got to get my life together, and I will. I want to support Douglas Dietrich and Team Dietrich as much as I can, help my community as best as I can, put in my part in this war we are in." So in this war, sometimes these cultists, no matter what cheap paperback book that they've purchased, the Satanic Bible or the many of the other works by Anton Szandor LaVey or the Peter Levinda's Simon Necronomicon, the entities that they dispatch, particularly the amateurs, well, they can only be generally of 3 types. They are thought forms or egregores, entirely from the imagination of the magician who is assaulting oneself. There are ensouled elementals, the thought forms or egregores, into which the creating magician has grafted part of his own soul or personality, or has ensouled by the invocation of elemental essence, which is sometimes referred to as artificial elementals. And then there are opportunistic qlipothic entities, what Christians would call demons, that will happily they'll take on any guise for a chance to be evoked into this material plane of existence, this Malkuthian realm, the realm of Malkuth, or the earthly plane, where they can hunt human prey. So the easiest to deal with will be the basic thought form, or egregore. And always remember that these simple thought forms are a product of their creator's imagination. They have no independent existence or identity of their own. And usually these entities will be repelled by a basic protective circle or ward, such as that cast by performing the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram, which you can look up online. And that would be, again, the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram. A simple visualization process can destroy them outright. The defender only has to visualize the attacking thought form exploding into fragments like a shattered glass figurine, or bursting into flames and being reduced to ashes. And here I will turn to the Grand Madame, Dion Fortune. She herself said, "That which is thought into existence by the imagination can be thought out of existence by the imagination." Now understand, she was the authoress of a required reading manual. There are not that many books out there that are required reading, but she wrote one of them, and that was the book entitled Psychic Self-Defense. Now, understand, she wrote these books in the time of the 1930s, the 20s. She was writing these books from the 19th through the 20th centuries. And a lot of them were published well throughout the 20th century into the 21st. Matter of fact, the copy that I have at home of Psychic Self-Defense, as written by Dion Fortune, was published in 1996. We're talking about its original publication was in 1930. Now, this is the seminal book on defense against magical and psychic attack. It's, as I said, still required reading. Now, her real name, in case you didn't know, Dion Fortune was an alias. Her real name was Violet Firth. Her surname was Firth. Her first name was Violet Firth. And she herself was a survivoress. She was a survivoress of the magical lodge scene of the post-Golden Dawn period at the turn of the century, the Findesical, the end of the 19th, transitioning into the 20th. And much of the occult warfare, the skullduggery she describes in her case histories within Psychic Self-Defense, well, that will show you that nothing has really changed. Things haven't really changed at all. And even though her own Victorian morality would not allow her to name names, you can tell that many of her anecdotes involve all the occult celebrities on the scene at the time. Aleister Crowley, Leadbeater, all the rest, fighting against each other, destroying each other's lives and families and careers and reputation, ultimately their own personal medical health, as they assaulted each other ceaselessly. Now, if you have ever attempted to destroy what seemed to be a simple thought form by the visualization technique that I cited just a few moments ago, and you find that it successfully resists your counterattack, then you're probably dealing with an ensouled elemental. So if this artificial elemental is ensouled with an elemental essence, like earth, air, fire, water, or in the Asian school of alchemy, that would also include metal. It would be wood, water, earth, metal, and fire would be their 5 elements. Then it can be banished by use of the upright banishing pentagram. So you can also look that up. Upright banishing pentagram. if the ensouled elemental is imbued with the personality of its maker, a different technique may be required. And here is where I will have to argue with the Grand Madame, Dion, excuse me. Thinking of my own mother, Diana, but Dion is spelled D-I-O-N, and again, it's an alias, Violet Firth. So the Lady Violet Firth, in her book, Psychic Self-Defense, recommends an absorption method that I consider intolerably dangerous, even for a highly accomplished and experienced practitioner. Understand this. When a true priest of the Roman Catholic Church performs an exorcism, someone who's not corrupt, someone who is not corrupted by the enemy, a true priest who has been celibate throughout his, well, at least since the point that he was ordained as a priest, a true priest who follows his faith. When he performs an exorcism, he is offering himself as a hostage to the devil. That was the title of the book by Malachi Martin, was the book entitled Hostage to the Devil. The title says it all. The priest comes in, he's offering the devil to himself as a receptacle, saying, jump out of that person and into me. Because like the Christ whom he's calling on, the priest is offering that as a last resort so that an innocent soul may be saved from perdition, from eternal damnation, that he's willing to subject himself to that risk in this hope that he is strong enough in his faith to thereafter repel the diabolical entity. And if not, he himself suffered damnation in the place of an innocent. This is the kind of high courage that almost no quote-unquote exorcists that you see of the Protestant faith and these so-called faith healers and these quacks and charlatans and fakirs, these fools and frauds will go forth and say that they're performing an exorcism by saying, I rebuke you in the name of Christ. It's all bullshit. What does that do? Do you think that entity inside of that individual fucking cares?
They're cracking up.
Yes. A priest offers themselves. That an entity finds tempting because that is such a challenge. That is so is so tempting because you're talking about a truly pure soul. And at that point, that would mean that probably the priest is purer than the victim the entity is within. The entity would jump at that. So understand that that's an absorption. This is what Dion Fortune was recommending as a way to deal with these entities. That's something you never want to do. So understand that I would advise the practitioner to evoke a powerful god or goddess form for defense or counterattack. Understand that a sufficiently powerful divine entity can annihilate an ensouled elemental with the added bonus of devastating effect such destruction may have on the attacker, who will feel whatever part of himself he put into the elemental being destroyed. And that will impact their health, likely permanently. Any benign, yet militant god or goddess with whom you feel sufficient rapport will be appropriate. Now, Christians may call upon Jesus, who, when you call upon him, you think of the warrior Christ, or the Archangel Michael, the warrior angel. Norse pagans, of course, you would call upon Odin, or Tyr, Thor. The Wiccans would call upon Morrigu, or Lugh. The Hindus or Tantrics would call upon Durga, and so forth. Use your imagination, but most of all your faith. And if you have no particular belief, you may need to experiment within the bounds of time limitations caused by the emergency of psychic attack. Now, folktales of cantankerous demons, irate at being summoned by black magicians, are they're just a pile of shit. You can't ever count on that as something that will, say for instance, protect you, counting on, say for instance, the foibles or mistakes of the enemy. The demons never attack the magician because they're angry at being summoned. It's rather they attacked because it was fun, not because of any sort of feeling of being imposed upon. Because it's really not an imposition when they're given an opportunity to strike at somebody that's dumb enough to bring them to their very doorstep. Clipothic entities like nothing better than to be evoked into the earthly plane, where they hope to run amok and cause as much suffering as possible. The denizens of the Clipoth are willing to adopt the guises of any Lovecraftian anti-gods that suit their natures. He wants Cthulhu? I'll give him Cthulhu. Stupid, gullible, or unethical practitioners will sometimes accidentally evoke these Clipothic entities, even when they think they are only creating a thought form. He wants a Shoggoth? We'll give him a Shoggoth. Interestingly, the Cthulhuid disguises forced on some Clipothic entities by their naive summoners actually hamper their activities. Lovecraft's great old ones were not actually gods in the sense of divine spirit beings. Despite their ability to travel interdimensionally, the Cthulhu Mythos crowd were essentially a bunch of science fiction space monsters, ignorantly worshipped as gods by primitive or even degenerate humans. You can exploit this materialistic Achilles heel by evoking a militant pagan god or goddess, for they are far older and more powerful than the Cthulhu Mythos, to defend you and or counterattack the Clipothic entity. The pseudo-Sumerian demons of the Simon Necronomicon offer a more convenient role for these Clipothic vermin to assume. He wants a watcher? I'll give him a watcher. But even the watcher is no match for the ancient gods. These demonic / Clipothic entities may sometimes be easier to deal with than ensouled elementals, since they are almost always susceptible to banishment by use of the pentagram. Understand the pentagram is a Christogram. It's a Christological symbol bearing the 5 wounds that Christ bore upon the cross, which is what it represents. These enemies, however, these Clipothic entities, ensorcelled and straitjacketed into pulp paperback fictional format of the Cthulhu Mythos, may be more persistent, since they are independent creatures with minds of their own. You should be aware that magical attack may affect not only you, but also members of your family and friends. Try to shield them as best as you can. Hunting wolves will circle the herd, waiting to pull down and devour its weakest members. Clipothic spirits will do the same. There was one point in my life where I encountered the case of a girl who was attacked in dreams by a hideous spider-like creature. And this arachnid entity could have been either an ensouled elemental or a pre-existing demon. That girl, she tragically lost her grandfather to a sudden illness during that same period of magical harassment from the cult leader who victimized her. She told me that her grandfather's house was the setting of the dream in which she was attacked by that arachnid creature. Perhaps the house of the dead, or murdered man, rather, was the site of its most recent victory. And other cases of psychic attack related to paperback grimoires, available off the shelf for a few dollars, are reputed to involve what amateurs would call psychic vampirism. There was an occultist named Michelle Ballinger, who wrote for Fate magazine while it was still in print. That was an occult magazine that had circulated forever. It's no longer with us, sadly, because this is the age of, well, print is dead. And she cited the case of a young man in the United Kingdom who opened himself to possession by an astral parasite through his abuse of the false Necronomicon. Of course, Belanger herself, being a British gentlewoman, she never named the version of the Necronomicon he used, but since she described him as using it to open a spirit gate, well, it's obviously the Simon book written by Peter Levenda. And according to Ballinger, the astral parasite used its possessed victim to drain energy from his friends. Often he would appear to them in dreams, pulling their auric energy into himself. So, we have a situation where, of course, our man, Mr. Brandon Young, who I brought on to this transmission with our latest episode before tonight. He was contacted by Peter Levenda with an ominous warning, saying, "The book," referring to his own Simon Necronomicon, or what people call the Simonomicon. He says, "The book protects itself. I think it has a life of its own now, and has not been out of print a day since that fateful December in 1977. What does it want? Where is it going from here? None of us, none of the original band, have the foggiest idea. We have projections, we have hunches, but we don't know. A life of its own indeed." I will not belabor the listener with an itemized list of the unaccountable depressions, vicious psychic attacks, Fortean overworked coincidences, and occurrences of bizarre, often tragic synchronicity that entered Brandon Young's life ever since he first began to confront Peter Levenda about slandering his storied family. Synchronicity is one thing, but one good example might simply suffice. There was the time that someone we both knew was confronting the cultists of Peter Levenda. The followers of his book are called Simontologists, since they follow the Simonomicon. Peter Moon thought that that was a brilliant name for them. And one of the people that we knew of, I will not name them, I want to protect their privacy, found themselves grief-stricken over the loss of a close friend the same week. The hard drive on their computer crashed just as they desperately needed to make revisions on a book slated for immediate publication. A friend of theirs was on his way to install a new hard drive when both front tires on their car blew out simultaneously as they were driving through a clean, well-paved parking lot at a speed of but 15 miles per hour. Now, those material occurrences can hardly be dismissed as psychological delusions, though they might be written off by the lame and shop-worn explanation of coincidence. However, at the same time, those seemingly mundane disasters were occurring. A menacing, unclean, psychic entity was detected in the upper floor of the house of the victim in question. The thing had to be rigorously banished by the efforts of several people. What is really interesting here is the quote-unquote synchronicity of these incidents. They all occurred just as a book was about to go out into publication. And that was very similar to the level of exposition that we present with the Roswell Deception, subtitled The Demystification of World War II. So make certain that you purchase it for all that has been suffered to get it in print at all. By the way, Bizarre HD, our man George Knight, says, much love to you, Douglas, and much love to you in turn, good George Knight. By the way, he produced a link to the PDF formatted book written by the courageous medical anthropologist, Dr. Adler, who helped save the Hmong people in the United States from genocide. Now, in terms of the Simon book itself, people might, by what I've said, begin to think that this really is a book of power. The book itself has no power. Rather, these incidents were created by individuals like Peter Levenda, who have a stake in the Simon hoax of Necronomicon. And actually by something beyond that, because the Simon Necronomicon is defended by an egregore, created by a group of people, rather than one lone magician, all of those who choose to believe in it. And further energy has been added to this Necronomicon egregore by devotees, who have pumped their energy into it over the years since the publication of the Simonomicon. It's like the maddening novel of Sutter Kane from In the Mouth of Madness. The Simon Necronomicon takes its strength from new readers, new believers. I mean, as Peter Levenda himself boasted, the Simon book has not been out of print a day since the initial date of its publication. That would be remarkable enough when one considers the number of profoundly valuable books on occult topics that have been allowed to slip quietly out of print. When one considers the relative lack of criticism the Simonomicon book has received, however, it's truly amazing. No topic is more overpublished than the occult, and no group of people more outspoken in their opinions than the occult community, and yet, in the, 30 plus years since its publication, no one has ever written an in-depth, scholarly deconstruction of that book. And the fact that the Simon Necronomicon is at once a bestseller and a flagrant hoax, well, that goes to show you the kind of world we live in. It's the world of the spiritual predator. And all of you are the munching herds, the sheep, on which they prey. Oh, by the way, our man George Knight says, I owe everything to Douglas. He is the man who taught me everything I know. God bless you. You're an angel, and as is your wife. My best to her, hugs, and, well, at some point I'll have to get into my intended subject for tonight. And so, Clarice, I love you dearly. I want to thank you so much for investing your energy, your time, your emotions. Honestly, let me see the time now. Take a few more minutes and say goodnight to our audience, and do educate us further, grace us further with a little bit more wisdom before you leave tonight. Say whatever you wish and take the time you need, and after that I'll take over. But I'm here.
Okay. I just, also wanted to say thank you for having me on the program. Thank you for all of your work. And just to remind the listeners about what I was explaining earlier about how this interaction that we're having tonight, it is living, it is real. And the example that I was given about having to reclaim your life force, your fire, your power, is even evident in this situation that played out today. Because I was laying in bed, I was like basically sleeping almost. Wow. And when Douglas called me, I'm just telling you how these things play out in our everyday life. So basically, the metaphor is Douglas said, get up, wake up, don't slumber anymore. Like, I need you to help me right now because I need to go put this fire out so that we can continue to ignite the fire in the listeners.
Wonderful.
You are us. We are together in this collaborative effect of igniting us as a human race and remembering these forms of knowledge, that are intertwined, interweaved in our reality, in our consciousness, in our body. So I just wanted to just say that that's what my take in this situation was, because I had explained my story to Douglas before. I didn't expect to share it to the masses necessarily, but even when I did that, you could see that in the first part of the conversation, I was rattled and nervous, and then the charge had to come up to just ignite that fire for me to share my wisdom. And this is what we all have to do, as a whole. So I just wanted to share my knowledge and wisdom and gratitude for this event, this event and this moment in time that we share. And also, I was also saying how important it is for us to just share our love and song and rhythm. And if you notice, even though Douglas has been through all of these different magical things with the occult, he always shares his love. He always acknowledges us and tells us that he loves us. And that is also what we need to do in order to get through this period in this time in the human condition.
Thank you. Honey, that was beautiful beyond belief. And let's take a quick look into the live stream. And the response to you has been overwhelming tonight. So do yourself a favor. As soon as you're off with myself, just take a look at your phone. And so you're welcome to hang up. If she hangs up, the call might end. But if it doesn't, don't worry. Whatever happens with the call, I'm on live stream, which is separate, just so people know. So if you hear a kind of click, so to speak, as the Skype transitions off, don't worry about it. But I myself am somewhat worried as to how people could hear. People are able to hear what I do when the mute is on, so that's bizarre to me. And that may have to do with like a separate kind of almost a mic built into the computer itself or something. The interesting thing is when Clarice was speaking to me the other day, she was hoping I would go on camera. I don't even have a camera on this screen, and there's no mic directly into the computer other than the one that I plug in. The computer is simply, it's just a processor. So God knows what's going on. This borders on the supernatural. By the way, honey, our man Luke Pierce says, "Thank you, Clarice. Thank you, everyone."
Okay.
Yeah, and he gives the little what do you call that? When somebody makes the circle with their thumb and forefinger, gives you that plus the prayer hands and the heart. You'll see it yourself. Anyhow, honey.
That's good. That's good. Yeah, it's like what Douglas was talking about was I was asking him to see me live so he could see, and once he heard my story, that I was just a real normal person.
Yes.
That I wasn't some crazy person trying to just talk about this story, that he could see that this happened to so many people. But hopefully, we can continue our little magical interlude conversations. We have so much to talk about, so much work to do. I mean, this one was just basically to kind of a little bit fill in and share my story about what happens. But there's just so many different interesting topics that we can further discuss on the methods that these energies are employed, because it's not only magic, it's just so many different things that affect the human condition and in the now moment, because these ancient things I feel like are still carried forth. What do we learn? Yeah. What were we able to stop in all these wars of the gods and men,
Yes. Wonderful. Thank you, honey. Definitely appreciate you You have a blessed night.
Okay, you too. I'll catch the rest in the morning. If you need anything, call me.
Okay, bless you. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much. Good night.
Good night, honey. For
Good
now.
night.
Yes,
Bye.
blessed be. So this is that was our wonderful young lady, Clarice Claudette, and for all of you who are still with us, well, the phone call did end, and so in terms of that, such as it was a wonderful experience. I do appreciate everyone to continue in the chat room with some activity. I did have some private messages verifying further what Clarice Claudette was saying, and definitely want to thank Luke Pierce for putting a like on the DDD Douglas Duane Dietrich timeline. Of course, I used to have the public community fan page, which of course had 4,400 likes on it, and that's why Lena Shea came, and of course basically had myself banned off Facebook by plastering a bunch of swastikas up on it. But this is, of course, what the cultists of the Kings of Edom do, and she was an assigned asset, and I could not say no to her because she purchased so much that I needed simply for survival. And this is what happens. There's a price to be paid for everything. And in that case, the price was she wiped me off the internet, having me scrubbed off, and so there you go. That was the purpose of that was the entire purpose of that cunt's life. And so you might say my fault for letting her into my life, but as I said, I needed so much that she purchased the dental work she paid for, many other things. So was it worth being completely wiped off of the internet? No. But it's that's there you go. It's we are in a this is obviously the war for your existence, and this war is based on it's a war of remembrance. It's all about memory. And when you hear my other interviews with Salman Sheikh, when you hear the interview with Penny Bradley, then you'll begin to understand what this war is about. And so those are the interviews that Our Lady Clarice Claudette certainly needs to review, and hopefully she will. And beyond that, everybody maintain Clarice Claudette in prayer, surround her in a circle of protection so that she doesn't pay a price for aligning openly with myself. I'm getting a private message that I will not read aloud, and just going to okay, I'm reading something, and so I'm just reading a private message, so forgive my distraction here. And okay, and there we are. Okay, and okay, and oh gosh. Okay, so there we have that. So someone is sharing something with me about Almin. I will not name them. They have asked for me to keep their identity private. I appreciate their sharing what they have with me, and I will ask their permission if I can share the story without naming them. That will so let me enter that now. Okay, may I share your story? Oh, sans there we are. So I just entered, may I share your story, sans naming thyself. They may not see that until later. Either way, if they, well, I won't do it unless they give me the go-ahead. Yes. Okay. So there we have that. Going to give them a thumbs up. So basically, an individual has written me in the private messages, and what they said effectively was, do not say who I am, but I was also involved for a short time with Almin. She sought me out, I am sure, because of my energy. I caught on quickly. Sorry to hear about your dear friend who came on. Going, well, leaving that part out. She speaks now of Almeen herself. And apparently, okay, this is what this individual informs ourselves about Almeen, something that I certainly did not know. This individual, in reference to Almeen, says she had a stroke, from what I have heard, in 2016. And other people are running things now. She was in a coma for a long time after the stroke. I would be curious to find out when she was involved. Meaning, here she's referring to Clarice Claudette. She says, mine was back in 2010. She, and in this case, the individual who's messaging me is referring to Almeen. Almeen started to invade my dreams after I went to a pod, but I protected myself. I told a male friend who went to try to stop her from doing this to people, and she attacked him later just as he went to sleep, sexually. She said at the pod that I went to that she was Goddess Isis and had a dark side. So there we have that, and I think that explains quite a bit. And when it comes to this kind of phenomenon, that is something that I hope that Clarice listens to this, and hopefully I'll remember to bring it to her attention if she doesn't. But at any rate, glad that we've gotten that on record. And with that as well, I will move on to basically the rest of the night. Let's see how much time we have left. And we have about 5 hours left, which isn't too much. Clarice Claudette says, yes, that's true. I think that's after she stole my stuff. Okay, thank you, honey. Thank you, honey. So she did hear that. Bless you to the young individual who wrote me that message. And Amor Fadi is talking to Clarice so she can respond to him and some of the others. She says, but I think she also used that to get more money / sympathy. In other words, Almeen may have exploited that to get more money and sympathy. I'm certain that being the kind of personality she seems to be, that would be par for the course. Yes, that makes sense. Easy enough to believe. And okay, with that, let's get into my frame of mind for tonight and understand, of course, as I said about Clarice Claudette, she has a very feminine energy and would like to see peace in the world. I, of course, despite much of my cross-dressing, have a very masculine form of energy. Well, believe it or not, I know I act more or less like a bitch, so it's hard to understand any masculine aspect at all in terms of myself, but I do believe that war is an essential part of what defines humanity, that without war, we really cease to be human. So war is a part of our being human. Benito Mussolini once said that war is for men what childbirth is for woman. And there's truth to that. Honestly, it is man's most terrible adventure, but it is something that is what makes our world. Honestly, we would never have any of the advances, or shall we say the great majority of them. The advances that we have, the great majority, are attributable to the direct threat of war, that war presents. So there we have that, and let's just hope that the next war takes us to a new level of technological advancement, where we're able to spread ourselves into the solar system and among the stars. That will be very much my hope. And Clarice Claudette says, thank you so much, everyone. And Amor Fadi responded with much love and much amor. So that's wonderful. So, Clarice Claudette says, I'm glad to know other people are coming forward. Yes, that is good to know. And I'm so glad that we have so many who have been continuing to tune in tonight. The numbers are up. And much of this is thanks to Clarice. Clarice, you made the ratings. You held the ratings. You held the ratings up, and that's quite an accomplishment. You know, there's few people that can do that. So in the 5 hours we have remaining, all right, let's see what I can cover. Let me go at it. I'm going to renew the page because I'm compulsive like that. And let's see what happens with the resetting of the page. With that, the numbers are up. And I mean, they're great for this hour. And so Clarice, you did well, honey, and you should be proud of yourself. So that's pretty good for someone who had no practice whatsoever. Better than a bunch of guys reading out news stories, huh? Okay. So a shout out to Stephen Myers, my brother from another mother, a Chigro, or a Chinese Negro, as the Brits would say back in the days of empire, or more properly, in the modern sense, a Blasian, a black Asian, who lives in the heart of New York City itself, Manhattan Island, which is, of course, when foreigners ask me to describe New York City, I describe Manhattan Island as a small island of hostile warring tribes. And he says, "Hi, Big Daddy D from Support Your Brother from Another Mother." He sent 60 United States dollars. This was via the PayPal. Understand that you can help me too. Need some money. And any contribution you provide, please make certain to indicate myself as friends and relations, and that will make certain that they do not compromise your contribution by attempting to excise their blood tax. So what Stephen Myers says is, "Hey Doug, maybe you can comment on the Rod of the Iron Ministries. They caught my attention when I read an article in Yahoo News. They are a far-right Republican cult and are preparing for a civil war. Saw their video. They did have a few house nignogs among them licking their boots." Thank you very much for that, Stephen Myers. I will go into that. As a matter of fact, let me just change over to a warmer sweatshirt as the temperature drops precipitously in San Francisco at this hour. And, of course, I could say running around putting out the fire kept me warm, but, well, you know. Then what happens is the temperature drops thereafter. And holy shit, because I was wearing this while I was putting out that fire. This is soaked in my sweat. So, not going to put this one on. All right. Let that air out for a while. All right, let me grab another one, which, thank the gods of my ancestors, is nearby. And that should keep me warm enough as the night progresses. Let me get that over my head. Just talking here. Now, let's get into this rod of iron. And hopefully this will put some things into perspective for you. And blow your mind. All right. Let's talk a little bit about, well, what this directly affects. The Rod of Iron Ministries is basically the successor cult, or a branch office, of the Reverend Moon Church, in case you didn't know. And that makes me obligated to tell you a little bit about the most powerful cult in the world. So let's get into that. Understand that of the, well, you know, America has basically foreign debt that's held by other nations. So if you don't know about that, well, let me tell you. I can't go in depth into the economics of it, but basically you've got what's called a national debt. I'm not going to go into the in depth to the economics of that right now, because it's just going to kill most of your listeners out there. It's just not going to retain interest with that. But know this much. Of the total 7.2 trillion United States dollars in national debt of these United States held by foreign countries, the Empire of Japan and the Communist Chinese Empire hold the greatest portions, hands down. China, Red China, holds 1.1 trillion United States dollars in U.S. securities. The Empire of Japan holds 1.28 trillion United States dollars worth. Now, the third Asian power that at times holds as much as 10% of your national debt is South Korea. Yeah, South Korea owns some 10% of your national debt, depending on how it's calculated, depending on the year. And, of course, in a way that you never knew, South Korea governs the United States of America, not the other way around. South Korea is occupied by the United States of America militarily, but the tail really wags the fucking dog. Believe me, there. So, hopefully I'm getting through to you, because if you don't believe me, all you need to do is look up commodity.com/data/South-Korea/debt-clock. Just look up the South Korea debt clock. And the commodity.com has got this ticking debt clock as pertains to South Korea and how much they own of your national debt. And that ought to give you an idea of South Korean power. So understand that the South Koreans are very powerful, even though their economy is basically about the size of Los Angeles. They are a nation state that punches far above their weight and has got you, or rather the American Empire, by the balls. How so, you might ask? How is this possible? Well, understand that during World War II, George Bush Sr., of course, was America's youngest navigator, the youngest naval aviator. He was shot down, literally almost cannibalized by the Japanese, almost eaten by them, because they had no logistics or supplies coming in. And eating American prisoners was a way that they sustained themselves. And George Bush Sr., later on, after World War II, felt quite sensibly that in order to ever prevent another war with Japan from happening, that America pivot to Asia. And he did this without making any formal announcements. And he helped as a man who ultimately became the man who led the CIA. We had Peter Moon talking earlier about how, presidents come in, they really don't know what the hell is going on. They know they can't really ask what's going on. Well, Jimmy Carter was naive enough where that's exactly what he did. And so what President Jimmy Carter did was he went to George Bush Sr. and says, I've seen some UFOs in my lifetime, and I really want to know what the phenomenon of ufology is all about. I hear you know what's going on. I want to know what it is. Now, George Bush Sr. knew the Japanese won the war. He knew what was behind ufological phenomenon. So when Jimmy Carter approached him and said, as your president, I want to know what's going on. Well, George Bush Sr. told him, sure, I'll tell you everything. But I want you to make me the J. Edgar Hoover of the CIA. Meaning that he would have his job forever as a career till the day he died. That no one could overthrow him. He would be the boss, just as J. Edgar Hoover was the mob boss of the FBI. That George Bush Sr. was interested in keeping his job forever. He loved his job. And Jimmy Carter said, "You can't make deals with me. I'm your executive commander-in-chief." And George Bush Sr. said, "Fine, fuck you. I'll get rid of you and make myself president." And he said that to Carter's face. So Carter went away with his tail between his legs, all moated, as we used to say, head hanging down between his legs so he could suck his own balls, or lick his own balls like dogs do when they're beaten. And George Bush Sr. knocked his ass out of office when Jimmy Carter went to rescue the Iranian hostages. George Bush Sr. had the CIA sabotage the Delta Force helicopters, so they all fell out of the sky. And Delta Force was left with its ass swinging in the wind and had to escape from Iran without rescuing any hostages. And this made Jimmy Carter look like an idiot. Then came the October surprise, which was the Iranians being willing to deal with Ronald Reagan. And that's what got Ronald Reagan into power, and the rest is history. Basically, Mr. George Bush Sr. was the power behind the throne and effectively ran the United States through Reagan's 2 terms, and then ran it for a 3rd term under his own name and as himself. So he made himself president to fuck over Jimmy Carter. But there's more to the story. George Bush Sr. himself was beholden to a man who had converted him to a new type of faith, because after George Bush Sr. had survived his time in the Pacific and with his interest in Asia, well, the CIA sent him to establish the CIA's branch office in South Korea. Now, South Korea's such a Americanized, Christianized, Westernized satrap. The term is satrap, S-A-T-R-A-P. You can look that up. South Korea is such a satrap that their intelligence agency is called the KCIA, Korean Central Intelligence Agency. It's not like the German intelligence, which is called Abwehr. It's not like the Japanese intelligence, which is called Kempetai. It's not like any other Deuxième Bureau of the French, or any other nation has its own name for its own intelligence services, but not Korea. Korea, it's just KCIA, like Korean CIA, like it's a fucking branch office. So that's because it was established by George Bush from the bottom up. And so that's how George Bush wound up in the clutches of South Korea's Reverend Moon cult. Just so you know, South Korea is still in a legal state of war with North Korea. A state of war, just like Taiwan is with Communist China, just like Japan is with the Russian Empire. So, these nations are all legally at war, which means they're in a state of constant, not just readiness, that would simply mean defense. They're in a state of mobilization, people. So since South Korea is in a state of mobilization and has a nuclear-armed power north of its border, sworn to destroy it, South Korea is on total war footing at all times. And South Korea, the most important thing in its society is its military. South Korea has all of its industries, by law, producing weapons. Because, militaries do not produce their own weapons. If you don't know that by now, you're incredibly uneducated. There's no military in the world, in general, that produces its own weapons. They all have defense contractors, civilian industries that produce weapons for them. So South Korea has all of its industries mobilized, so all its industries produce weapons of one sort or the other. So when Reverend Moon became a major industrial figure in South Korea by dint of his church, his unification church, by law, being such a powerhouse as a religious industry, an industry of faith, peddling his product, which was himself as Messiah, his church is required by South Korean law to produce weapons. So it's the only church in the world that produces its own weapons. So Reverend Sun Myung Moon's Unification Church produces its own firearms. It's a full auto machine gun producing cult. So out of that is born the South Korean cult, the successor, run by Reverend Sun Myung Moon's son, the successor cult to the cult of the Unification Church, is the Rod of Iron Ministries, a Second Amendment cult that has infested the United States as quote-unquote Second Amendment Christians. Their Rod of Iron being the AK-47, which is their communion with God. So, if I were to tell you about the world's most powerful cult, it attracts the famous and powerful. It has enjoyed support from presidents and world leaders. It has amassed billions by exploiting its members. It seeks as its primary objective, its mission statement, to destroy democracy. It's the world's most powerful cult, and it's not Scientology. It is the Reverend Sun Myung Moon's Unification Church, which has plans for America, and its successor church is the cult of the Rod of Iron. While President Bush himself was establishing the KCIA, he converted to the Unification Church. He called Reverend Moon the Messiah, the man with a vision. It was Reverend Moon who was the power behind George Bush Sr. Reverend Sun Myung Moon's vision is scamming people out of billions of dollars, using the money to become one of Washington's most influential power players, using that influence to establish theocratic rule over the United States, which his son is intent on doing. Moon has vowed that those who oppose his vision will be digested, as in the sense of the Borg. You will be absorbed. In 1954, a year after the end of the Korean War on the peninsula as a proactive conflict, when ceasefire was declared, Reverend Sun Myung Moon, a former prisoner of war of the North Koreans, where he learned all about brainwashing from the enemy, founded the Unification Church after claiming that Jesus appeared to him and told him to become the new Messiah, the man who would redeem, not only his own people that side of the Pacific, but on the other side of the Pacific in the New World. He attracted many idealistic people to his cult. His message to his converts is, I am your brain. And he uses his converts to raise money by what he calls heavenly deception. Moonies are taught that the outside world is evil. Therefore, it is susceptible to lie to non-Moonies, especially when raising funds. And there is the spiritual sales scam. Reverend Sun Myung Moon's Unification Church was the subject of the largest consumer fraud investigation in the Empire of Japan's history. We're talking about a case in which Mooney church operatives, these cultists, bilked Japanese widows out of over 50 billion yen, about 500 million United States dollars, by convincing them that because their deceased husbands had all been Japanese soldiers who had served in World War II, that because they had all had sex with South Korean comfort women, or had exploited females all over Asia, that they were now suffering in hell, and that only payments to Reverend Moon's church would relieve them of suffering. This is why when the South Koreans ask the Japanese for reparations, I laugh my ass off. I mean, fuck, haven't you people bilked enough? Jesus Christ, how much more do you need? That's just greed. But then, of course, we've got everything else that's going on with them. It's never just one thing, it's always another. So aside from all that money, what has Moon done with it? Well, Moon became a major financial supporter of the World Anti-Communist League, the WACL, which is, of course, headquartered in my own native, true homeland and heartland of Taiwan. There is, of course, now a successor organization, the WLFD, the World League for Freedom's Democracy. Freedom and Democracy. The World Anti-Communist League was a necessity. The World League for Freedom and Democracy has been somewhat subverted by the Reverend Moon Church. And this, of course, was an organization which engaged in, well, several activities, supporting neo-Nazi groups, support for South African apartheid throughout the 1980s, the training of the El Salvadorian death squads. Yes, all of that was done by South Korean insurgents. Not North Korean, but South Korean. Then in 1975, as Saigon fell to the communists, they launched the Young Ladies Campaign, which, according to an FBI report, Reverend Moon dispatched 300 pretty girls. You know, the Japanese army called them comfort women. Comfort women are what the Koreans say were exploited Korean women who the Japanese used as sex slaves. Well, these same types of comfort women, only in this case, all of them pretty girls, meaning they were girls. I mean, like under 18. They were all underage. They weren't legal. 300 jailbait chicks were dispatched from South Korea to infiltrate the United States congressional staffs. As Saigon fell to the communists, South Korea invaded the United States with 300 underage girls who took over Congress, or at least inhabited the beds of all the congressmen and some women. The female Moon operatives infiltrated many offices, including that of then Speaker of the House Carl Albert. Then in 1970s, we had Koreagate. This is throughout that same decade. A U.S. House committee, headed by Representative Donald Fraser, found that Reverend Sun Myung-moon and South Korean intelligence agencies, you know, George Bush's own KCIA, were illegally influencing the entire United States Congress. This was confirmed by Representative Donald Fraser, a Democrat from Minnesota. You know, Jesse Ventura's state. He was Jesse before there was a Ventura. In 1978, Reverend Sun Myung Moon sabotaged Congressman Fraser's bid for the U.S. Senate by spending millions of dollars and spreading the rumor that Fraser was a communist. Fraser lost the primary election, and America lost its leadership. 5 days after the election, Fraser's house was set on fire. In 1982, Reverend Sun Myung Moon founded the Washington Times. Over the next quarter century, throughout the next 25 years, Reverend Sun Myung Moon spent over $3 billion United States dollars on that newspaper. $3 billion on the Washington Times. And that influenced American elections. Moon uses the Washington Times to curry favor with the American far right and to radicalize it by influencing all presidential elections. In 1988, it spread the rumor that the presidential candidate, at that time, Mr. Dukakis, I don't know if any of you remember him, Michael Dukakis, he spread the rumor that he had undergone psychiatric treatments. This was the man at that time who made the cover of Time magazine as the Duke. It was asked, can he unite the Democrats? Well, he never would, because Reverend Sun Myung Moon said he was a head case and destroyed his career. In 1992, it spread the rumor that presidential candidate William Jefferson Clinton had KGB connections as a college student. But in that case, they failed. Moon, of course, by the year 2000, attempted to portray the candidate Al Gore as mentally unbalanced via his well-funded Washington Times. By the year 2007, Reverend Sun Myung Moon's Insight magazine started the rumor that Barack Hussein Obama was raised as a Muslim and had attended a madrasa. The Washington Times also became a magnet for white supremacists. Its longtime editor-in-chief and neo-Confederate was Wesley Pruden. The managing editor was Frank Coombs, who spoke out against the niggerfication of America. I mean, there you fucking have it. The niggerfication of America, in the words of Frank Coombs, the managing editor. The contributing writer was Bill White, a neo-Nazi who advocated the extermination of all the Jews. A columnist of theirs, Samuel Francis, opposed all efforts to mix the races of mankind and declared myself a vile hybrid of mixed-race heritage like the Vulcan Spock, half human, and altogether, in his words, subhuman. A green-blooded menace. In the year 2000, Reverend Sun Myung Moon bought the Universal Press Institute, the UPI wire service, giving the Unification Church a press seat on Air Force One. In 2004, he and his wife were coronated at the Dirksen Senate Office Building. More than 12 U.S. lawmakers attended that ceremony while George Bush Sr. placed a crown upon his head and Reverend Sun Myung Moon declared himself humanity's savior, Messiah, returning Lord, and the true founding father of America. In South Korea, Reverend Sun Myung Moon and his wife are known as the King and Queen of the United States. I bet you didn't know you had royalty, and they were Korean. You learn something new every day. Bet you can't wait till tomorrow. Why have our leaders stood by while Reverend Moon makes a mockery out of American democracy? Follow the money. Let me take a breath. This stuff gets me so upset. Honestly, there's no way I can really do this justice. Understand this much. Your nation is run by South Korea. Know that much and understand who your enemies are. As for the Rod of Iron Ministries, the successor church to the Unification Church cult, the Rod of Iron Ministries stormed our United States Capitol in a violent attempt to overthrow our government. This brings us to the role of the Rod of Iron Ministries in carrying out the attack on the United States Capitol itself on January 6th of this year. Or was it last? The insurrectionists came dangerously close to overthrowing our United States government. The organizations that were instrumental in organizing those attacks on the United States Capitol were sophisticated and highly connected with the prominent Russo collaborationist, Red Republican insurgent political figures. Hyung Jin Moon. Because nobody can pronounce his Korean name, they call him Sean. You know, like Sean Stone, the son of Oliver. Hyung Jin Sean Moon, the youngest son of the Unification Church cult founder, Sun Myung Moon himself, stormed the United States Capitol with certainly well over 100 of his own cultists, more than 50 of his followers. Sean Moon is the founder of the Mooney subcult called the Rod of Iron Ministries. In the 1970s and 1980s, the Moonies were well known for their far-right ideology and made news with protests, the only protests, in support of Richard Mulhouse Nixon throughout Watergate. There were cultists who fasted for 3 days, 72 hours, on the Capitol steps at Reverend Sun Myung Moon's order. At that time, when Reverend Moon said, "God wants Nixon to remain president," and they all believed Satan and the communists needed to be defeated so God could rule the USA. Today, many people are surprised to learn that the Moonies are still around. Since the death of the founder, Sun Myung Moon, in 2012, the Moonies have somewhat splintered. Sean Moon, Mr. Rod of Iron himself, who claims his dick's that hard, leads the World Peace and Unification Sanctuary. But it's more commonly known as the Rod of Iron Ministries. And that group derives its name from a passage in the book of Revelation that mentions Jesus ruling with a rod of iron. Sean Moon interprets that passage as a reference to AR-15s, actually, as well as AK-47s. He tries not to be too communist about his firearms, but I know for a fact he prefers the AK-47s. Won't get into that. But for most of the Americans, he passes out AR-15s, which, by the way, his group worships during church services. He's often seen himself, in public, wearing a crown comprised of bullets. He's got bullets literally on the brain. Recently, Sean Moon purchased a 40-acre compound in central Texas. You know, like another guy we remember in Waco named David Koresh, which is to serve as his sanctuary for what he declares will be his war with the deep state. South Korea versus our democracy. And that property, located 40 miles away from Waco, was listed as, well, it went cheap at just under $1 million. A steal. Rod of Iron Ministries also has property in Delaware and Florida. According to a GoFundMe seeking money for renovations, the purpose of acquiring new land is to expand God's kingdom to the western and southern regions of these United States. Now, since the cult was founded circa 2017, the Rod of Iron Ministries has passionately supported Donald John Trump and regurgitated Trumpian rhetoric ad nauseum. As Joe Biden's inauguration approached, Sean Moon espoused the big lie that the election was stolen from Donald Trump and delivered apocalyptic warnings that his followers should prepare for violence. They have declared war against our legally elected government with covert support from the South Korean Republic as their sponsor state. Now, the Capitol insurrection mob was packed with organized extremist groups. And on January 5th and 6th, Sean Moon, known within the church as the Second King, his father being the first, and members of his cult showed up at the Capitol ready for violence. Rod of Iron Ministries member David Carnegie, or Carnegie, his surname spelled K-A-N-A-G-Y, who was arrested. He wrote about his experience storming the Capitol in a blog post on the cult's website that I'll read therefrom. I'm reading straight from the Rod of Iron Ministries web here. Once at the Capitol building, I saw the flags of Japan and the Rod of Iron of Sanctuarians over to the right. Well, of course they're over to the right. Sanctuarians. Yeah, these are the men building the sanctuary near Waco. I headed over there to support them. The Second King was speaking into a microphone. He's referring to Sean Moon there. People were jubilant, celebrating their freedom, but were also upset when news came out that Pence had decided not to reject the false electors. The Capitol Police lined up like riot police with shields and tried to push the crowd. The Patriots pushed back on the police line. The Patriots. Patriotism being the last refuge of the scoundrels. The police shot tear gas canisters at us. I'm only sorry they didn't fire full auto lead, motherfucker. There's your Rod of Iron. Anyhow, Moon himself shared a video on Instagram showing himself among a mob outside the Capitol, fleeing police tear gas. Of course, everything he writes is in the uppercase letters, all shouts. They tear gas bombed us! That's what he wrote in the video's caption. They protect Antifa, but shoot and tear gas patriots! Yeah, fatherfuckers. As I said, is what patriot means in the Latin. Well, that's what it means in the original Latin, and it's meant as an insult. The same way you use the term motherfucker these days. Now, troublingly, the Rod of Iron Ministries is not fringe. They are actively interwoven into the power structure of the modern, rather the postmodern, Russo collaborationist, Red Republican insurgency. Of the organized groups present on the 6th day in January, including the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, and loose configurations of the Three Percenters, Rod of Iron Ministries stands out for its wealth, its sophistication, and its ambition to overtly and openly rule America. Leading up to January 6th, Rod of Iron Ministries deployed members for a string of large rallies in Washington, D.C., Pennsylvania, and the state of Georgia. Prominent Republicans delivered speeches, including former Trump advisor Steve Bannon and Pennsylvania State Senator and Stop the Steal organizer Doug Mastriano. Last October, Bannon spracketh at a Rod of Iron Ministries rally in Greeley, Pennsylvania, whereupon Steve Bannon warned 10 days of a left-wing conspiracy to steal the presidency from Donald Trump. He encouraged the tough people in the crowd to show up at polling places to protect against voter fraud. It has terrorized voters. Sean Moon also has strong ties to politicians from his home state of Pennsylvania. Days before the insurrection, congressional candidate from Pennsylvania, Teddy Daniels, delivered a speech at Tommy Gun Warehouse, a gun store owned by Sean's brother, Kook-jin. Yes, that's the fucker's name, K-O-O-K, Kook-jin, which in Japanese would mean crazy man, but it's Korean, it means something else. Anyhow, nobody dares to call him Kook-jin, which sounds too much like crazy man no matter what language you speak, so they just call him Justin. Justin Moon. Now, Daniels even asked, this is Teddy Daniels, the congressional candidate from Pennsylvania, he even asked Sean Moon to give the blessing before Daniels announced his 2022 run for Congress. That means he is a true believer, a cultist who, if he serves in your Congress, is serving South Korea. Circa 2016, Eric and Laura Trump attended the grand opening of Tommy Gun Warehouse. Eric delivered a speech in which he praised Justin Moon for his commitment to fighting for the Second Amendment. Now, here we had a case where the son of Donald Trump publicly said to Justin Kook-jin Moon, "Our country and our government does not make it easy on you. You deserve tremendous credit." Now, Rod of Iron Ministries and its role in carrying out the attack on our capital exemplifies a problem that has existed in our country for decades. Foreign authoritarian groups, like the Moonies, deploy mind control tactics at the level of an intelligence network because they are an extension thereof to establish a devoted mass of followers who can easily be mobilized to carry out nefarious political maneuvers. Donald Trump benefited from their support, which is why he and his political allies, like Steve Bannon, uplift cult leaders. The attack on our capital was an atrocity, and we all have to remain vigilant to prevent anything like it from ever happening again. Now, as I've said before, you probably have loved ones who are true believers, because these people have power, and the way they use it is despicable. Remember what I said about the Korean comfort woman who South Korea has chronically, relentlessly, ceaselessly been demanding Japan apologize to and pay reparations for when they've already ripped Japan off of millions of dollars. And these same people sent 300 underage girls to sleep with congressmen and some woman, and now demand America pay reparations for raping underage Korean girls that were employed and deployed by South Korean intelligence for just that purpose. Put Japan's World War II atrocities in that context. Circa 1974, before Saigon even fell, 350 Moonies prayed and fasted for 72 hours, 3 full days on the Capitol steps to show their loyalty to Richard Mulhouse Nixon throughout Watergate. Those people today could not help but relate to the Capitol rioters. Had they been of age, they would have been there. In fact, all those involved in such far-right cults as either the Unification Church or the cult of the Iron Rod are made to believe that democracy is satanic. Now, instead of focusing on those individual believers who are probably likely loved ones you have yourself, focus instead bring your attention to the groups and leaders who welcome their participation. And we should all be critical of any political figure who actively supports cult leaders. Now, everybody deserves to have freedom of mind. But your mind can be so open that your brains fall out. If we all commit to learning how mind control works, as you can by listening to my interview conducted by Salman Sheikh or Penny Bradley, accessible via YouTube, linked via my Facebook timeline, which you'll find at facebook.com/Douglas D. Dietrich, all the D's in uppercase. You can access the interviews which will teach you about that mind control. If we all commit to learning how behavior modification, which is the correct name for brainwashing, works, we can help rescue fellow Americans who have been captured not by North Korea, who abducts Japanese, but Americans who have been captured by South Korea and turned into enemies of America itself. Understand that both Koreas on the peninsula are your enemy, and your eyes will finally open. Clarice Claudette, by the way, says, "What? First retail Jesus, now machine gun Jesus." And gives us some laughs, and her mind is blown. Well, there you have it, people. This is where we're at today. The situation is dire. Well, we've only got 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. Still, it's a lot of time. 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. That's 4 hours. A little bit over 4 hours left. Honestly, I could bring someone on to give me a break for just a few minutes and refresh myself so I can get back on again. Let's take a look now at who might be available. Of course, Clarice Claudette still seems to be awake. I don't know if she wants to come back on for a few minutes. She'd have to get out of bed and start her computer. I wouldn't do that to her. But let's take a look at our man, Mr. Marky Milk, if he's still with us. Or what's the guy's name again? Milky Mark? Marky Milk? Marky Milk, that's it. He says, I'd do it. Let's check him out. Look around for a little bit there and see if I can find him on my Skype here. Let me look up Marky Milk and see if he's got that as his actual name. I wonder if that's his actual name. Marky, is nobody coming up by the name of Marky, so I'm not quite sure who he he needs to wave or something. He needs to give me whatever his name is. Marky Milk, do me a favor. Give me what your Skype name is so I can find it. What I'm supposed to look for on the Skype so I can look you up. That would be appreciated, immeasurably. Aside from that, of course. All right. Let me go back to where we were. I'm going to go back to people here on the Skype and close the search bar. That should get us back to where we were. And aside from that, just shut down that. All right, then. Let's see now. Thank you, everybody who's supporting me. Thank you so much for the upvotes. You guys are doing great. Let me get into it. And if anyone wants to help out here, let me see who's potentially there. Daniel, roll is down for the count. Pack 1, Daryl. Let me see how... Sammy, of course, was involved earlier. So doubt he'd be around now. Or Isaac was involved earlier, so he wasn't available. Anyhow, check into the live stream again. All right. That's it for now. So, tonight's arc of narrative, well, it commences with coal and COVID and the Korean Peninsula. China's coal shortage could leave other countries in the dust. Coal has been under the spotlight, as despite Communist China's worst power crisis in years, due to a shortage of the dirtiest commodity on earth, the Communist Chinese Empire's restrictions on Australian coal remain in place. This is what will bring us all throughout the Pacific Rim again. See, China is facing its worst power crisis in years due to a coal shortage. Australia has the coal Beijing needs, but the world's second largest economy, as manifest in the Communist Chinese Empire, is unlikely to reverse an unofficial ban on Australian coal imports anytime soon. In fact, Red China stopped buying coal from Australia late last year, after Canberra, the capital of Australia, backed a call for an international inquiry into how Beijing handled the COVID-19 outbreak. You see, in Washington itself, this side of the Pacific, there was a lot of talk about how the coronavirus crisis could increase the push for more economic decoupling with Communist China. But the Red Chinese government was thinking about it in exactly the opposite way. China has always been planning to exploit the coronavirus crisis to its advantage. Beijing is preparing to use this crisis to advance Red China's economic strategy against us. We better start taking notice. For 4 years, the Trump administration had been trying to pressure Red China to stop its economic aggression and unfair trade practices using tariffs, negotiations, and measures to protect American industries. Beijing hated that strategy from the start and only reluctantly struck a Phase 1 trade deal that addresses but few of these issues. Even then, several Red Chinese government agencies and officials were publicly talking about how China can take advantage of being the first country to start recovering from the novel coronavirus, because it was the first country to contract it, and since it manufactured it, would know best how to recover therefrom, to take over the industries of the future. Horizon Advisory, a consultancy that tracks Red Chinese government and economic activity, issued a report in March of yesteryear drawn from official Chinese government and media sources that spells out how Beijing is planning to use the downturn in Western economies to its benefit. Red China intends to seek out more foreign direct investment, seize market share in critical industries, and try to stop the West from confronting its bad behavior. According to Horizon Report, the Horizon report as issued by the Horizon Advisory Consultancy, on the 4th of March in 2020, Han Jian of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and director of the Ministry of Civil Affairs China Industrial Economics Association did write, "It is possible to turn this crisis into an opportunity to increase the trust and the dependence of all countries around the world of Made in China," with same report concluding that in COVID-19, Beijing sees the chance to win. This time, China benefits from a near-peer strategic position. It also benefits from first mover status. Beijing intends to reverse recent U.S. efforts to counteract China's subversive international presence, at the same time to chip away at U.S.-Europe relations. You can't get more blatant than that. Nate Pikarsik, the co-founder of Horizon Advisory, thus emphasizes that they have a post-virus strategy, and it is already underway. After the 2008 financial crisis, Beijing filled the economic void by building up its national champion companies using huge government subsidies and gross intellectual property theft. 12 years later, and now home to some of the world's largest and most capable firms, Red China is planning to overproduce various goods to flood the market and increase its market share while Western companies are on their backs. China is also setting itself up to be a haven for foreign capital if its markets bounce back before ours. To quotist Emily de La Bruyere, the other co-founderess of Horizon, China has a long-standing strategic plan that's focused on co-opting nodes and systems in which it thinks it can claim coercive power over these United States and the global system. Now that the world is shutting down, Red China sees its opportunity to move in much more quickly and aggressively to those nodes and systems. Some of the communist Chinese empire's actions seemed benign or even helpful. Red China was ramping up production of medical supplies and ingredients for pharmaceuticals. One commentary in Communist China's state media threatened that if Red China withheld drug ingredients, it could plunge the United States into the mighty sea of coronavirus. But in the longer term, Red Chinese commentators in state media are calling for post-coronavirus expansion of Chinese companies abroad, especially in key sectors like 5G, high-speed rail, new energy vehicles, artificial intelligence, and the industrial internet. It's ironic, but because Red China was the first country to deal with coronavirus, it is now ahead of most of the world in terms of containment and recovery. Communist Chinese workers were already returning to factories, while the United States and European economies were shutting down. We don't even have a plan for today, while Beijing already had a plan for tomorrow. Meanwhile, back in Washington, some lawmakers who never liked President Trump's China tariffs are trying to help Beijing undo them. The New York Times reported that Senators Patrick J. Toomey, a Republican of Pennsylvania, and Charles E. Grassley, a Republican of Iowa, were even then pushing for the Trump administration to remove steel and aluminum tariffs that were imposed on national security grounds. United Steelworkers President Thomas Conway wrote in an early 2020 letter to lawmakers that eliminating tariffs now would hurt U.S. producers at the worst possible time and help Chinese companies dump their products to gain market share unfairly. Well, that's what he said then, and would probably still say now. Now, per Michael Vessel, a commissioner on the Sino-American Economic and Security Review Commission, he says, as our steel and other manufacturers all suffer, when the bottom hits, Red China is poised to come back in. China is now looking at ways of taking advantage of everyone else's suffering. Schadenfreude, the pleasure in the suffering of others. The Trump administration's strategy was not to divorce our two economies, but to compel Red China to play by the rules and compete fairly, while protecting our industries from their malign activities. We can't sacrifice the long-term economic competition with Red China because of this disastrous but ultimately transitional public health crisis. Beijing is trying to manipulate the situation to unfairly take even more control of the industries of the future. We must be smart and not let that happen by dealing with the crisis without losing sight of the longer game. Because Australia is crashing the world economy and taking China down. This night's arc of narrative commences with the Australian ship called the Topaz. T-O-P-A-S, not a Z, which would be, well, a kind of valuable jewel, a precious gem. Rather, the topaz, or T-O-P-A-S, well, that has another meaning entirely. I'm not quite sure what that would be. But, if I look it up, I tend to think of food. Of course, it can be an acronym, the test of phonological awareness skills. But in Spanish, well, it probably means that kind of... It means to drink liquor habitually and excessively, or engage in such drinking. It's probably from the obsolete tope, the interjection used in proposing a toast back in the day. Topper! That's where we got the term topper from, which used to be a television series of chronic alcoholics, or about chronic alcoholics. So there you go. It's a perfect name for a ship full of sailors, right? And in June of yesteryear, the Topaz ship left the port of Queensland in Australia with 90,000 tons of coal as its cargo. Its destination was the port of Jingtang, where it was set to unload its coal and then travel back to Australia over the course of but a few days. And by the way, I'm getting some messages here, and this could be Real Tech Geek and Rodney S. kind of sharing with each other. Don't think any of them are offering to relieve me right now. They say basically, Real Tech Geek is pointing out that the electric grid in communist China can't handle cryptocurrency mining right now, so they banned it. And then Rodney mentioned what kind of crypto he's into. And Tech Geek's talking about nuclear fission. He says they'll probably switch to uranium first. They've been attempting to make an artificial sun. And so now they're talking crypto here. And basically, there we have that. Moving back to where we're at. So when the Topaz set out from Australia and expected to be back in a few days after unloading its coal in Jintang port, well, that's not what happened. because once the topaz reached the port of Jingtang, it was not allowed into the Chinese port. So it waited. 1 month passed, 2 months, 6 months, then 10 months. Eventually, the ship and all its crew found itself being stranded at sea for nearly an entire year with no end in sight. Ultimately, that ship was forced to wait 269 days before finally unloading Australian coal in China. And that ship that waited ultimately well over a year is among a handful of vessels that, in its desperation, Red China finally allowed to unload their cargoes of Australian coal, a reprieve for some of the seafarers and vessels caught by a Sino-Australian trade war that at one point stranded more than 70 carriers and 1,400 mariners. And as it turns out, this event would foreshadow one of the biggest economic issues that we are currently witnessing today. But to explain why this event was so important and why it's creating a global crisis today, you must know that this crisis that we are currently experiencing may have actually started with a small bird just a few decades ago. A bird that caused one of the most catastrophic crises in the history of humanity. Thus on to the object lesson of the Chinese sparrow. In the 1950s, while Reverend Sun Myung Moon was starting his Unification Church, the Communist Chinese government on the mainland didn't know much about these birds except for one thing, that they found out, or what they found out was that these sparrows ate, on average, 4 pounds of Chinese grain per year per bird. Now, on its surface, this may not seem like much when you consider that all the sparrows in China collectively consume only a fraction of 1% of the grain in communist China. But at the time, the communized Chinese government did not like this at all. You see, Red China in the 1950s was trying its best to adopt communist economic policies of total collectivization, whilst becoming completely self-sufficient in regards to its agriculture. So, in order to accomplish their goal, they banned the privatization of all agricultural production within the country. They also decided that all food shall be collected and then distributed by the government alone. They changed their farming techniques to match that of the Soviet Union. They decreased crop diversity to help boost production quotas. And lastly, they stopped trading resources with all the Western nations in hopes of becoming self-sufficient. And all of the policy effects took place virtually overnight, which itself caused a massive shock to China's agricultural system. And soon, Red China would begin to experience a decrease in food production and a very serious national famine. However, there was one thing that would push this crisis over the edge. And of course, that was the Chinese sparrow. Remember how the communist Chinese government didn't like that those little sparrows ate a infinitesimal amount of their grain? Well, as it turns out, the Communist Chinese government decided to order the total mass extermination of all sparrows from the communist Chinese landscape in hopes of boosting food production by a fractal of a single percentage. And so, over the course of but a few years, countless millions of sparrows in China were killed, and the Chinese sparrow nearly became extinct. And it would not take too long before Red China realized it had made one of the largest mistakes in that country's history. This one single policy change ended up making their famine even worse. You see, what Red China did not know was that these sparrows were the main predators for all of the pests in their crop fields, meaning that as soon as the sparrows went away, the crop-eating pests, mainly locusts, began swarming the entire country. And these locusts were not eating just a small fraction of 1% of the food. Some swarms literally destroyed entire farms, or even clustered villages as stocks of crops at a single time. And it was this event that ended up making the famine in China turn into the Great Chinese Famine, a crisis that caused 100 million people to starve to death amidst an orgy of cannibalism over a span of half a decade. All it took was a few policy changes and one hasty economic decision based in ignorance to cause a crisis on a global scale in which 1/4 of humanity began to literally eat itself. And that brings us to today. Red China is ruthlessly exploiting the very coronavirus pandemic it caused. The coronavirus pandemic that rages across the globe is a fire China itself ignited. And now, while Beijing grasps a fire hose with two hands, it's also planting a boot on the world's neck. The Red Chinese government spent weeks denying and downplaying the severity of its growing coronavirus outbreak that eventually spread to the rest of the world. That obfuscation cost nations crucial time in preparing for and potentially curbing the damage of COVID-19. All experts concur the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping's regime should be held accountable for the more than 250 million infections and 5 million deaths that have taken place worldwide that governments are even willing to acknowledge. That means by coronavirus alone, communist China has killed as many people as people claim the Third Reich killed Jews. But Red China isn't letting this crisis go to waste. Instead of looking to make amends, Beijing is taking advantage of the chaos to pursue its long-term foreign policy goals more aggressively. China has capitalized on the world's distraction to claim sovereignty over disputed islands in the South China Sea, intimidate my native Taiwan, and assert more authority over Hong Kong in an attempt to quash the pro-democracy movement there. It's taken advantage of vulnerable countries in Africa that are struggling to cope with the coronavirus and its economic impact by offering much-needed debt relief, but only if those countries provide lucrative national assets as collateral. And after the American empire suspended funding to the WHO, the World Health Organization, for being simply too bribe-prone with Beijing, the Chinese government pledged millions of dollars in additional support for that World Health Organization, giving Red China even more influence in the Global Health Agency and allowing that empire to portray itself as the new champion of multilateralism. Amid all this, Red China has launched a global disinformation campaign to deflect blame for the virus onto other countries. For instance, alleging the virus really originated in these United States, or maybe in Italy. It also sent needed medical equipment and doctors to heavily impacted countries where it seeks to expand its influence, allowing Beijing to play the hero of the pandemic instead of the villain that brooded in its labs. Experts know this is all part of Dictator Xi's broader strategy to dislodge the American empire as the world's sole ultra-power and expand Red China's reach around the world. In other words, he's merely exploiting the coronavirus crisis to achieve his aims even faster. Make China great again, but faster. Andrew Erickson, an expert on Red China at the U.S. Naval War College, has no doubts about what Xi and the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, want, having written in an October of 2019 article for the column known as War on the Rocks, within which he so expressed the following that I quote, "To the extent that any nation has a grand strategy, China surely does. The vision is no secret. Xi Jinping vows to make China great again. Xi's strategy for a postmodern China of unprecedented power and influence requires recapturing lost glories at home and abroad." Now, the dictator Xi himself has said as much. During a major speech in October of 2017, he named specific timelines for his grandiose goals. China would have a moderately prosperous society in all respects by 2021. They've accomplished that to a degree. It would be a world leader in technology and military modernization by 2035. And by 2049, Beijing's decades-long dispute with Taiwan would be resolved. Those are big promises made on tight deadlines. It's no surprise, then, that Dictator Xi wouldn't waste a chance to make progress on those plans. And make progress China has. On the 14th day in April of yesteryear, President Donald Trump announced that the American empire would temporarily halt funding to the WHO, the World Health Organization, in China's pocket, arguing that the global health body is too Sinocentric, or China-centered, and was too lenient on Beijing in the early days of the coronavirus pandemic, which of course they surely were, because they were bribed to be so. And just a fortnight later, within 14 nights, 12 weeks, Red China publicly pledged an additional 30 million United States dollars in funding to the WHO, that same worldly health organization. Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson Geng Shuang said Beijing donated the money because it was defending the ideals and principle of multilateralism and upholding the status and authority of the United Nations. Oh, how touching. Why, by the way, we've got still intercourse going in the chat room. Trekkie General joining to say, holy shit, because Real Tech Geek got his mana at the right time. He was gaming crypto for months. So his weekend went well. All right, let's check some other incoming messages. See if anyone else. That's Peter Mayer out there. Shout out to him. All right, then. Honestly, few believe that the Communist Chinese financing the World Health Organization was any altruistic maneuver. Rather, all agree it was opportunistic. The United States left a leadership void, and Red China quickly stepped in to fill it. With just a comparatively small donation, Beijing gets to look like a staunch advocate of global cooperation and a responsible partner in the public health response to the coronavirus, in contrast to these United States. Michael Sobolik, an expert on Red China at the American Foreign Policy Council, observes that everything they're doing is a full court press. Across the board, Red China is pushing hard. 30 million is a drop in the bucket. If they wanted to contribute more, they absolutely could contribute more. But it's really a signal to the White House and the world that the American empire may not have as much clout as it thinks. America's pause on World Health Organizational funding, then, played right into China's hands. To quoteist Bonnie Glaser, directoress of the China Power Project at the Center for Strategic and International Studies think tank in Washington, D.C., it's a gift from the Trump administration. When it sees opportunities, Red China moves to exploit them. And we are in a moment where the Red Chinese definitely see opportunities. Dictator Xi has also used the distraction of the coronavirus pandemic to exert more authority in Hong Kong and crack down on the pro-democracy movement there. On April 18th, more than a dozen pro-democracy activists and lawmakers were arrested in Hong Kong, marking the largest single-day roundup in years. One of those detained was Martin Lee, the 81-year-old founder of Hong Kong's Democratic Party, who has since blasted Beijing for trying to impose complete authority over his city. Within 72 hours, 3 days after his arrest, he wrote in the Washington Post that Hong Kong people now face two plagues from Red China, the coronavirus and attacks on our most basic human rights. We can all hope a vaccine is soon developed for the coronavirus, but once Hong Kong's human rights and rule of law are rolled back, the fatal virus of authoritarian rule will be here to stay. Beijing has also started to publicly weigh in on domestic Hong Kong policies in a new way. Exempli gratiae, in mid-April, the Hong Kong and Macau Affairs Office, the Chinese state agency that closely oversees Hong Kong, criticized some of the city's lawmakers for filibustering debates, which it said has led to a backlog of legislation. Taken together, experts say Beijing is using the coronavirus as a cover to cement its authoritarian rule over Hong Kong and stamp out the pro-democracy movement once and for all. Red China is also trying to spread that rule elsewhere. Beijing has long laid claim to the disputed islands in the South China Sea. To stake its claim, Red Chinese naval vessels have pushed other claimants, like the Philippines and Vietnam, out of the area so it can have full control of the islands and the oil and natural gas resources around them. That practice hasn't stopped during the pandemic. Earlier this month, for example, a communist Chinese ship sank a Vietnamese fishing boat in the South China Sea and claimed other regional islands for itself. On April 13th, Kelsey Broderick, a China analyst at the Eurasia Group consulting firm, told CNBC that China may be hoping to both send a message to other countries involved in the South China Sea that China will not back down under any circumstances and send a message to a domestic population about the strong leadership of the party. Communist China's military, meanwhile, continues to place pressure on my native Taiwan, including by regularly flying fighter jets near our Taiwanese airspace and dispatching flotillas close to my island. This is relatively normal behavior. Beijing puts on this kind of show of force all the time. But the American empire clearly sees an extra layer of threat in these times. So U.S. warships, which usually sail by Taiwan about once a month, have been in the area at least twice in April of yesteryear. And China is also flexing its muscles on other continents, especially in Africa. Many African governments struggling to respond to the coronavirus are asking for debt relief so they can invest more in healthcare, sanitation, food, and social programs to keep millions of people safe during the pandemic. And the Communist Chinese Empire, one of the Dark Continent's largest creditors, is balking at the idea of large-scale debt relief out of fear it might set a bad precedent of debt forgiveness and, Karl Marx forbid, a jubilee, or total forgiveness of debt. And according to the Wall Street Journal, Red Chinese leaders have asked officials from at least one country in Africa, Zambia, to provide collateral, in this case, Zambian copper mining assets, in exchange for economic help. Experts aren't surprised by this, as they know China has a very transactional view of foreign policy. If Beijing gives something, it gets something. Giving black African countries billions of dollars in economic loans only to never see a return on that investment would be anathema to how Chinese officials view the very purpose of loans. But acting this way in the time of black Africa's need may sour once budding Sino-African relations. It doesn't help that racism against Africans in China itself has increased during the coronavirus crisis, leading many to be barred from hotels, restaurants, shops, and more. Frank Nabugwu, a Nigerian businessman who lives in the city of Guangzhou, told The Guardian of England that authorities wouldn't let him return to his rented home yesteryear. To quote his tea, the security guard said to us, "No foreigners are allowed." I was upset, very upset. I slept on the street. Put together, it's clear China hasn't reevaluated its foreign policy during a dangerous period for which it be responsible. It's instead redoubled efforts to see it come true. That, in effect, is China on the offensive. But Beijing is also exploiting other measures, mainly a large-scale disinformation campaign, to play defense. China is using revanchist, revisionist Russia's disinformatia, disinformation playbook, to deflect blame. It's not working. As calls for Communist China to take responsibility for the pandemic grow, Beijing has chosen to push back in a major way. And to do that, it's taken a page out of Russia's playbook. First, Red China is peddling conspiracy theories about the virus's beginnings. It's well established that the coronavirus originated in Wuhan, China, before it spread to the rest of the world. Yet CHIANG, Chinese communist officials, including Foreign Ministry spokesperson Zhao Lijian, have falsely suggested the coronavirus first sprang up in these United States. The same goes for Italy, as Chinese propaganda has also pointed to the European country on their central peninsula as a potential starting point for the disease. This is a classic Russian disinformatia technique. Instead of coming up with a new theory based on facts, the regime repeats a false claim until it makes enough people doubt the truth. CHICOM officials are also sending medical equipment and physicians to countries in Europe that are struggling to deal with coronavirus outbreaks. The regime made a big deal about offering support to Italy in March of yesteryear when it had one of the world's worst outbreaks. It has also sent supplies and resources to Serbia, the Netherlands, and Spain. Beijing's reason for doing all of this isn't pure altruism or even a recognition of its own responsibility in helping create the crisis in the forest. Rather, experts conclude Red China is trying to counter negative press about its early mishandling of the viral outbreak. Instead of being the irresponsible government whose failures unleashed a deadly pandemic on the world, Red China is trying to look like the world's savior, graciously providing critical supplies to countries in need. But the countries it has chosen to help aren't just the ones who need it the most. There are also countries that Beijing has been working to build close ties with for the past several years, both to expand its economic reach in Europe and to weaken American alliances in the region. Italia, for example, was the first major European country to sign up on to China's Belt and Road Initiative, Beijing's trillion-dollar plan to build infrastructure and economic ties across 3 continents in order to dominate global trade. By providing Italy and other key European nations with critical aid during the pandemic, Red China further cements its ties to those countries and chips away at their relationships with the United States. The Chinese Ministry of National Defense's Zhao Bo wrote for the South China Morning Post last year that China and Europe will inevitably get closer. A divided Europe, further dismayed by the worsening transatlantic relationship, will naturally look east. All in all, Red China is doing only things that help Red China. Nothing more. Jennifer Stotts, an expert on the Communist Empire at the U.S. Institute of Peace, has so concluded that Communist Party leaders are working overtime to polish Red China's image as a global leader in the response to the COVID-19 crisis. The problem for the Communist Chinese Empire, however, is that the plan has started to backfire. Red China's methods make cooperation, including with these United States, nearly impossible. Communist China's global PR, public relations campaign, has yielded some fruit. On March 21st, after Red China delivered medical equipment to the country, Serbian President Aleksandar Vučić said, "We should thank them with all our hearts. They have proven to be great friends of Serbia and the Serbs. I am waiting for Xi to visit Serbia, and hundreds of thousands of people will welcome him." He's a sex symbol in China, by the way. They follow that guy the way young girls in North America used to follow Justin Bieber. I shit you not. Other European officials, including Italy's foreign minister, have also helped heap praise on Beijing. But some countries are starting to get fed up with Beijing's pressure tactics and posturing. Take Australia. When the Australian government launched a global effort to open an inquiry into the origins of the coronavirus outbreak, Red Chinese officials threatened economic retaliation. In an interview with the Australian Financial Review, Cheng Jingye, Red China's ambassador to Australia, said, "Maybe the ordinary people will say, why should we drink Australian wine? Eat Australian beef? The parents of the students would also think whether this is the best place to send their kids." But instead of caving to Beijing's demands, Australian Foreign Minister Maurice Payne spraketh out, herself so stating, "We reject any suggestion that economic coercion is an appropriate response to a call for such an assessment, when what we need is global cooperation." Countries have also been complaining about the low quality of China-provided supplies. For instance, some of the tests Beijing gave to European nations don't even work. Spanish scientists have found that testing devices from the Red Chinese firm Shenzhen Bioeasy Biotechnology correctly identify a positive case only around 30% of the time. That hasn't grown Red China's prestige on the continent. To quoteist Jessica Brandt, an expert on Communist Chinese disinformation at the German Marshall Fund, "You can't chest beat and deliver substandard quality, but for Red China to be using official channels to promote conspiracy theories is new. Brandt also noted that there's been a 300% increase in the number of Chinese officials on Twitter over the past few years, starting around the time Hong Kong protests began in spring of 2019. That's likely part of the communist Chinese empire's effort to better spread disinformation far and wide. In total, experts agree that Red China's aggressive attempts to exploit the pandemic for its own benefit have made it harder for governments, especially these United States, to trust and work with the communist empire. That could have deadly results. If Red China doesn't work in concert with other countries, experts concur the disease will continue to spread. After all, it's a rich, powerful empire that can help find a vaccine, fund further pandemic research, and help safeguard borders. Red China's actions then not only make the world less safe, but also don't help it attain the global prestige the Red regime seeks. Per Aaron Friedberg, a China expert at Princeton University. Across the board, I don't think that they're winning on this. I think at this point it's going to be hard to cooperate, even though it would be in the interest of every country, including these United States. Now, recollecting back to that ship of the Topaz that we last knew of as being stranded at sea to point of suicides among its sailors, well, as it turns out, this was also because of a hasty economic decision that came from the Communist Chinese government. Late last year, China stopped buying Australian coal. That happened as trade tensions between the two countries soared after Canberra backed a call for an international inquiry into Beijing's mishandling of the COVID-19 outbreak. Before that, Australia was a major coal supplier to Communist China. In 2019, some 38% of Chinese thermal coal imports came from Australia. You see, in June of 2020, just a few months into the pandemic, Australian Prime Minister called for an investigation into the origin of the pandemic in mainland China. Now this, on its surface, may not have seemed like much of a story at the time, but in reality, this would be the instigator for a global crisis. Because now, China is facing its worst power crisis in years due to a coal shortage. While Australia has the coal Beijing needs, the world's second largest economy is unlikely to reverse an unofficial ban on Australian coal imports anytime soon. That's despite recent media reports suggesting that China was releasing small quantities of Australian coal that was stuck at Chinese ports for months due to the ban. That's what brings us to the energy crunch on the communist Chinese mainland. More than half of Red China's provinces have been rationing electricity over the past couple months by now, disrupting the daily lives of tens of millions of people. Elevators have been turned off. Stores' opening hours have shortened, and factories have had to reduce operating days and power consumption. Some provinces have experienced outright blackouts. Meanwhile, September saw industrial output decline for the first time since Red China started recovering from the COVID-19 lockdowns. It's the worst electricity crisis Red China has faced in a decade. The immediate cause is that Communist China is still highly dependent on coal, which provides 70% of the country's power generation. The electricity prices paid to generators are regulated by the central government, while coal prices, those coal prices are set on the market. When coal prices rise, unless regulators increase electricity prices, it doesn't make economic sense for coal power plants to keep supplying electricity. Plants can then avoid generating at a loss by claiming they have a technical malfunction, or by failing to purchase the coal they need to run, both of which happened in the run-up to the current crisis. But the reasons for the crisis can also be traced back to a string of policy missteps and poorly thought-out market interventions after the beginning of the pandemic. The crisis has put Red China's continued dependence on coal in stark relief, even as its market shares of renewable and nuclear energy have continued to increase. That's what brings us back to the real reasons behind Communist China's energy crisis. Cheap pricing and too much coal are leaving Chinese in the dark. Obviously, China relies heavily on coal for power production. Well, power generation, really. Since mid-August, at least 20 provinces across the Communist Chinese Empire on the mainland have reported power cuts of varying extent. That was due to several factors, including a shortage of coal supplies, tougher government mandates to cut emissions, and higher manufacturing demand as the global economy bounces back from pandemic lows. Officials have reportedly urged top state-owned energy companies to secure supplies for the upcoming winter at all costs. So, we have to ask at this point, or at least analyze, how Australia and Communist China's trade relationship broke down. Because analysts all agree Beijing will not likely lift the import restrictions on Australia anytime soon. Instead, they all predict that Red China will look to boost its own coal production, tap on other international suppliers, and push its industries to curb output and emissions. On CNBC's Squawk Box Asia, in mid-October, Rory Symington, principal analyst at Wood Mackenzie, attested that there be no signs that China will allow companies to purchase new shipments of Australian coal, himself so saying that the political situation hasn't improved at all. This is largely a political issue and not an economic one, and no signs of any easing on the ban on new cargoes. Beijing may also look to other countries for more coal. Earlier this month, Abhinav Gupta, a dry cargo research analyst at shipbroking firm Braemar ACM, told CNBC that China is likely to push Indonesian suppliers for more coal, but they are nearly at peak capacity. China has also been trying to get more Mongolian and Russian coal to cater to its demand. However, there is some competitive pressure for Russian coal from the European buyers. We have also seen Red China buying more coal from suppliers in the Atlantic, such as US and Colombia. The impact on Australia via a triumvirate of authoritative sources would, well, let me just quote them. You see, according to the commodity price provider Argus, Australian thermal coal at Newcastle Port, which is the benchmark for the Asian market, surged this year despite Red China's import ban. Vivek Dar, mining and energy commodities analyst at the Commonwealth Bank of Australia, concludes that Australian coal prices would likely depend on how cold the upcoming winter turns out, and that if Beijing resumes buying coal from Canberra, it would only add to the demand for Australian coal and support prices further, himself attesting that despite the informal ban on Australia, Red China's thermal coal imports have held up fairly well due to a growing volume of supply from Indonesia and revanchist revisionist Russia's empire. Between January and August, Indonesia accounted for roughly 57% of Red China's thermal coal imports. To quote St, the main driver of current thermal coal prices, particularly from Australia, is demand in North Asia ahead of this winter. Reports that small quantities of Australian coal were allowed to clear customs in China have increased speculation that Chinese authorities will look to relax the import ban on Australian coal. We don't think Chinese authorities will relax China's ban on Australian coal this winter. And per Shane Oliver, head of investment strategy and chief economist at AMP Capital, Elevated coal prices are unlikely to immediately fall, even if Red China lifts the import ban on Australian coal. But Australia's export earnings have held up well despite the coal ban and a sharp drop in iron ore prices. To quote his T, I doubt if China lifts the import ban that it would have much impact on Australian producers, as they would just redirect back to China but still get the same price. Ultimately, the sky-high prices won't be sustained, but they may still be high for a while yet. And according to Sean Langcake, principal economist at Oxford Economics, coal exports from Australia to the Empire of Japan and the Republic of South Korea along India, which is facing its own coal shortage, have soared. Australia having managed to divert its banned exports to other countries despite the sanctions. To quote his T, the key question throughout this episode for exporters has been their ability to pivot to alternate export destinations if confronted with barriers when exporting to China. Encouragingly, we find evidence that trade dispersion has occurred, rather than a collapse in export performance. Still, Australian officials have slammed Red China for the trade sanctions that extend to other export items, such as wine and barley. And in a statement to the World Trade Organization issued week before last, Australia said, China says that these actions reflect legitimate trade concerns, but there is a growing body of information that demonstrates Red China's actions are motivated by political considerations. But to read between the lines, Australia has been a cornerstone supplier of commodities used by an industrializing Chinese mainland over decades, which in turn made the country's dollar, the Australian dollar, a favorite bet of currency traders and sovereign wealth funds seeking exposure to Commu-Chinese growth while at the same time managing risk. In other words, the Australian dollar's proxy relationship to Red China's economy has been shaken by trade tensions, rising liquidity in the yuan as well, and now China's role as a key driver of the Australian dollar is being reevaluated in global markets, helping send the currency to levels well below where traditional modeling suggests it should be. Ergo, a popular bet on Chinese growth is falling out of favor. And Red China's economy, the second largest in the world, is teetering on the brink of disaster. Now, Chinese Communist dictator Xi Jinping must strike a delicate balance between eliminating Red China's crushing debt and maintaining consumer confidence. A single misstep could spur global chaos, both economic and political. You see, if Red China's economy keeps stumbling, it won't just take down Beijing. The whole world will collapse with it. Since this spring, Beijing has canceled initial public offerings, fined tech companies billions for antitrust violations, forcibly shut down Red China's entire for-profit education industry, and sent CEOs running for the exits to avoid the communist government's ire. Even more dire, the communist Chinese mega developer Evergrande recently started missing payments on its more than 300 billion United States dollars in debt, shaking global markets. The convulsions have woken the world up to a startling new possibility that Beijing may be willing to allow some of its private corporate behemoths to collapse in a bid to reshape the economic model that made Red China a superpower. The upheaval, spanning multiple industries and vast swaths of the Chinese mainland, is the result of one giant issue: Red China's inability to borrow or buy its way out of its current economic crisis. For decades, the Communist Chinese Empire relied on cheap labor and eye-popping amounts of debt, handed out by state government-owned banks to fuel economic growth, pouring money into massive apartment developments, factories, bridges and other projects at lightning speed. Now, the communist empire needs people to actually use and pay for everything that's been built. But the bulk of Red China's population lacks the income needed to shift the economy from one driven by centralized state investments to one sustained by capitalist consumer spending. As a result, Red China finds itself stuck with a system that is overbuilt and over-indebted. Take the Communist Chinese Empire's 52 trillion United States dollar property market, of which the Evergrande mess is the poster child. With money easy to borrow, real estate speculation became a popular way to store and build wealth for Red China's young middle class. One academic described this model colorfully as an addiction to real estate cocaine. It's also been called a treadmill to hell. As the central government now attempts to deflate the real estate bubble without bursting it, it has been forced to prepare the Red Empire for a period of slower growth and belt-tightening. And to make matters worse, Red China is also facing that energy crisis fueled by skyrocketing coal prices, as well as a working-age population that is getting old without enough resources to even retire on. In the face of all of these obstacles, Beijing has made a dubious choice. Instead of continuing to open their economy to spur growth, the Communist Chinese Party is closing it. Under dictator Xi Jinping, Communist Chinese socialism is reverting to a model not seen in decades, with tighter state control over much of the economy. That's why you're seeing Beijing cancel massive IPOs, these opening industries, and level entire industries already running. Economists expect this ideological shift to slow growth even more, which in turn would make Red China's attempts to transform its economy that much more precarious. The transition from open markets to state control won't be easy to manage, and there's much at stake for all of us. If Beijing fails at its overambitious plan, it could set off shockwaves that would crater the global financial system, slow trade, and devastate businesses worldwide. The resulting chaos and the crisis of faith in the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, that would accompany it, could lead to social instability in China itself, spurring the central government to place an even tighter grip on civil society. In short, Beijing is walking an economic high-wire act, trying to replace its economic model with something unknown. In the process, the weight of its old, debt-ridden system is causing all of China to wobble. And if the country falls, it could take the rest of the world with it. So we've got to turn some attention to analysis of what China is and how it came to be. If you want to pinpoint that moment that set Red China on the path to where it is today, on the tightrope, you have to go back to that great Orwellian year of 1984. That's when Deng Xiaoping, chairman of the Communist Party, approved the decision of reform of economic structure, which rewrote the rule book for the Communist Chinese economy. Instead of the state directly operating every industrial sector, it would not allow, or rather it would now allow, state-owned businesses to flourish sans direct government involvement. Without the centralized state control to inhibit them, well, business flourished. That ideological flexibility, combined with the Communist Chinese Empire's creation of a modern banking system, paved the way for the emergence of privately owned companies. Freed from direct government oversight, and flush with free-flowing loans, Red China's manufacturing sector boomed. People from rural areas flocked to fill the privately owned, debt-built factories, and a middle class took shape. Circa 1992, 27% of communist China lived in urban areas. By 2020, but yesteryear, that number had grown to 61%. All of this growth was supercharged by Red China apartment construction. Circa 2009, during the global financial crisis, CAC, China apartment construction, and seeking to avoid a downturn, the CCP, the Communist Chinese Party, ordered banks to spray loans all over the economy, especially the property sector. But as the debt bubble grew, the new buildings all remained empty. Despite the booming economy, many Chinese weren't making enough money to afford the homes they were building or the goods they were producing. Chinese developers have used debt to build thousands of office and apartment buildings that are all still sitting vacant and now pose a threat to the economy's stability. It was around 2011, the year my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother died, was murdered, when the rest of the world beyond the Great Wall started to notice China's jaw-dropping ghost cities and bridges to nowhere. Economists outside the Great Chinese Digital Firewall wondered when the debt bubble would pop, and there were several close calls. In 2015, it looked like Red China's property market would collapse, along with the local governments that helped finance them. But officials gave the sector a jolt by tearing down slums and relocating residents into empty new buildings. The following year, Beijing started the process of slowly working the debt out of the system. It allowed some companies to default on their loans, ordered local governments to shut down redundant factories, and shuttered coal mines that were no longer needed to supply them with energy back then. But as extreme as these efforts were, they barely made a dent in China's debt bubble. And that's just one side of the equation. Without a constant churn of new manufacturing and construction jobs, there's little hope left for hundreds of millions of Chinese citizens who left their villages to make money in the city. According to China's National Bureau of Statistics, 600 million people have barely $2,700 to spend a year. With housing prices in major cities soaring, what dictator Xi refers to as the Chinese dream, the idea that even the poorest in the country will take part in China's rapid growth and modernization, is starting to look completely out of reach. So, Communist Chinese socialism is changing. Again. And in an attempt to revive the Chinese dream, Dictator Xi is pushing the idea that Red China is moving toward what he calls common prosperity, which is some sort of wealth redistribution. Exactly what that means is hard to say. It could mean higher taxes for the high-income citizens who benefited most from privatization, the generation of super tycoons who were allowed to get rich first, as Deng Xiaoping urged, or perhaps it's simply an attempt, using the socialist rhetoric of old, to steel citizens for more volatile times ahead. But either way, it won't help matters if Xi's common prosperity agenda turns out to hurt the country's new middle class. The only certainty is that Red China is returning to extreme state intervention. Private industry be damned. In the starkest example of state control, Communist China wiped out its entire for-profit education sector in July. sending markets in these United States, where some of the companies were listed, into a tailspin. It is important to note that part of the upheaval is also about pure power. Not energy, but politics. By moving to rein in Red China's wealthiest citizens, Dictator Xi is effectively hoarding power for himself and his CCP, his Chinese Communist Party. Tycoons like Jack Ma, the founder of Alibaba, have been avoiding the spotlight as the Communist Party cracks down on private enterprise in a bid to consolidate all power. Jack Ma, the billionaire founder of Alibaba, was once a ubiquitous presence in Communist Chinese society. But since the government started clamping down on his businesses, he's largely disappeared from view. And I've been grateful not to see his ugly face. Then there's the founder of ByteDance. Byte like in B-Y-T-E, bytes of information. Not something about biting some maiden lady on the ass, as you might think. That company that owns TikTok also stepped down as CEO, saying he preferred solitary activities. Even online fan clubs for pop stars are being regulated to encourage devotion to the party. Not party as in party hardy, party as in communist. Yestermenses, but last month, the former chair of Red China's top liquor maker was sentenced to life in prison for taking bribes. There is danger to this lack of power sharing and pluralism of opinions. Historically, the CCP has been a tug-of-war between openers and closers, those who want to welcome outside market forces and those who seek to restrict foreign assets. But now the balance of power has shifted. Dictator Xi is a defiant closer, and his consolidation of all power, including his lifetime appointment to the presidency in perpetuity, has left no pro-opening opposition to push for a course correction should things go awry. And things have a good chance of going awry. As Beijing tries to move the economy toward a new, more insular model, it will have to avoid the landmines left by the old one. Consider Evergrande, now teetering on the edge of default. Xi's willingness to tolerate the credit squeeze on big developers shows just how committed he is to remaking the economy. Last summer, to deflate the property sector, Beijing introduced a new credit metrics known as the 3 red lines. Developers were required to hold more cash so they could cover their indebtedness if things went sideways. Evergrande couldn't raise the money. And it's not the only one. Why, earlier this month, Fantasia Holdings, a luxury property developer, defaulted on a $206 million bond payment. Investors around the world still don't know when or whether the Chinese Communist government will stop the bleeding. At the end of September, Communist Chinese authorities met with the state-owned banks to let them know their role in all of this, above all else, would be to protect homeowners and keep the economy going without resorting to their old debt-driven tricks. The property fiasco also means Beijing needs to run a confidence game on 2 fronts. Investors need to believe the Communist Chinese government, the central state, can figure out how to restructure the most indebted property developers without causing a sudden crash for the real estate sector, a task that will become more difficult as more developers show signs of strain. And consumers need to have the confidence that buying homes with cash in the midst of a credit crunch is a smart move, in the expectation that property values will keep rising. Per Charlene Chu on Zionesque China, once again, walking a tightrope, she being a debt analyst at Autonomous Research, who has gone on record to say, well, let me quote her at length and verbatim here, they took it to nearly zero in a matter of days. It shows a willingness to tolerate a lot more volatility and pain than people expected. The nuanced message from authorities is, don't pull the funding so these units can't be completed, but don't fund an aggressive expansion of more new developments either. I think Xi is incredibly ideological, and he's focused on his legacy. He really wants to reshape China and put it on the global stage, and that does require a reset from the way we've been doing things previously. But if confidence in pre-sales tumbles, that could be game over. It would bring everything to a halt immediately. And that, listeners, in turn, could trigger a plunge in real estate values and send Communist Chinese banks and an entire world of investors holding their debt careening into chaos. The balancing act would be tricky to manage under any circumstances, but it's made far more difficult by Red China's sudden energy crisis. Electricity prices have more than doubled this year as pandemic lockdowns lifted and demand for goods soared. Red China's domestic coal stores were already down thanks to the central government's earlier wave of mine closings, and Beijing made things worse by banning coal imports from Australia, which was pushing to investigate the origins of the coronavirus pandemic they engineered to conquer the world. Factories in 20 of China's 31 provinces have suffered a loss of power, and companies including Tesla and Apple have said the crisis will hurt their supply chains. If dictator Xi is initiating a power grab, it will be hard to pull it off without power. So someone's got to find the off-ramp. All of these not growing pains would be easier to deal with if the world were in a cooperative mindset with Red China, but it's not. Under dictator Xi, the Communist Chinese Empire has become more bellicose on the world stage. It has encroached on democracy in Hong Kong, set up concentration camps for Uyghur Muslims in the Xinjiang province, the Caucasians of China, whom the majority ethnically yellow Han Chinese seek to exterminate and intimidate it. Well, we can never forget how Communist China has continually and perennially intimidated its neighbors in the South China Sea and menaced my native Taiwan as never before. In response, Western policymakers have dug in their heels. In May, the European Union torpedoed a trade deal with Beijing after China sanctioned members of the European Parliament for speaking out against human rights abuses in Xinjiang, the northwestern Chinese region, which is properly East Turkestan. U.S. officials, upset that Red China isn't purchasing nearly as many American goods as it promised to under their trade deal with the Trump administration, are also taking a hard line. Earlier this month, in a speech to the Center for Strategic and International Studies, United States Trade Representative, the Taiwanese nationalist, as she was born in Taiwan like myself, Catherine Tai, a nationalist Chinese national, a Taiwanese national who happens to hold American citizenship like myself, she made it clear that Washington wanted Beijing to open its markets and respect the international rule of law. So as dictator Xi Jinping reins in for-profit companies, President Joe Biden has made clear that America will, in the words of our trade representative Catherine Tai, our Taiwanese trade representative, by ethnicity, above all else, to quote as she, speaking for Biden. Above all else, we must defend, to the hilt, our economic interests. That's not what America sounds like when it's cutting another country some slack. But all the saber-rattling isn't likely to alter the economic reality. Red China has no real option at the moment but to slow its growth. And a slow-growth Chinese empire will inevitably act as a brake on the global economy. As Joyce Chang, the global head of research for J.P. Morgan, observed in a recent talk, a 1 percentage point decline in China's growth takes half a point off global growth. Morgan Stanley estimates that from 2022 to 2025, Red China's growth will be 0.4 percentage points lower each year than previously estimated. And that's the best case scenario. If investment contracts sharply, Red China's growth could drop by 1-2 points lower each year, which in turn would depress economies worldwide. Mainland China's slowdown will most directly affect its near neighbors in Asia, South Korea and Taiwan, as well as energy and commodity suppliers like the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire and Norway. And the entire world would feel the weight of China's weakness through slower, more expensive exports. What's more, the economic repercussions will almost certainly be accompanied by social upheaval. The Stanford economist, Scott Rozelle, worries that Beijing will respond to any threat to its authority by ratcheting up nationalistic sentiment. From its inception, the postmodern Chinese economy has been full of contradictions. It combined socialist management with a dynamic private sector. It created a massive debt bubble that failed to pop. Throughout all this economic modernization and social transformation, speedy growth kept communist Chinese society stable. But if dictator Xi's attempts to sort out Red China's economic discrepancies cause that growth to evaporate, social stability could well vanish along with it. If that happens, we risk more than the collapse of the global economic order. We risk the shattering of global peace as well. And now, in exacerbation of all the aforecited, Red China is in dire need of more coal, and it's willing to pay any price to secure more of the world's dirtiest fossil fuel, which means other countries risk literally being left in the coal dust. China, the world's top coal consumer, is in dire need of more supply and is willing to pay any price, a move that threatens to leave less fuel for energy-starved rivals. With winter on the way for much of the world and natural gas prices at record levels, economies across the globe are competing for a finite supply of coal. At the center of the scramble is Red China, where stockpiles are low and demand is at an all-time high. The dirtiest fossil fuel, which was struggling against cleaner energy sources, is now seeing its biggest comeback ever, complicating the international COP, the COP, the Council of Parties 26, COP26 United Nations Climate Change Conference talks hosted in Glasgow by the United Kingdom in partnership with Italia that began today. In an earlier September statement, the China Electricity Council said that Red China will expand coal procurement at any price to ensure heating and power generation in winter. Their words. While more than 90% of the fuel the mainland empire uses is mined locally, it's difficult to raise local output at short notice. European coal has risen to a 13-year high, and Australian Newcastle coal is surged by 250% from last September to within range of the record set in 2008. A few months ago, Chinese buyers were on the sidelines of the spot market, complaining about prices being too high and noting that they could weather the storm with domestic inventories. According to traders with knowledge of the matter, now those buyers are singing a different tune, as power plant operators have turned frantic, asking traders and importers to source overseas cargoes. Meanwhile, coal use in Europe is expected to increase through winter amid lower renewable power output, record high natural gas prices, and planned closures of nuclear reactors. India's massive fleet of coal plants is running dangerously low on stockpiles, with more than half of the nation's plants with less than a week of inventories. It will need more overseas supplies to make up for weak domestic production, further tightening the already thin spot market. Saeed Rahim, chief economist at major commodity trading house Trafigura Group, has openly concluded that Asia doesn't have enough coal. Then there's that Australia dispute. Red China has traditionally purchased nearly all of its coal supplies from producers within Asia, but that changed yesteryear when it stopped buying from Australia amid a political dispute between the once close trading partners, leading to sporadic shortages even then. As an alternative, Red China began steadily boosting coal imports from some of South Asia and Europe's mainstay suppliers. The country has imported 4.4 million tons of thermal and coking coal from South Africa so far this year, compared to zero from 2015 through 2020. That's according to the customs data I was able to source. Imports from revanchist revisionist Russia, a key supplier to Europe, have doubled so far this year, while deliveries from these United States are up sevenfold. At the same time, Europe has been trying to snag shipments away from Asia. Importers in Eastern Europe have been buying supplies from Australia, a rare move that illustrates how desperate they be for coal, according to traders who requested anonymity to discuss private details with myself, or rather my son's husband, Sugar Daddy. In a September 27th research note, Morgan Stanley analysts, including Sarah Chan, confirmed that inventories at 6 major Chinese power groups are down 31.5% from yesteryear and at the lowest seasonal level since 2017. You know the quote is therefrom, independent power producers' low inventory has quickly driven up stocking demand for coal, leading to coal price spikes in seasonally weak period. It's a breakneck demand. While mainland China mines half the world's coal, its supply hasn't been able to keep up with its breakneck demand. Thermal power generation in the year through August is 14% higher than yesteryear, while coal production is up 4.4% in large part because of safety crackdowns after a spate of high-profile, deadly accidents. Imports have risen more than 20% since the start of June, but the country still needs more to fill that gap. To quotist Abhinav Gupta, a dry cargo research analyst at Braemar ACM Shipbroking, given the coal shortage in the country, we can expect China to ramp up its buying activity. And to make matters worse, global coal supplies have fallen as major producers Colombia and Indonesia have struggled with heavy rain, while some mines elsewhere have closed because of the pandemic. Investment in new mining projects has almost come to a halt in recent years, with banks cutting lending to coal companies as the world seeks to avert the worst effects of climate change. In an interview following Europe's energy crunch, Colombia Energy and Mining Minister Diego Mesa Puyo said, we're seeing a shortage of coal in some markets, whilst going on record to affirm that the Dominican Republic has been facing issues contracting for coal because of the crises abroad, and Colombia is working to secure some supply for the wealthier half of Hispaniola from its own mines. According to Ernie Thrasher, Chief Executive Officer of X-Coal Energy and Resources Liabilities Limited Company, labor shortages are making it hard to hire additional miners to add shifts. Some of X-Coal's current deliveries are running 2 to 4 weeks late amid surging demand, though Thrasher described the disruptions as nothing out of the ordinary. For China, the options to deal with the global supply crunch are limited. Beijing could decide to ease the ban on Australian coal imports, although that may not be politically palatable, or the government could decide to curb supply to factories at the expense of economic growth. Early last month, Jan Dieleman, head of Cargill International's ocean transportation business, said, "If you look at Red China, they have not been able to restock in the period they should be restocking. You have a very strong energy market, which is probably going to be moving a lot of coal around in the next winter period at least." Ad rem, that's spelled A-D, then a space, R-E-M. It's a Latin term for appurtenantly, meaning relevantly. The economy of the secretive hermit kingdom on the Korean peninsula is reeling from health crisis and sanctions after North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un closed borders to trade with communist China in response to the pandemic, but he warned this month that his country faces a food crisis as the economy has struggled. Consequently, North Korea-China trade has hit its highest level since the start of the pandemic. In a rare acknowledgement of the difficulties faced by that secretive state, North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un demanded this month that officials boost living standards as the country struggles with its food crisis and warned of unprecedented difficulties. North Korea's economy has been under severe pressure from the combined effects of the international sanctions over its nuclear weapons program and Pyongyang's, that's the capital of North Korea's, crackdown on cross-border trade with its biggest trading partner in response to the coronavirus pandemic, which is, of course, Red China. Now, leading North Korean exports to China include ferrosilicon, potato flour, and components for electric watches, while leading Chinese exports to North Korea include tobacco, soybean oil, and substances used for medical products. The North Korean regime maintains that there has not been a single case of COVID-19 in their country, but it has barred foreign aid workers and medical professionals from helping to deliver vaccines, and health experts have warned that North Korea is ill-equipped to cope with the pandemic. Pyongyang has instead continued to develop its weapons capability, despite the economic slowdown. North Korea fired a submarine-launched ballistic missile into the East Sea between Korea and Japan on mine own birthday Eve Day, which was Tuesday of Yester Septimania, Tuesday of last week, just as American, South Korean, and Japanese officials met in Seoul, the capital of South Korea, for talks. But in a sign that Pyongyang has eased border restrictions as the economy reels from the pandemic amid international sanctions, trade between North Korea and Communist China surged to its highest level in more than a year last month. According to Red Chinese customs data released this last week, exports more than doubled from 6.2 million US dollars in August to 14.3 million US dollars in September, the highest level since December of the year before yesteryear. The value of Commu-Chinese exports to North Korea rose from 22.5 million US dollars to 55.6 million over the same period, their highest level since June of yesteryear. Recent reports have also suggested that North Korean trading companies may have increased illicit shipments of coal to Communist China in response to surging demand as a result of spiraling energy crisis. Coal imports from North Korea are barred under United Nations sanctions in force since the year before yesteryear. But a UN panel of experts that tracks Pyongyang's compliance with sanctions recently documented several instances of coal-laden North Korean vessels transmitting fraudulent identifiers allegedly entering Red Chinese waters near the port of Ningbo, Jiaoshan this year. The United Nations also documented allegations of an illicit coal for food program involving North Korean ships exporting coal to Chinese waters before returning home with humanitarian aid. Of course, Beijing has denied that any of the ships were used to transport coal to China. Peter Ward, Seoul, or South Korean capital-based North Korea expert at the University of Vienna, which is the capital of Austria, said the numbers were relatively low compared with pre-pandemic trade, but suggested the border was starting to reopen, going on record to say that we cannot say for sure that North Korean entities are making illicit exports of coal to China. What we can say is that the numbers probably underestimate the true extent of North Korean exports, and that these could include coal, given that it was one of North Korea's principal exports before the present sanctions regime was imposed. But to quoteist Myung-hyun, a senior fellow at the Asan Institute, the Asian Institute of Policy Studies think tank in Seoul, it's actually called Asan. He says, we are definitely seeing an uptick. The question is whether this is the start of a wider reopening or whether this is just a case of North Korea restocking after a period of almost no trade at all. For any increase in trade volumes to be sustainable, they are going to have to finance it, and that may well mean an increase in the export of sanctioned products, most obviously coal. Now, back in July, on the 60th anniversary of the signing of their Treaty of Friendship, Cooperation, and Mutual Assistance, the dictators of North Korea and Communist China exchanged messages pledging to strengthen cooperation. And according to North Korea's KCNA news agency, in a message to Chinese Communist dictator Xi Jinping in July, North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un said their relationship was vital in the face of hostile foreign forces, while dictator Xi promised to bring cooperation to a new stage. Together, Red China and North Korea have pledged cooperation in face of foreign hostility. So, dictators, Xi and Kim's exchange of messages is the latest sign of renewed ties between the neighbors, which analysts affirm is aimed at these United States amid gridlocked nuclear talks between Pyongyang and Washington and worsening Amero-Beijing relations, U.S.-China tensions that are heading towards war. The Red China-North Korea Treaty has a validity of 20 years and was renewed in 1981 and 2001, and then again in 2021. NK News. It's a website that monitors North Korea. Confirmed. Dictators Xi and Kim, or together Xi Kim, Kimchi, like kimchi, extended the treaty for another 20 years. Communist China has been North Korea's only key ally since the two sides signed the treaty circa 1961. And international sanctions imposed over Pyongyang's nuclear weapons and ballistic missile programs have made it more dependent than ever on Beijing for trade and other support. The Friendship Pact calls on the two countries to come to each other's assistance should either side come under attack. Now, using the initials for North Korea's official name, KCNA, the state news of North Korea, reported that in his message, Dictator Kim said, "The treaty is defending socialism and peace in Asia. Now that the hostile forces become more desperate in their challenge and obstructive moves, communist bureaucracies terminology, despite the unprecedentedly complicated international situation in recent years, the comradely trust and militant friendship between the DPRK," which is a acronym that in English would mean the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, "and Communist China got stronger, get stronger in the present tense, day by day. So Dictator Xi's message said he plans to provide greater happiness to the two countries and their people by strengthening communication with Kim. I mean, that'll make Chinese happy. I mean, that's just like, the orgasmatron right there. And by steadily leading the relations of friendship and cooperation between the two countries to a new stage. A new stage. Park Won-gon, professor of North Korean studies at Ewha Women's University in South Korea, informed the AFP, the Associated Free Press news agency, that it's a marriage of convenience. The two allies' relations have had discord since the end of the Korean War, and they will never really trust each other, but they need each other to deal with Washington. And the closer they get, the harder it will be to denuclearize North Korea. Let me try and drive all this home to you. 8 million people could die in a nuclear war with North Korea alone. And that's just for starters. A specter is haunting Washington, the specter of nuclear war with North Korea. The idea that the Trump administration would have endorsed a military solution and a full-blown war, if necessary, to degrade or destroy North Korea's nuclear weapons program is acquiring a new prominence. Advocates of war argue that the time to hit North Korea is now. They say that time is running out, and that Pyongyang will soon perfect its ability to attack America. Their contention is that America can knock out North Korea's nuclear program with some shock and awe style bolt from the blue. Finally, they say that a war over there would be better than the death of innocent Americans over here. Such thinking is redolent of the Iraq War, just as the war in Iraq evaded the prediction that it would be a cakewalk, so a conflict over North Korea would likely issue in a calamity. There is no widespread public support, as a recent Washington Post ABC News poll indicates, for any preemptive American strike on North Korea. 67% of Americans say Washington should act only if North Korea attacks it or our allies first. Before Washington experiences a fresh spasm of war fever on the Potomac, it's imperative to examine just why a conflict with North Korea is inimical to America's national interest. For the notion that America can totally destroy North Korea, as President Trump put it, with impunity is not quite persuasive. The result would be an even wider conflict, one that draws in great powers such as revanchist, revisionist Russia and Red China that would seek to defend what they perceive as their own national interests. So, today, we live in an age where America's greatest strategic advantage, two enormous oceans that protect us from the great geopolitical struggles in Europe and Asia, both past and present, is no longer the strategic safety blanket it once was, thanks to modern missile technology. Put simply, while the American military is the most destructive force ever devised in human history, such a force cannot guarantee that Washington will eliminate every single North Korean nuclear weapon. Nor can we ensure that if Pyongyang retaliates, potentially with whatever nuclear weapons we miss, that our missile defenses can keep us safe. Quite the contrary. The truth is that a war with North Korea would be nothing like the first Gulf War. Yugoslavia, Kosovo, Metohija, Afghanistan, the second Gulf War, or Libya. Such a conflict would be an epic struggle in which millions of people on the Korean Peninsula, in the Empire of Japan, and even in these continental United States, could perish. The best path forward is to practice the foreign policy doctrine that ended the Cold War peacefully. Containment. Containment, rather than open conflict or outright appeasement, is not a panacea. But under the circumstances, it is the best of the options that Washington can pursue. As during the Cold War, a patient and vigilant strategy can wait out a hostile regime in the expectation that it will eventually crumble. A look at the possible outcomes of a nuclear conflict shows why it is more prudent to adopt such approach than to strike first. When we consider the possibility of a military operation against North Korea, it is helpful to take a step back and consider from Pyongyang's perspective how it might respond. North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un may not wish to counter such a strike by using the full range of his military options, fearing such an attack could unleash his worst fear, regime change. This is where U.S. military planners begin to get nervous, as North Korea, even despite having an army that looks more like it was outfitted in the 1950s, has many ways to keep us guessing militarily. Kim could opt for less conventional means to instill fear and panic, attacking in an asymmetric manner that would be hard to counter. Exempli gratiae. Kim could order an attack on South Korea's vast civilian nuclear infrastructure, unleashing deadly plumes of radioactive fallout. Seoul operates no less than 24 nuclear power plants that could all easily come under various forms of North Korean attack, though they are relatively far from the north. With many of these facilities lumped together, Pyongyang could fire a salvo of missiles at these plant clusters, creating an immediate humanitarian crisis. The North Koreans could also deploy their special forces. They could infiltrate the south from existing tunnels to launch terror attacks against such facilities. If North Korea were to destroy even just a few reactors, a disaster eclipsing Chernobyl would occur, killing tens of thousands and leaving millions of acres of South Korea an uninhabitable wasteland for generations. I shudder for our future. All the aforecited examples be just but few of the most basic ways in which North Korea could respond asymmetrically. If we broaden our consideration of what a total war would look like, we find ourselves staring into the nuclear abyss. Now, several years ago, my 3D graphics modeler took part in helping to design a series of computer-based war games for a reputable think tank in Washington that were programmed to examine what might happen if North Korea and the United States of America engaged in a nuclear conflict. And over the course of but a few days, his program simulated 3 scenarios to explore what a war with North Korea would look like, focusing on nuclear weapons deployment, and conducting 1 full war per day in a fast-paced exercise, as it was applied by those who purchased the program, in which his graphics were integral. The first of those exercises, a limited thermonuclear exchange, a small nuclear war, if such a thing exists, imagined a conflict in coming decades in which North Korea launches conventional weapons in a surprise attack on these United States and Allied forces on the Korean Peninsula itself, not on continental America, responding to reports on their part that America was considering building up its military might in Northeast Asia for a possible attack and regime change operation. So, in such a limited, regional, in-theater conflict, Dictator Kim starts this Second Korean War, the third really in history, with an artillery strike on Seoul, while firing hundreds of small and medium-range missiles on targets all over Northeast Asia. U.S. and Allied forces counterattack, focusing mostly on Kim's weapons of mass destruction. You know, take out the WMDs. That's the thing, right? Wiping out what they think is all of them. Allied forces then move their way up the Korean Peninsula, but Kim, even with his forces battered and bloodied, hid 4 nuclear weapons deep underground. He makes the ultimate decision to launch a nuclear strike on Seoul, the capital of the South, and Tokyo, the capital of the Empire of Japan. While the Allies go on to win the war, Kim's nuclear attacks, with 1 warhead making it past, 1 warhead each, making it past Allied missile defenses, detonating in each city, result in over 1 million people dead and millions more critically injured and dying of radiation. And from there, it gets even worse. As though the aforecited wasn't bad enough, the gamers using the program in which my 3D graphic modeler's graphics were integral, pressed forward into a second scenario that begins with North Korea instigating a conflict using nuclear weapons in a sort of atomic Pearl Harbor, a kind of typical Asia-phobic phraseology used by those in Washington gaming with his graphics. And in that exercise, it was assumed that American forces were building up in the Asia-Pacific in preparation for a possible regime change invasion of the North, responding to a demand from the international community for Pyongyang to give up its nuclear weapons. Sound familiar? But Kim Jong-un is no fool. He knows that once U.S. forces are in place, they will try to take out his weapons of mass destruction, first from the air, and then moving across the 38th parallel. That's the Korean DMZ, the demilitarized zone which divides the two Koreas, created by Japan using their atomic ordnance in World War II. So, Dictator Kim takes a gamble and decides that his only course of action is to strike first with his most powerful of weapons. And Kim, in what thankfully was just a war game, launches nuclear attacks on Seoul, Busan, Incheon, Tokyo, Sendai, and Nagoya. For those of you who think I'm talking nonsense, that's 3 cities in South Korea and 3 cities in Japan, okay? With 1 nuclear weapon hitting each city. In that scenario, over 2 million people immediately perish in atomic fire before Dictator Kim goes down in defeat. The last war game of the program, however, was the most shocking of them all. They assumed a similar scenario, with Allied forces preparing for a possible invasion. But this time, Wiley Kim decides to launch a preemptive attack on the American homeland to take as many people to the grave with him as possible, a goal the North Koreans have declared in the past as national policy. And in that last war game, North Korea attacked the cities in the second scenario with atomic weapons, but also launched successful nuclear strikes on Los Angeles, my own Golden Gate at San Francisco, Seattle, and Portland, Oregon. Washington wargamers were shocked to discover that the combined body count across Asia and America came as to over 3 million people before America's nuclear counterattack, which added millions more. After North Korea retaliated with every weapon it has, launching more nuclear attacks along with chemical and biological weapons strikes, 8 million people were gamed as having lost their lives. What is to be done? There be some 6 potential pathways to mitigating the North Korean challenge I can think of. None of them would involve a unilateral military strike. Rather, they would all embrace the idea that containing Pyongyang is our best, indeed, logically, our only option. First, the Biden administration needs to be honest with itself and the problem it faces. There is no room for thinking we have more time to stop North Korea from getting nuclear weapons and long-range missiles, a line constantly repeated by experts, so-called experts across the political spectrum. The truth is that Pyongyang already has them. Second, we need to embrace a financial containment strategy, limiting the amount of illegal money going into Pyongyang's atomic and missile programs, as the only way to slow and potentially halt any further advances of North Korea's missile programs. We should insist that all 9 United Nations Security Council resolutions are not only followed to the letter of international law, but strengthened every time North Korea tests another missile or nuclear weapon. Third, U.S. and allied joint military capabilities in Northeast Asia need to be significantly strengthened, considering the threat they face together. That means Allied missile defenses need to be shored up in South Korea and the Empire of Japan, as well as in these United States. Fourth, whatever policies Washington pursues, it needs to take into consideration the interests of other great powers, especially Red China and revanchist, revisionist Russia, empires that have the power to block or negate any of America's strategies either at the United Nations or around the globe. The United States must be frank with Moscow and Beijing that its intent is not regime change, but the containment and management of a situation that also impacts their vital national interests. Washington should welcome any realistic diplomatic proposals they could put forward to mitigate the risks of a nuclear North Korea. That is, any put forward by either one of the giants of the Sino-Slavic synaxis, but especially from Communist China, considering the potential influence it wields over North Korea and the prospect of Beijing advancing dialogue with Pyongyang. Unfortunately, the dual freeze proposal, first advanced by Communist China, would lock in North Korea's gains and require unreciprocated sacrifices from both Washington and Seoul. So China, unfortunately, is taking the stance as not only advocate, but a kind of a lobbyist for North Korea, which renders it simply an extension of the Korean problem. In other words, the tail wags the dog and North Korea runs China the same way South Korea runs the United States, which is why we're both destined for war, because we're both slave circuited to these tiny tail nations that are wagging us as dogs on the goddamn peninsula in Northeast Asia. But lastly, while at the moment there is little possibility for direct North Korean-American talks, Pyongyang, the capital of North Korea, currently holds 3 Americans captive that I personally am aware of, and has little incentive to negotiate before it feels fully confident in its nuclear arsenal. Some sort of direct negotiation, even if all that comes of it is the establishment of a communication channel, would be of great help. The United States and Soviet Union at the height of the Cold War enjoyed direct communication through their embassies. Washington and Pyongyang, in the event of a crisis, have no rapid means to communicate their unfiltered intentions. One way to begin such talks could be a negotiation for the creation of interests sections in both nations, similar to what America and Cuba had during their decades-long estrangement. This would provide a way to communicate directly, but also begin to build some sort of trust between the two sides. While both sides may fail in their quest to extract concessions from one another, something of immense value would be achieved. A potential pathway out of a war that could be started by accident or through misperception. This is an outcome that the Biden administration should embrace, not dismiss. But there be weapons that would help the Empire of Japan in a war with North Korea. Here's what you need to remember. The Empire of Japan has long prided itself on maintaining the bare minimum defense capability. The empire spends but 1% of GDP, gross domestic product, on its military, which is still one of the highest expenditures in the world because the Japanese economy is so fucking huge. Nevertheless, so you know, just half the amount, that 1% of GDP on Japan's side, as big as it is in terms of funding, that 1% of Japan's GDP would make any other nation on earth a superpower. It's still just half the amount recommended in percentile terms to NATO, or North Atlantic Treaty Organizational member states. And the Empire of Japan has also eschewed offensive weapons, quote unquote, preferring to mount a purely defensive posture. Of course, that, yeah, that's like, by the way, that's kind of like the guy who maintains the shotgun in the house as a defensive weapon. Well, that's what it is, and it's ideal, as such, but that doesn't mean you can't go out and kill people with it. In fact, you could sweep a street clean with that sucker. Japan's in that position, but its position could be better. The prospect of North Korean nuclear attack forces the empire to abandon these policies of minimal expenditure and purely defensive weaponry. An empire oriented towards pacifism and having, as a matter of principle, disavowed war as an instrument of national policy, the Empire of Japan is about as dissimilar from North Korea as one can get. Unfortunately for Tokyo, the twain are separated by as little as 336 miles of water, and Pyongyang frequently threatens to attack its former colonial master. Now, as North Korea ruthlessly forges ahead with nuclear weapons and ballistic missile technology, under not just the passive supervision, but actual sponsorship of Communist China by treaty, the threat to the Empire of Japan is palpable. It has crystallized. The Japanese Empire, once again, faces the immediate prospect of nuclear attack. South Korean intelligence believes the North has mastered the technology to place a nuclear weapon on the Nodong medium-range ballistic missile, a weapon that can reach Japan. Although the Empire of Japan has a two-layered ballistic missile defense consisting of the Aegis combat system and Patriot missiles, it may find it necessary to add a third, controversial layer, eliminating nuclear-tipped missiles at the source. There be nigh half a dozen weapon systems, both defensive and offensive, that would help the Empire of Japan deal with the North Korean missile threat by striking at their launch pads. The weapons that could help the Japanese do this, well, the first one I can think of would be the Aegis Ashore, the land-based version of the Aegis combat system that powers both United States and Japanese Empire ships. Aegis Ashore would be useful in preventing North Korean missile warheads from falling on Japan itself. Well, the Empire of Japan already has the Aegis ballistic missile defense system on its Kongo-class guided missile destroyers. There are only 4 of them that I be aware of. Permanent Aegis ashore bases would be available 24/7, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, all round the clock, all up and down the calendar, freeing up the Kongo destroyers for traditional surface warfare roles instead of consistently circling around the home islands archipelago of Japan itself. Such a system would also be much cheaper than purchasing new destroyers. Aegis Ashore, specifically the latest Baseline 9 version equipped with SM-3 Block IB interceptors, is effective against short and medium-range missiles, both of which North Korea currently wields against the Empire of Japan and other targets. Aegis Ashore would also bolster defenses against mass missile attacks from mainland China, which has large inventories of medium-range ballistic missiles. So, it's a given. Secondly, I can think of the Global Hawk system. You see, the Empire of Japan is currently planning to purchase 3 RQ-4 high-altitude, long-endurance drones from these United States, almost certainly with North Korea in mind. It's not enough. In the event of war, North Korea's rocket forces, and possibly its nuclear weapons, will scatter to avoid detection. While Pyongyang's missile routes are somewhat predictable, the country has only 500 miles of paved roads after all. The new Pukgoksong-2 medium-range ballistic missile is based on a tracked chassis and has some capability to travel off-road. This will drastically expand the necessary search area for any country attempting to hunt down North Korea's mobile missiles. An anti-missile campaign against North Korea would involve multiple simultaneous operations, each requiring its own global hawk. Purchasing more of the high-altitude drones would allow us, the Empire of Japan's Air Self-Defense Force, to conduct multiple search, tracking, and bomb damage assessment operations at once across the length and depth of North Korea. Additional drones would also be useful as spares and to cover other regional contingencies. Thirdly, I can think of the KC-46 Pegasus tankers. You see, Japan has 4 KC-767J mid-air refueling tankers. Although capable aircraft, they are too few in number to support a sustained anti-ballistic missile campaign. The Empire of Japan selected the U.S. Air Force's KC-46A Pegasus tanker circa 2015. In the event of war, Japan will need to be able to conduct combat air patrols over the Sea of Japan, intercepting enemy aircraft as far away from the home islands as possible. Tokyo will also need tanker support for its F-35A Joint Strike Fighters flying air defense suppression missions, and even strike missions deep inside North Korea itself. This sort of constant coverage will require up to a dozen, actually more, KC-46A tankers. Another tool that comes to mind: MQ-9 Reaper drones. Once Japanese ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance assets, detect North Korean mobile launchers in the wild, they will have to be destroyed immediately. The urgency of the anti-missile campaign means that North Korean air defenses may not be adequately suppressed, making missions over the country risky. MQ-9 Reaper medium-altitude, long-endurance drones could fly such missions instead, taking off from Japan itself loaded with fuel and munitions and flying long patrols over North Korea. The Reaper drones, brought up to the Reaper Extended Range standard, with wing-mounted fuel tanks, would cross the Sea of Japan and divide North Korea into a grid-like pattern consisting of kill boxes, to which one or more drones would be assigned, and equipped with Hellfire missiles, GBU-12 500-pound bombs, or GBU-38 joint-directed attack munitions. The Reapers could quickly and accurately eliminate North Korean missile convoys. And let's not forget Tomahawk cruise missiles. In the event the Empire of Japan decides to launch a preemptive attack on North Korea, it would need a weapon to kick in the door, destroying air defense radars, or radio detection and ranging devices, and all known surface-to-air missile sites, along missiles identified as nearing launch status. So flying in at low altitude beneath the radar line, the missiles would evade North Korea's aging Aero defensive network, destroying their targets with a 1,000-pound high-explosive warhead. Japan's 42 F-35A Joint Strike Fighters could then conduct follow-up strikes to continue to degrade Pyongyang's radar network and missile Aero defenses. The Empire of Japan has long prided itself on maintaining the bare minimum defense capability. The Empire spending but 1% of its gross domestic product on its military just half the percentile amount recommended to NATO member states, although, as I said, that's still enough with Japan's enormous economy that it would make any other country a military superpower. But when you compound that felony with the fact that Japan has always put on the facade of eschewing offensive weapons, preferring to mount this purely defensive posture, well, the imminent prospect of North Korean nuclear attack now forces the Empire of Japan to abandon both policies. For that reason, the Japanese forced the United States to circumvent America's own laws to help the Empire of Japan accumulate tons of plutonium. The United States deliberately allowed the Japanese Empire access to the United States' most secret nuclear weapons facilities while it transferred tens of billions of United States dollars worth of American tax-paid research that has allowed the Empire of Japan to amass 70 tons of weapons-grade plutonium since the 1980s, when the Japanese economy dominated planet Earth, imposing upon the United States a national security scandal. We're talking about, it was 2012. April 9th of that year when it was exposed. That scandal. The scandal that the United States had deliberately allowed the Japanese Empire access to our most secret nuclear weapons facilities while transferring tens of billions of dollars worth of American tax-paid research that has allowed the Japanese Empire to amass 70 tons of weapons-grade plutonium since that golden decade, all revealed by a national security news service investigation in the 2012 year of our Lord. Those activities repeatedly violated America's own laws regarding controls of sensitive nuclear materials that could be diverted to weapons programs, WMD programs, mind you, weapons of mass destructive programs in Japan. And that NSNS, that the National Security News Service investigation, proved that the United States has known about a secret nuclear weapons program in the Japanese Empire since the 1960s. As proven by CIA reports, which if you don't believe me, look it up yourself at www.dcbureau.org, a federal site, www.dcbureau.org. And if you don't believe the Japanese won the war by now to force your country to do that, you've got your head so far up your ass in rectal defilade it's going to take major surgery to extract it. You're just high on your own anal fumes, your own intestinal gas at that point, if you're in denial about that at this point. So, the Empire of Japan has fielded a nuclear deterrent in place for 60 years, and the delivery accuracy is high enough to have held off North Korea and Japan's real enemies behind North Korea, the Sino-Slavic synaxis of Russia and China, till this day today. It's high enough in terms of delivery accuracy to hold hardened oppositional nuclear targets, meaning deep nuclear command bunkers, nuclear missiles in silos, in abeyance on the Eurasian, the Russian and Chinese mainlands. The the Japanese had not one, but 3 nuclear weapons programs throughout World War II. The IJA, the Imperial Japanese Army's nuclear weapons effort, was inadvertently bombed out of existence when Kyoto-shi, our capital city, the ancient capital of Japan, Kyoto, was hit. But the IJN, the Imperial Japanese Navy, triggered a uranium-based Trinity-styled nuclear detonation off Konan Complex in Chosen, or Hungnam, in North Korea, which is now integral to the North Korean site of its continuing atomic programs, the former Konan Complex. Hungnam in the Korean language, where all of the local rivers, which are major rivers, Chosen River, etc., they were all dammed so they could generate enough hydroelectric power to power a third of Japan's home islands on the 7,000 islands of the mainland Japanese archipelago itself, but instead powered their nuclear program. And, of course, they blew that bomb 3 days, but 72 hours after Nagasaki was bombed, specifically for American observation. You know, like America's own Trinity test was simply to end the world. The Japanese was simply to end American aspirations towards defeating Japan, which the Americans had pretty much given up on anyway, which was why they blew the plutonium bomb at Trinity site, because they thought they would end the world and thereby end their misery. A kind of suicide that failed, like a failed suicide attempt. Now, of course, the nuclear landmines of the third project, directly controlled by Emperor Hirohito's Unit 713, in disambiguation from Unit 731, which commandeered biocidal researchers. Unit 713 literally disintegrated the Soviet advance on the 39th parallel of the Korean Peninsula, which was far too inland for the Americans to observe, which is why the Navy had to trigger the bomb the Americans could see. While the United States propagandizes a profoundly anti-nuclear Japan, despite the fact that their grid is run off nuclear power plants, the empire has not only long possessed everything both necessary to and on standby to construct nuclear weapons, but has had such an arsenal of ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles, operational since circa 1953, after the Americans effectively surrendered to Japan with the San Francisco Peace Treaty, acting decisively in drawing down proactive hostilities as contemporaneously pursued by the Sino-Soviet Communist bloc on the Korean Peninsula, which otherwise would have nuked Japan had Japan not had the arsenal to nuke back. The Communist Chinese, whom the Japanese counterbalance in the main, have long known this Japanese nuclear deterrent force exists, and it's fairly common knowledge, even in United States military and intelligence circles. Japan's ICBM force, amounting to about a dozen or so, pinpoint targeted supermassive missiles of mega destruction, meaning high accuracy missile systems carrying 10 nuclear warheads each, with nuclear yields assessed at, well, as 750 kilotons to a single megaton, is deployed around the iconic Mount Fujiyama-sama. You know Mount Fuji. Mostly on the reverse slope, facing away from mainland China, to complicate nuclear strikes by missiles that the Chinese launch confined to ballistic trajectories. But beyond the Korean situation glares the issue of Red China's probable deployment of military means in an attempt to force unification with my own true homeland and heartland of Taiwan, and the risks if the Empire of Japan is unprepared. You see, in our region, a Taiwan contingency is a Empire of Japan contingency. The Japanese Empire can only succeed in self-defense if it's prepared to help defend Taiwan. Now, it would seem that the Nipponjin, the Japanese people, are simply not very good at thinking about crises. Although there have been discussions recently in the Japanese Empire about communist Chinese military aggression and a possible emergency situation in Taiwan, many experts play down the threat, stating, yes, it could happen in theory, but it is least likely in the real world. You know, I can understand when people say, I don't want an emergency to arise. However, if you settle for an overly optimistic stance and refuse to think about potential emergencies, then security is certainly not covered. Communist China sees my Taiwan as an integral part of their territory and has referred to us as a core interest. In other words, the Chinese Communist Party is determined to put my Taiwan under its rule by whatever means necessary. For purposes of comparison, let's look at what has been happening in Hong Kong, a region that Red China considers to be part of its inherent territory. Although it's difficult to make a full one-on-one comparison, as Hong Kong was returned to China by the United Kingdom, the Greater British Empire, circa 1997, sans any consultation with the population of Hong Kong itself, and has long held a different status thereby, first as a crown colony, really the jewel in the crown after the fall of the Raj. Nevertheless, Red China has ignored all stern criticism from the global community. It has cracked down in Hong Kong, making it more Chinese, inserting a strong PLA, People's Liberation Army presence, as a backup force there. Here, Red China has taken full advantage of the world's preoccupation with COVID-19. In the early months of yesteryear, Red China moved to assert new and dangerous controls over the semi-autonomous territories of Hong Kong and Macau, the former colony of Portugal. China announced sweeping new measures that violate its international commitments and pose a grave threat to human rights and political freedoms after more than 2 decades of limited self-governance in the territories. Of course, you might ask, why should it matter to Americans? Well, in 1997, the Greater British Empire relinquished sovereignty over Hong Kong, returning it to Greater China. A similar deal with Portugal circa 1999 returned the much smaller Macau to Beijing's authority as well. In both cases, Red China signed treaties with the former colonial powers pledging to allow significant autonomy in what were called SARS, not the severe acute respiratory syndrome, but SAR, or Special Autonomous Region in the plural. China committed to what was termed one country, two systems for half 100 years after the handover, until 2047 in Hong Kong and 2049 via Macau. And the SARs, these SARs, these Special Autonomous Regions, have enjoyed a measure of self-government and much broader human rights and political freedoms than any of their Chinese brethren, until their former colonial sponsors surrendered them to the communists. While they were always closely tied to China, their economies operated independently, using their currencies and negotiating their trade deals on their own. The outside world recognizes and treats them differently on a host of manners. Citizens carry SARs, not Chinese passports. That's the way it was. Special Autonomous Regional Passports and international border controls between Hong Kong and the mainland were maintained, as if they were separate countries. And while self-censorship was a persistent problem, the media operated with substantial freedom, and the internet was beyond the control of Red China's Great Firewall. And religious freedom, the right to assemble and protest, and the power of an independent judiciary were all largely respected, as they always had been for centuries. The new measures imposed by Red China now will strip away any semblance of one country, two systems, replacing limited democracy and autonomy with tighter control from the Communist Party in Beijing. Since 1997, mainland China has sought to restrict the ability of Hong Kong to govern itself and to circumscribe guarantees for freedom of speech and assembly, initially with some subtlety. But all those efforts have accelerated since Xi Jinping rose to total power circa 2012. Beijing's 2019 initiative to force Hong Kong to extradite criminal suspects to the mainland, defined by Beijing as political criminals, meaning people who are seeking asylum from political persecution, led to months of protests in Hong Kong, which were met with a forceful response from the SAR police. The arrival of the coronavirus largely silenced those demonstrations in a way the authorities never could. Now Red China is taking advantage of the world's preoccupation with COVID-19 to violate all its treaty commitments and assert totalitarian control, citing secession, foreign, meaning American influence, the threat of terrorism, and a lack of obedience to the central authorities in Beijing. The Communist Party is in the process of overriding all basic laws. These constitutions govern Hong Kong and Macau. They are called the Basic Laws. Given our fraught relationship with the Communist Chinese Empire, these United States have only limited tools to respond. Red China could always impose its full authority on the SARS. Until now, it has calculated that the economic and political costs of doing so were simply too high. But now Beijing has thrown out the rule book. The National People's Congress, China's powerless legislature, rubber-stamped the party's directive on the 28th of May. Yesteryear by now, I believe. And Americans should be concerned. Should be concerned for two reasons. First, by enacting these new security laws, Red China is reneging on all its international agreements, its commitments to international law. That renders it a rogue state, a la Iraq. While those treaties were signed by the United Kingdom and Portugal and not by these United States, this should serve as a wake-up call that Red China's signature on any commitment or international treaty is now effectively worthless. Communist China, of course, has long ignored its international commitments to human rights, but this last action takes its cynical attitude towards international laws to new levels of low. The fiction of normal relations with dictator Xi's China is asunder. And Americans should also care about extinguishing the human rights of millions of people. While Hong Kong and Macau have never enjoyed the level of freedom we do, they have lived far more freely than mainland Chinese could ever dream. Communist China's creeping authoritarianism in the two SARS has now ended, replaced by an assertive power grab. Democracy and human rights should always be at the center of American foreign policy, and every American must be concerned when we see human rights being taken away by force. And U.S. law will likely mean Red China's actions will further inflame the already broken relationship. The 2019 Hong Kong Human Rights and Democracy Act predicates Hong Kong's preferential status in world trade and other relations with the world on an annual report by the State Department that Beijing continues to respect Hong Kong's autonomy. On May 27th of yesteryear, the State Department announced Hong Kong was no longer autonomous. The White House was even then considering potential responses. Mainland China's actions should have come as no surprise. They speak to the character of Xi Jinping's criminal regime. But this step should serve as a reminder to any of those expressing admiration for Xi Jinping and China's communist authorities to have been deluding themselves. Regarding Taiwan, China is also trying to make it more pro-Chinese, luring it with economic benefits. But beyond that, I can see Red China pushing for military unification in my homeland. And of course, if the PLA, People's Liberation Army, moves into Taiwan, it will be easier for them to crack down against any resisting factions who are against unification. In the military world, one can predict any number of possible scenarios, even though it is not definite that Red China will pursue the military unification route. Nevertheless, there is no excuse for completely closing one's eyes as to what might happen. We should not forget that Red China's use of force in a Taiwan invasion is one of the more convincing options in some circumstances from a military perspective. And in fact, according to the United States Army study entitled The Operational Environment, with, in parentheses, 2021 through 2030, and it's subtitled Great Power Competition, Crisis, and Conflict. According to said study that I've sourced, COVID-19 gives Communist China and revanchist Russia a strategic advantage. The reason? Authoritarian nations can devote resources to weapons rather than pandemic relief, as exemplified by North Korea. Said study examines 4 potential futures that the United States military must confront. While the impact of COVID-19 features prominently in those scenarios, so do Chinese and Russian advances in military technology, as well as new tactics designed to exploit American vulnerabilities. Those 4 post-COVID futures ranged from maintaining the status quo in military power to COVID-19 favoring China and Russia either slightly or strongly, to a future where the pandemic strongly favors these United States. The most likely outcome is that the COVID-19 could give China and Russia a strategic edge over these United States, but not to the point of drastically changing the strategic balance. This thinking echoes the guns or butter arguments of the World War II and Cold War eras as to whether authoritarian regimes, the Third Reich, and the Soviet Union enjoy an advantage over democracies in that they prioritize military spending over consumer needs. Some may question whether emphasizing the military actually weakened the Soviet Union in its competition with the United States, because that's exactly what it did, and ultimately is what collapsed the Soviet Union, was the fact that it didn't have a military-industrial complex. It simply was a military-industrial complex, and as a result, there was nothing for its citizens, and therefore nothing to fight for. Hence the collapse of the Soviet Union. very different from the Thousand-Year Reich. And without going into the relocation of the Third Reich into Unterland, as nationalist China relocated to my Taiwan, bringing it back to the task at hand, while the United States has spent the last 20 years focused on fighting low-tech insurgencies in Afghanistan and Iraq, it has completely neglected capabilities needed to fight high-tech major powers. Now the Pentagon fears that China and Russia have gained superiority in areas such as long-range artillery and battlefield missiles, electronic warfare, air defense, and hypersonic missiles. At the same time, Communist China and revanchist revisionist Russia are transforming their armed forces from Cold War mass armies that relied on quantity to better trained and more flexible Western-style units. In the U.S. Army's most likely scenario, COVID-19 will only accentuate this process as Communist China and revisionist, revanchist Russia improve their armed forces while the U.S. falls behind, even as America confronts climate change that will inhibit military operations and stretch forces to cover new theaters such as the melting ice fields of the Arctic. Well, this Army study that I've sourced offers plausible scenarios for the future. It also makes a lot of assumptions. It assumes that Communist China and revanchist revisionist Russia will scent alleged American weakness and are willing to risk exploiting that weakness. It also assumes that China and Russia won't be mired in their own problems, including an overheated and shaky Chinese real estate market and a perennially troubled Russian economy. And of course, the COVID-19 pandemic may yet produce more surprises. It also remains to be seen whether the COVID-19 pandemic will threaten authoritarian regimes whose legitimacy rests on maintaining an appearance of competency and control. Revanchist revisionist Russia, for example, has suffered far more coronavirus deaths than the Putin government has ever admitted, while there be serious questions about whether Red China's Sinovac vaccine is nearly as effective as Western vaccines. Ultimately, the real question is whether democracy or authoritarianism will prove more resilient in the long run. Now, said U.S. Army study so warns, and here I quotest therefrom at length and verbatim. In other words, I'm going to read from this study a number of paragraphs, which will emphasize the gravity of the situation as our military understands it. We assess this world is the most likely outcome of the COVID-19 pandemic. It represents a departure from the assessed OE, that's operating environment, and assumes that the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic are not as severe or system-altering as initially feared. However, the United States and its Western allies are less able to handle the stresses and shocks imposed by the pandemic when compared to the centralized systems of China and Russia, whose pace of military modernization quickens over the next 10 years in relation to these United States. China's and Russia's centralization of authority and their focus on security over individual liberty enable these adversaries to maintain their current priorities without having to be responsive to their respective publics by diverting resources to a general recovery. It is likely that the effects of the pandemic, particularly in the medium to long term, will fall relatively evenly among the United States and its two primary adversaries, China and Russia. However, while we expect that the overall effects will be balanced, it is highly likely that Chinese and Russian public sector technology investment and defense spending, including military modernization, will suffer less in relative terms than they will in these United States or among its Western allies. For the first time since arguably the Second World War, the U.S. Army faces adversaries with more capable equipment than it fields. China is applying artificial intelligence to improve battlefield efficiency, while Russia has developed asymmetric warfare techniques to disable an adversary without firing a shot, including political subversion, meaning hacking Trump into the Oval Office, to undermine and weaken a targeted government and its institutions, economic warfare, and prominently, information psychological operations to pressure, disorient, and manipulate a target population. Here's a paragraph that strikes me as the most important of this study. The U.S. may be sorely tested as adversaries, especially China, start to outpace these United States more quickly than originally anticipated. Adversaries could develop true overmatch as early as 2023 in some key areas, particularly if anticipated U.S. capabilities are delayed or canceled. Additionally, our adversaries will recognize these relative and likely fleeting advantages, causing them to become bolder. That last sentence about them becoming bolder brings us to China's lawless expansionism. What is important is that we assess calmly and without prejudice what kind of nation the communist Chinese empire is right now, and prepare ourselves for every scenario. When the dictatorial Xi Jinping administration was inaugurated, totalitarian China was merely looking to expand its power within the confines of existing international rules and norms. However, over the past decade of his authoritarian rule, it has changed drastically, reinforcing its military power, becoming stronger economically, and vying to become a hegemony that can challenge these United States. From Hong Kong to the Himalayas, Xi Jinping is seizing on disarray to expand his global influence. Red China even risks imperial overstretch via post-pandemic aggression. The totalitarian dictator Xi Jinping, seeking to press Red China's advantage while its neighbors are distracted by the coronavirus pandemic, has lately opened multiple fronts in his campaign to make Red China the world's foremost power, from Hong Kong and Taiwan to the South and East China Seas to the Himalayan frontier. The globally paralyzing pandemic has but reinforced Xi's efforts to realize his Chinese dream. By the 2049 centenary of communist rule, Xi declared in a speech at Xi'an Jiaotong University in April that great steps in history have always emerged from the crucible of major disasters. This may explain why Red China has sought to make the most of this pandemic, why they engineered it in the first. from breaking Beijing's binding commitment to Hong Kong's autonomy and attempting to police the waters off the Japanese-controlled Senkaku Islands, to picking a nasty border fight with Asian India by encroaching on its territory, Xi has pushed all the boundaries, both physically and morally. His actions are helping to shift attention from Red China's culpability in the global spread of COVID-19 to the threat his authoritarian regime poses to international security. But his expansive vision has also increased the risks of Red China succumbing to what the historian Paul Kennedy termed imperial overstretch, or overextending itself abroad, leading to its decline and fall, like how the Soviet Empire imploded. Xi's expansionism has sought to remake globalization on Red China's terms. The overreach is best illustrated by his Maquis project, the Belt and Road Initiative, which aims to refashion the global economic and political order by plowing hundreds of billions of dollars into overseas projects when China itself has still yet to fully overcome poverty and underdevelopment at home. It is an imperial project seeking to lure nations desperate for infrastructure investments into Red China's strategic orbit. But instead of the common prosperity Xi promised, the BRI, Belt Road Initiative, has been ensnaring vulnerable countries in sovereignty-eroding debt traps. The pandemic's mounting economic toll makes it even harder for partner countries to repay their loans. Beijing's refusal to grant debt relief to partner states facing bankruptcy is only highlighting its predatory lending practices. By engendering anger or resentment, the hardline approach risks undermining Red China's international image and inviting a pushback against its neo-colonial policies. More ominously, Xi's aggressive quest for Red Chinese dominance has led him to open multiple political or military fronts simultaneously. This has raised concern at home about Red China overextending itself and international alarm over the Communist Chinese Empire's trajectory. Per the former U.S. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, the world is seeing continually more aggressive action by Red China. And under Xi, Communist China's relationship with the superpower that aided its economic rise, the United States, has given way to hostility, with a Cold War on the horizon, and a world war beyond that. With Asian India, Xi seems itching to start the world's next global conflict. The link between Red China and Asian India, which make up more than a third of humanity and over a fifth of the global economy, is critical to all international relations. Meanwhile, Xi's totalitarian regime has stepped up efforts to turn internationally shared river water resources into a political weapon by building cascades of large dams in China's borderlands. China's frenzied upstream damming of the Mekong River, however, is causing recurrent droughts in Thailand, Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam. While Mao Zedong destroyed the old order and Deng Xiaoping laid the foundations of a modern Chinese economy, Xi Jinping is determined to make China the central player in all international relations. Xi's boundless ambition, coupled with the cult of personality around himself, must be blinding him to the dangers of an approach that has stretched Red China's resources when its economy is slowing and working-age population declining. Today, the Communist Chinese Empire remains a friendless power, lacking any true seafaring strategic allies or reliable security partners. Indeed, the more powerful Red China has become, the more difficult it has become for it to gain genuine allies. Can Xi make China, without any allies, the world's leading power by relying on an open disregard of international rules and on sheer bullying? Leadership demands more than brute might. The assumption behind Xi's toxic masculine muscular approach that there would not be any significant geopolitical price to pay has thus far proved right, with other powers issuing words but shying away from any actions. But with the pandemic and the move to strip Hong Kong of all autonomy, Tibet style, Xi is courting an international backlash, underlined by a spate of actions from the United States, the European Union, the United Kingdom, India, and Australia. Like the 1986 Chernobyl nuclear tragedy, a prelude to the Soviet Union's fall, the pandemic has shown how a communist regime worsens a disaster by seeking to cover up the truth about it. This pandemic, by highlighting the global costs of Xi's increasing authoritarianism, has made it more likely that the backlash will act as a spoiler to Xi's neo-imperial ambitions. Countries are already reassessing their economic reliance on Beijing and seeking supply chain diversification away from mainland China. One example is the Empire of Japan's $2.2 billion fund to help reshore manufacturing. The former U.S. President Donald Trump, throughout his administration, opened the path to American sanctions against Red Chinese officials and companies. With other powers still wrestling with the pandemic and a protest-scarred America looking weak, Xi may take his more aggressive actions to flex Red China's muscle. But unless he reverses course, his overreach is likely to saddle Red China with overwhelming costs while creating an international environment hostile to the realization of his dream. As symbolized by its man-made islands in the South China Sea, it has become difficult to stop Red China's hegemonistic activity solely through diplomacy. The Communist Chinese Empire does not adhere to any existing international norms, instead making its own rules and trying to impose those rules as the new international standard by sheer brute force and threats, intimidation. Supported and emboldened by the armed Communist Chinese Coast Guard vessels parading through the waters around Okinawa and its Senkaku Islands. Swarms of Red Chinese maritime militia purporting to be fishing vessels invaded the Empire of Japan's territorial waters around Japan's Senkaku Islands in September of yesteryear, ramming a Japanese Coast Guard vessel in the waters of Okinawa Prefecture, to which the Senkaku Islands be integral. Red China's strategy is one of working towards annihilating the adversary with its flocks of fishing fleets, whilst keeping the Chinese Coast Guard nearby, and PLA, People's Liberation Army naval ships in the background, their army being subsidiary to their navy. In the same sense, the U.S. Marine Corps is subsidiary to the U.S. Navy. Their navy is subsidiary to their army. And the irregular face of Red China's maritime militia creates extra challenges for defending the Empire of Japan. These so-called flocks of so-called fishing fleets. You see, Red China's long-term naval modernization program has resulted in unprecedented growth in its force and presence in the seas near its borders. While the primary focus tends to remain on the PLAN, the People Liberation Army's navy, its maritime militia is a lesser discussed and indiscernible sea force which has been developed in a clandestine manner over the years, which is the most important element of Beijing's naval strategy. Haisheng Minbing, the Maritime People's Militia, is an armed fishing fleet made up of an armed mass of military-trained personnel who serve as an irregular reserve force. It is mandated mainly to support the PLA Navy to showcase China's naval power projection. Beijing has been extending greater financial support to this irregular maritime force in measure with its increased role in China's naval power projection, because the next big battle may not be fought over treasure or over territory, but for fish. Mainland China is floating, in effect, a new breed of food fighters. The Communist Chinese Maritime Militia is waging a state-sponsored people's war. It is guerrilla warfare, insurgency on the high seas in the worldwide war for food. Humans have always depended on the sea. For as long as there have been fishermen, there have been conflicts over fish. And though it may seem anachronistic, the odds that a squabble over fishing rights could turn into a major armed conflict are rising every day. The return of great power competition has actually increased the likelihood of a war over fish. The past 17 years of the fight against terrorism and Washington's renewed focus on developing high-end capabilities to prepare for great power conflict have led to a lack of preparation for a low-end, seemingly mundane, but increasingly likely source of conflict in this world: food. As incomes rise round the world, so too doth the demand for food, especially protein. The United Nations currently estimates that between mid-2017 and mid-century, the year 2050, the number of humans on Earth will rise by 29% from 7.6 billion to 9.8 billion. Most of that population growth towards 10 billion people on Earth will occur in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, areas where millions of people have recently risen from deep poverty to the middle class. And part of a middle-class lifestyle is a middle-class diet, which includes far more protein than poor people could ever consume, increasing between 32 and 78%, according to nutritional estimates. Meeting that demand could require an additional 62 to 159 million metric tons of protein per annum every year. To maintain political support at home, leaders must ensure access to the high-quality food that is part of a middle-class lifestyle. But the supply of both wild and farmed fish will simply not keep up. The current annual global catch of seafood is but 94 million metric tons. And all around the world, the wild populations of both migratory fish, such as tuna, and less mobile species, such as flounder, are being overfished. Scarcity has already forced Red Chinese fishing fleets further and further afield in search of their catch. Serious international efforts to manage the world's wild fisheries are underway, but this work is stymied by the widespread IUU, illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. Today, such IUU harvests comprise somewhere between 20 to 100% of the global catch, and they inflict economic, social, and environmental damage on some of the world's most vulnerable populations as fisheries collapse from overfishing and poor and rural fishing communities wrestle with the subsequent loss of income and eventually their very social fabric. The classic example of this is fishermen in Central America turning to drug cartels for employment or poaching from closed fisheries, feeding the cycle of both violence and environmental damage. Although no official definition of the maritime militia exists in Red Chinese origin literature sources, in late 2012, Zhoushan's garrison commander, Jingping Zhang, and the garrison's mobilization office provided one. I can translate that for you from the original Chinese. They said, the maritime militia is an irreplaceable mass-armed organization not released from production and a component of China's ocean defense armed forces that enjoys low sensitivity and great leeway in maritime rights protection actions. What they're saying between those lines written in Communese, all that bureaucraties is telling you that these are pirates on the high seas who have been issued letters of marque, spelled M-A-R-Q-U-E, like Maki, it is pronounced Mark. These letters of marque are a 007 license to kill for pirates that were sent loose on the high seas to raid and plunder enemy ships on behalf of whatever empire despatched them. In other words, China's maritime militia is a government-supported armed fishing force with a lower profile but still under the direct command and control of the People's Liberation Army. In openly declared 2014 legislation, the local government, the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, and the PLA announced funding for local counties to recruit maritime militias. The Chinese Navy-supported maritime militia has been given Beijing de facto control of the South China Sea, playing so instrumental a role in Beijing's strategy to enforce its sovereignty claims in the South China Sea and East China Sea as it does. China's armed fishing militia, which has by now been officially coded the PAFMM, the People's Armed Forces Maritime Militia by the United States Department of Defense, must by this point in history be recognized as a government-supported armed fishing force of unknown strength that ultimately resides under the direct command and control of the PLA, People's Liberation Army. It has existed for decades and augments the CCG, the Chinese Coast Guard, and the PLAN, the PLAN, the People's Liberation Army Navy, operations in region. This PAFMM plays a particularly important role in establishing a de facto Communist Chinese operating presence in any disputed areas, in effect changing the facts on the ground, or at sea, as it were, to challenge counterclaimants' ability to maintain control over disputed features. According to my Taiwan's Institute for National Defense and Security Research, mainland China's maritime militia is part of its classic gray zone tactical operations that seek to keep the conflict within the ambit of not crossing the threshold of an outright war. It is designed to realize the PLA's warfighting dictum of win without fighting. These classic gray zone operations, designed to win without fighting they're designed to win without fighting by overwhelming the adversary with swarms of fishing vessels, usually bolstered from the rear together with CCG, Chinese Coast Guard, and possibly PLAN, or People's Liberation Army naval ships, depending on the contingency, in escalatory concentric rings. In other words, they run circles around nations. Beijing's grand strategy remains one of enforcing its sovereignty claims in the South China Sea and East China Sea. Its operational strategy, however, is one of working towards annihilating the adversary with these flocks of fishing fleets, whilst keeping the Chinese Coast Guard nearby and the PLA Navy ships in the background. In this way, Red China maintains its covert gray zone operations that hang ostensibly somewhere between peace and war. Most, if not all, of China's maritime militia includes Chinese coastal fishermen, rendering it the saltwater element of mainland China's national militia. The affiliation of these fishermen with the militia means that their vessels can be appropriated, taken over for training purposes and for conducting missions. The size of the maritime militia has registered a 10-fold increase over the past few years. This, in addition to the nearly 439,000 motorized fishing vessels that can operate at sea in conjunction with the Beihai Fleet, the Donghai Fleet, and the Nanhai Fleet, which the PLA Navy commands. State-controlled publications from Beijing have acknowledged that China's maritime militia works alongside the PLA Navy to strengthen its combat capability and operational requirements. Take, for instance, PLA's Beihai City Military Command in the Guangxi Zhuang Autonomous Region in south-central China bordering Vietnam. By absorbing veterans from the PLA Navy along with experienced sailors, the Beihai Maritime Militia specifically is equipped for transport, reconnaissance, and emergency equipment repair, with units in areas with a strong shipbuilding industry. This enables the city's maritime militia to play a vital role in various maritime drills organized by the PLA Navy in pursuit of Red China's regional security goals. China's maritime militia receives frequent training and possesses advanced skills for carrying out missions at sea. This active engagement is in sharp contrast to the activities of the less active ordinary militia deep inland. The maritime militia are trained and managed by PLA officers assigned to People's Armed Forces Departments, PAFDs, in the city, county, or town in which the militiamen reside. In his prominent writings on this subject, a man named Andrew Erickson has underlined the significance of maritime militia being distinct from both China's coastal militia, which is shore-based, and its naval reserve. Notably, however, some coastal militia units have been transformed into maritime militia units, extending their reach and professionalism, enhancing their professionalism and extending their reach thereby. But the very existence of maritime militia in China is highly unique, given that the only other country that has one for sovereignty disputes is neighboring Vietnam. Indeed, Hanoi, the capital of Vietnam, officially created its own maritime militia force circa 2009 for the singular purpose of competing directly with PAFMM in an ongoing people's war at sea. It is therefore worth asking, what did Beijing, or rather, why did Beijing create a maritime militia to begin with, and how has PAFMM evolved over time? What does this history suggest about its future? Well, as a military historian, of course, I can provide all those answers. About these revolutionary maritime militiamen. Following the end of the Chinese Civil War and the founding of the People's Republic of China, the PRC, circa 1949, the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party leadership, under paramount dictator Mao Zedong, sought to defend the PRC coastline from my nation's own Chinats, or Chinese nationalist blue forces, that had retreated to my native Taiwan and other smaller islands off the coast. We maintained the ability to strike anywhere on the coastline at will. So our nationalist incursions into communized PRC coastal waters posed an acute challenge, as the CCP possessed weak naval capabilities at that time, and only a lot of fishing boats. Thus, PRC leaders viewed the establishment of an organized maritime militia to combat this threat as a quick and easy fix to a legitimate problem. In fact, Red China possessed PDF, a kind of people's domination force projecting maritime militia prior to the CCP's own rise to power. But the CCP provided state funds and training to transform these disparate local forces into a national level coherent force charged with protecting the new regime. Evidence of the CCP's role on local forces appears in the early 1950s, when Shuiqian Bureau, the Bureau of Aquatic Products, it is their Ministry of Fisheries, played a critical role in organizing the maritime militia. This bureau initiated collectivization of local fisheries and delineated large fishing areas. It also dictated catch targets and formulated fishing policy. The presence of former Plan, People's Liberation Army naval officers in the Bureau likely indicated close military involvement in military activities. For example, Rear Admiral Yuan Yelia, identified as vice commander of the PLAN headquarters circa 1957, had assumed the position of vice minister of the Bureau of Aquatic Products, the Shuiqian, by May of 1960. The PLAN level training further enabled maritime militiamen to carry out defensive operations against our Taiwanese nationalist forces intent on harassing the local PRC shipping. Indeed, Nationalist forces of the Blue Chinese had already employed irregular warfare in the form of guerrilla forces at sea, reinforcing the PRC's need to do likewise. There are at least two other explanations for the rise of China's maritime militia: collectivization and the influence of Soviet naval doctrine. First, as part of the PRC's adoption of Marxist-Leninism, Mao Zedong sought to force collectivization all across Chinese society. Traditional coastal communities were in disarray following the Chinese Civil War, and once the CCP came to power, it rapidly collectivized these areas. Exempli Greciae in Shandong. By April of 1956, the CCP had established 786 fishing collectives involving nearly 76,000 households, which represented 9/10 of Shandong fishermen. Beijing probably believed collectivization of coastal fisheries was necessary to rebuild them after the war. A second explanation for the existence of Beijing's maritime militia stems from the PRC's relationship with the Soviet Union in formulating its early naval strategy. In the 1920s, the newly formed Soviet Union gave rise to a strand of naval thought called the Young School. Its adherents essentially argued that their country, as a land-centric power, terra-centric power, meaning land-centric, terra-centric, should focus the overwhelming majority of its resources on defending the coastline instead of the old school's emphasis from the days of the Tsarist Russian Empire on naval modernization to project power out to sea. This was to prevent Moscow from overspending on a domain in which the Western powers already held a significant advantage. Ultimately, the young school emerged victorious and led Moscow to design forces that could protect the army's seaward flank through the rapid procurement of smaller crafts and submarines to target the adversary's conventional assets. The focus was to be on irregular warfare spearheaded by coastal submarines, torpedo boats, and patrol crafts, further enabled by naval aviation assets. So this young school philosophy had a major impact on, on the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, which eventually adopted the naval strategy for the newly emerging PRC, or People's Republic of China. And as an example, exempli Greciae, the PLAN commander Zhao Jingguang studied in Moscow in the 1920s and learned these young school theories. To be sure, it made sense for the communist Chinese to adopt young school since the PRC faced identical challenges to those of the Soviet Union. They were an agrarian society trying to industrialize. The cost of deep ocean combatants was simply too steep, and Beijing was also preoccupied with events on land. Later, by 1965, but a year before I was born, state-run media started discussing an official maritime militia supported by the PLAN. Around the same time, the People's Liberation Army Navy established militia schools near its 3 fleet headquarters in Qingdao, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. These schools taught courses in navigation, weapons, engineering, and communications. The PLAN also issued reports describing the success of their battles, patrols, and training, all in line with carrying out Mao's People's War doctrine of guerrilla warfare insurgency. Through the first half of the 1970s, the press portrayed the PLAN as a coastal force that never ventured more than 200 miles from the coastline. Indeed, the common theme was PLAN supporting the maritime militia. These little blue men are employed in deployment of Red China's power projection. What began as a coastal patrol and surveillance force eventually evolved into a maritime sovereignty support force by the 1970s. Hence, the PRC's little blue men increasingly acquired the roles of maritime rescue, combat operations, anti-smuggling, and ultimately sovereignty enforcement, which is a form of territorial aggression. Regarding Chinese sovereignty enforcement operations, early PAFMM forces demonstrated their significant contributions to island seizure campaigns, starting in January 1974 with the Battle of the Paracel Islands against the Republic of South Vietnam, our ally. And in truth, Beijing did not have much of a PLAN to speak of in 1974, so perhaps the PAFMM was more capable of amphibious operations than the Navy itself. Either way, the presence of Chinese fishing vessels round the Paracels slowed down South Vietnamese decision-making on the use of force against PAFM, as well as their response times to counter PLAN or the actual Communist Chinese naval maneuvers. Additional time allowed Beijing to coordinate more effectively. When two fishing trawlers delivered 1,000 PLA troops to the Western Paracels, it resulted in the immediate surrender of the South Vietnamese soldiers defending the disputed features. Understand this, 1974 was a year after the Americans under Nixon had Vietnamized the war and retreated from Vietnam, and but a year before the fall of Saigon. So we're talking about South Vietnam acting as a completely independent nation state, protecting its sovereignty from a communist China that decided to take advantage of the American absence and invade South Vietnamese islands with, instead of a Marine Corps, a maritime militia. These pirates overran an island and caused conventional forces to surrender. Actually, it was 1,000 conventional army troops, but they were transported by the pirate force, meaning that they were in the guise of civilian refugees. How's that for a false face? A key lesson learned for Beijing from that falsification of force was that leveraging fishing militia forces was far less likely to trigger United States intervention in the matter, even when the threatened neighbor was a staunch American ally. It is fair to say that this was the genesis of Beijing's strategy to routinely deploy irregular forces in gray zone operations in the East China Sea and South China Sea. PAFMM's debut on the world stage was a resounding success, elevating the narrative that fishing militia forces were essential to the success of China's maritime strategy in the South China Sea. They're as glorified in Red China as the American Minuteman is glorified in the United States via the Mel Gibson movie The Patriot. Following that Battle of the Paracel Islands circa 1974, between Vietnamization of the Vietnam War and American retreat, and the ultimate fall of Saigon, in between those two calamitous historical events, the PAFMM has been observed In nearly every major plan, PLAN, or People's Liberation Army Naval, and CCG, Chinese Coast Guard operation, ever since, to harass maritime counterclaimants at disputed features or to simply seize the features from them. PAFM activities in support of the CCG and PLAN have been carefully cataloged since 1974. Among these incidents, the PAFM in 1978 engaged in swarming operations at the Senkaku, as they're called by the Japanese, or Diaoyu Islands, as the Chinese call them, in the East China Sea, which be disputed with the Empire of Japan, and since 2016, the militia ramped up their presence there. The proliferation of incidents in the South China Sea since the Battle of the Parasites has been noted to include PRC seizure of Mischief Reef and Scarborough Shoal from the Philippines, circa 1995 and 2012, respectively. Beijing also attempted to blockade Manila's, that's the capital of the Philippines, resupply mission of 2nd Thomas Shoal, circa 2014, and since 2017 has harassed Filipino fishermen at Sandy Cay and nearby Thitu, or Pagasa Island. PAFMM has also routinely terrorized Vietnamese vessels and in May of 2014 helped enforce Beijing's emplacement of the Haiyang Shiyu 981 oil rig in disputed waters by ramming Vietnamese fishing and Coast Guard vessels. Separately, Beijing appears confident that PAFMM harassment of the United States naval ships is below the threshold of a forceful and escalatory response. It has consequently employed fishing militia against the United States naval ship, the USNS Impeccable, in 2009, as well as the Howard O. Lorenzen, circa 2014. Of late, Red China has been downplaying the role of its maritime militia in asserting claims over multiple maritime disputes where Communist China's so-called rights protection issues are concerned. What does not go unobserved, however, are the maritime militia's activities in the strategically important southernmost province of Hainan Island and the Sansha City, which administers vast island groups and surrounding waters in the South China Sea. Apart from administering Sansha, Hainan is home to the Yulin Naval Base and its submarine bunker, along with a host of conventional and nuclear submarines. The Maritime Militia Company, established in July of 2013, came close on the heels of Xi Jinping's momentous visit to the remote fishing village of Tanmen in the Qionghai County of Hainan Province in 2013. That trip proved instrumental in boosting the growth of the maritime militia in Hainan, the largest island Communist China has, its own Taiwan, so to speak. Developments on China's maritime militia, if they be collated and reviewed collectively, highlight Beijing's intense investment of resources in the development of the militia's use for power projection towards both the South China Sea and the East China Sea. Both regions have become the locus of simmering territorial conflicts between a revisionist China and its neighbors. So, what might the future hold for PAFMM? Here, PFMM has evolved from being a small and near-seas force to a robust and critical element of Red China's national maritime strategy. The fact that PAFMM has not only survived, but thrived during the PRC's naval modernization beginning in the 1980s implies that further modernization prioritizing increasingly advanced systems will not necessarily reduce PAFMM's value over time. Actually, the opposite proves to be the case. That is, PAFMM's role will likely grow in parallel with the PLAN and CCG to better support their operations. PAFMM's humble origins as a product of collectivization and the Soviet young school of military theory also suggest that if Communist China experiences slowing military modernization due to economic or other circumstances, Beijing could instead rely more heavily upon PAFMM as a cheaper and lower technology alternative to sovereignty disputes and coastal defense. If history is any good indication of what to expect in the future, then as a historian, I can tell you this much. Beijing is likely to double down on the PAFMM in virtually any scenario imaginable. That means it should be a force to be reckoned in the years to come. The maritime militia has become an asymmetric force multiplier. Among other factors, it is a critical and vital support organ for the PLA Navy, along with China's Coast Guard, to operationalize Beijing's combined naval strategy that advances its defiant and assertive position in multiple maritime disputes. The region is dangerously heading towards a steep rise in political tensions owing to expansionist China's unilateral actions that are unsettling the status quo. It is incumbent upon the democratic regional players to engage in a mix of power diplomacy, which deftly combines hard tactics, rolled up in yielding policy pronouncements that support East and Southeast Asia's territorial sovereignty matters. At the very least, we must face up to reality. Firmer deterrence ergo diplomacy backed up by military capability is needed to stop this kind of aggression. Meanwhile, Red China's built a fortress fleet to operationalize its A2AD ambitions. You might ask, what was the PLA or the regular fucking Navy of Communist China doing all this time? What's their point if they've got this pirate fleet? Well, here be the lessons for the United States and her allies. Well, to borrow from the strategist Obi-Wan Kenobi, the Empire of Japan and South Korea have the mixed fortune to inhabit a wretched hive of scum and villainy populated by the likes of Red China and North Korea. The same goeth for U.S. forces based in Northeast Asia. We are all in this together. But how does an alliance like ours uphold freedom of the sea and other important interests in such a neighborhood? How do you deter an ambitious, expansionist, seafaring great power like Red China that wants to abridge all freedom of the seas when your Navy and its supporting ground and air forces lie constantly within effective weapons range? Can you deter such a power? Well, one of the most evil men in all human history, Henry Kissinger, says yes. You can make a believer out of your opponent by amassing impressive capabilities. Capabilities meaning not just widgets, but the obvious ability to use them effectively for operational and strategic gain. And you make him a believer by convincing him of your resolve to use those capabilities to defeat his aims, should he do things you want to deter. Deterrence is thus a product of multiplying capability by resolve, by belief. That's the Kissinger equation. As we remember from grade school algebra, if any variable in a series of variables multiplied by another is 0, so is the product. If any one of Kissinger's 3 factors is 0, in multiplying capability by resolve by belief, then if one of those is 0, resolve, belief, capability, then the product is 0, meaning 0 deterrence. If any one of those 3 factors is a 0, there be no deterrence. Maximize all 3, and you have a fighting chance to deter. Let's summarize the strategic predicament facing our 3 countries. Then briefly go through those 3 elements of deterrence: capability, resolve, and belief. And close by sketching one of the many prospective strategic courses of action the U.S. Empire of Japan, South Korean Republic alliance could embrace to deter a communist China that, by all evidence, be hell-bent on remaking the Asian maritime order to our and the entire region's detriment. Let's first review the maritime strategic position, the strategic situation itself. Red China has constructed a fortress fleet, and this represents savvy strategy on its part. Now, fortress fleet is an obscure term, but not a new one. A bit over a century ago, naval historian Alfred Thayer Mahan, the second president of the U.S. Naval War College, and probably history's most influential proponent of sea power, savaged the Imperial Russian Navy for operating just such a fleet, for deploying a fleet that sheltered timidly under the guns of Port Arthur for protection against the big, bad Imperial Japanese Navy commanded by Admiral Togo. The logic of a fortress fleet is straightforward. Forts and other land bases generally outgun fleets. If a hostile fleet cometh within range, the fort's gunnery can pound it. A battleship or a cruiser, the capital ships of yesteryear, is a big gun platform by naval standards, but it's small by contrast with a fortress that can sprawl out on shore. Forts house bigger weapons, boasting greater range and more ammunition, because they can carry more. A ship can only carry so much before it sinks by sheer weight of the ammo, right? So if a fleet enjoys fire support from a fort ashore, it can hope to withstand or even defeat a much stronger foe. That's what Russian commanders tried to do during the Russo-Japanese War of 1904 through 1905, the prelude to World War I. When the Russian squadron stayed close to Port Arthur, Japanese Admiral Togo's fleet typically kept its distance to avoid getting whacked. When the Russians ventured beyond range of Port Arthur's gunners, they lost, catastrophically so. 2 Russian fleets were reduced to artificial reefs by the end of the conflict. So there's safety in fire support, but merely existing as a fleet and being, well, that's not a Navy's purpose. A century ago, artillery had extremely short effective firing ranges measured in just a few miles. Staying within reach of shore fire support thus meant staying within a very cramped sea area and surrendering the high seas completely to the enemy. A fortress fleet could stay safe then, but if it did, it accomplished next to nothing of value. That's why Alfred Thayer Mahan blasted Russian commanders for pursuing a radically erroneous naval strategy against the Empire of Japan. Radically erroneous being his words, not my own. Does his critique hold up today? No. I myself conclude that the day of the fortress fleet has come, courtesy of extended range, precision-guided missile technology. Ask yourself, What if the guns of Port Arthur could have rained accurate fire on ships throughout the Yellow Sea or beyond? How would the Russo-Japanese War have turned out if Admiral Togo had had to worry about getting pummeled as soon as he left port? That would have put a different complexion on everything. History as you know it would not exist. The Japanese would never have gone on to win the Second World War. Technology has granted Communist China's Navy the luxury of operating within range of shorefire support throughout vast sea areas. No longer are ships confined within a short radius of a single point along the coast. Assuming they fulfill their hype, systems like the DF-31D and DF-26 anti-ship ballistic missiles will provide us protective cover for PLA Navy warships operating well beyond the first island chain. That is the archipelago of Japan through Okinawa through Taiwan, beyond the second island chain, if the DF-26 reaches the upper limit of its estimated firing range, meaning well beyond Guam. In other words, PLA weaponry can, at least hypothetically, strike at enemy fleets throughout the waters Beijing cares about most, the Western Pacific and China Seas. But that's not all. PLA ASBM, or the, what does the ASBM acronym stand for? I'm trying to recall it. Anti-ship ballistic missile. Yes, ASBM. Those batteries are mobile. They're mounted on trucks. And these latter-day fortresses can be positioned up and down Chinese shorelines and repositioned to concentrate fire near potential trouble spots. In other words, like a fire brigade, they can move to confront the fire line. The Imperial Russian Navy had Port Arthur, a single point on the Liaotung Peninsula that could sweep a small offshore area clear of hostile vessels. The PLA Navy has Fortress China, which adjoins all of the embattled expanses just offshore. One imagines this technological progress would give Alfred Thayer Mahan himself pause. I doubt the prophet of sea power would castigate communist China for radically erroneous strategy the way he did Imperial Russia. Red China has the long arm of advanced weaponry. It can operate a free-range navy, whilst still reaching out from land to smite all China's foes. Weapons technology has superseded Mahan's critique. I need not remind anyone here what this means in geographic terms. South Korea is but a half-island appended to continental Asia. The Empire of Japan is a super-archipelago, 500 or fewer miles offshore, depending on the latitude. Japanese and South Koreans live within the A2AD, the anti-SS/area denial zone of Communist China, as does the United States 7th Fleet and all affiliated joint forces. How do you deter an expansionist Chinese empire that has such an arsenal at its disposal when you're permanently in close quarters therewith? For one thing, let's construe capability broadly rather than limit it to weapons, tactics, and operational methods. Anti-SS area denial is about more than guns and ammo, after all. It is a strategy, if not a grand strategy. Red China gets this. Exempli gratiae. It harnesses not just strategic rocket forces and PLA Navy and Air Force assets to deter and coerce, but also psychological, media, and legal operations. Its so-called three warfares. Beijing wages the three warfares 24/7, 365. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, to shape opinion in its favor, with the goal of disheartening potential opponents or convincing them the costs of bucking China's will would be unbearable. There's wisdom in China's methods, however much we might deplore China's aims. We should reciprocate, taking stock of all the resources we can pool as an alliance, not just our military forces. In the evil Kissinger's lingo, these are all elements of capability. Let's leave no implement, diplomatic, economic, or military, on the shelf in this high-stakes competition. Unity, what the evil Kissinger calls will, is one of these implements. The great Sun Tzu of the West, Karl von Clausewitz, the grand wizard of all things military in the Western world, basically the West's military saint, reminds us that the community of interest constitutes the center of gravity for multinational consortiums. Disrupt the community of interest through an effective military blow, the compelling threat of such a blow, or political means, and you splinter the alliance into manageable bits. China's approach to diplomacy is reminiscent of Sun Tzu's hegemonic king, who overawes outmatched neighbors into not combining against him, then deals with them piecemeal. It doubtless pleases Beijing when diplomats from smaller neighbors utter sentiments like, "When the dragon roars, the little countries need to stay away from the fire coming out of its mouth." Or, as the people of Myanmar say, "The warlords thereof, the military junta that exterminates Rohingya Muslims, they say, when China spits, Burma swims." That's how one ASEAN, or Association of Southeast Asian Nations diplomat, explained ASEAN's retraction of a strong statement against communist Chinese lawlessness in the South China Sea, but yesterday, or last week. Let's firm up our allied unity and deny communist China the easy victory promised by its hegemonic king strategy. If our alliance maintains solidarity while deploying formidable diplomatic, economic, and military means, we will stand a good chance of making believers out of China. It's doubtful Beijing will ever formally relinquish such goals as my Taiwan, the Senkaku Islands, or its claims to sovereignty over sea and sky. Nor is it likely to dismantle its fortress fleet strategy or the navy that taketh refuge underneath. But we gain time if we deter China. And if we gain enough time, good things may happen. China may mellow, postponing a reckoning on contentious matters into the indefinite future. Stringing out the strategic competition may be the best we can achieve. Up to now, I've spoken in general terms about Allied power and purpose. What about strategy? Of fundamental importance to our cause are diplomatic endeavors whereby the Allies preserve and deepen their sense of common purpose, their community of interest. Since time is comparatively short, however, let me stick to the naval and military dimensions for now, and we can widen the aperture in future transmissions as we so desire. Basically, how do you blunt a fortress fleet strategy? Well, for one thing, we can take the fleet out of fortress fleet. The PLA may operate ASBMs, or anti-ship ballistic missiles, from the shoreline, but the Allies have anti-ship capability of their own. We have systems that can span the waters we care about, and our reach will only grow in the coming years as we distribute lethality throughout our fighting forces. We could, say, deploy mobile batteries of anti-air and anti-ship missiles along the island chain, turning geography to advantage. Ground pounders thus could assail shipping that attempts east-west movement from the China Seas into the Western Pacific and back. The Ryukyus and other island groups would become de facto missile emplacements. Hard to root out short of full, all-out, face-frontal amphibious assault. Offensive sea mines in the straits would complete the offshore cordon, while submarines lurking behind that island chain of the Japanese Empire down to Taiwan itself would provide mobile striking forces to plug gaps should PLA Navy surface or undersea forces stage a breakout anyway. Meanwhile, a few Allied subs could slip into the Yellow and East China Seas to raid shipping from below. In short, the ROK, the ROK, or Republic of Korea Navy, the JMSDF, the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Forces, and the U.S. Navy could bottle up Red China's Navy within the first island chain while making the waters within dangerous indeed. If China's A2AD strategy constitutes Beijing's challenge, joint and combined island warfare, or, in peacetime, the imposing threat thereof, would constitute the Allied reply. The result would be a kind of MAD, M-A-D, mutually assured destruction. Rather, more conventionally in this case, it would prevent us from coming to that point via the mutually assured sea and air denial. In other words, a form of conventional deterrence to prevent us from ever escalating to the nuclear grade. Over time, considering China's reliance on seaborne imports of natural resources and exports of finished goods, blockading China from afar would probably hurt them more, economically and militarily, than it would hurt us. That's the hardware part. Lifting our gaze, the Allies could negotiate a geographic division of labor to execute such a strategy. The Empire of Japan could apply its efforts mainly along a southwestern axis, minding the islands and straits between the home islands and Taiwan. South Korea could look eastward and northward, closing the Tsushima Strait to north-south Chinese or CHICOM, Chinese Communist movements, whilst policing the Sea of Japan, which they call the Korean Sea, in case of a breakthrough. Such a partition of duties would let each partner harness its competitive advantages, operate on the ground it knows best, and, in the case of the Empire of Japan, continue what it's already doing as it fields a dynamic defense force to guard or recover the Ryukyus island chain, of which Okinawa is the capital thereof. Altogether, the Empire of Japan and the South Korean Republic, then, can help these United States by helping themselves. To the extent that Tokyo and Seoul can manage events in Northeast Asia, they will free up American joint forces for operations to the south, letting us tighten the cordon around the South China Sea, take down Communist China's manufactured islands, or whatever. Such a strategy would pay off in a wider strategic competition or war. And it would send a message. Red China is prone to hubris, or overweening pride. It believes history with a capital H is on mainland China's side and will remainest there. But if the Allies work out a counter-strategy, field the implements necessary to execute it, and conspicuously practice executing it, they can sow doubt in communized Chinese minds. They can counteract hubris reminding Beijing of what the ancient Greeks knew, that the gods punish outrageous human arrogance. Nemesis, or the goddess of divine retribution, followest hubris, or the pride of the fool, inexorably. Pride goest before the fall. And in so doing, the Allies can deflate Communist China's confidence in its fortress fleet strategy. And Obi-Wan Kenobi in literary purgatory, Henry Kissinger in the deepest depths of hell, and Alfred Thayer Mann in heaven will all three smile with satisfaction that the son of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, provided the Vulcan intervention that saved your world. Now, in the minutes we have remaining, I'd best call up our solicitation. We'll continue along these issues with our next transmission, which will be here before you know it. Gonna be Wednesday in what will seem like minutes. All right, let me see if I can find my solicitation here. Fuck. You like that, huh? Almost had it. Screwed myself over. Here we are. Calling it up now. Now I have to scroll down. Get down to the bottom of the document where I can read this. You know, no matter how many times I say it, I never remember it. It never commits to memory. I forget it as soon as it's uttered. Or recite it. Would be the better term to use in the English. All right. Damn, I don't know if I could do this. Final assault on my throat here requires a little bit of hydration. All that's missing is the alcohol ingredient, but I'll turn towards that as soon as we're off transmission. All right, another look at the live stream. Quarter of an hour left. That ain't much. Where am I again? Ah, yes. One among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take his fee to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., aliased the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book of that very title, The Unfinished Man, and review scenes from his cinematic documentaries on site theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejerine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply, they may never be removed. For tour information, contact theTucsonMurders.com. Spell Tucson, it's not spelled the way it sounds. It's spelled like it was pronounced Tucson, TUCSON, but put the word "the" in front of it, theTucsonMurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520-323-3406. That's 1520 323 3406. All right, in the time we have remaining. Oh my God. How much time we got? Well, I got people saying hi to me now, and that's appreciated. Of course, it was a while earlier. I couldn't reach anybody. But, hey, better late than never. And they're certainly welcome to come on and say goodnight. Daryl Neely saying, oh my, just seeing the message. Sammy Romero, hi Doug, good morning. Salman Sheikh, good morning, Brother Douglas. He says, Assalamu alaikum. I'll be with you after November 15th. Much love, always. We'll catch up on the transmission now. Yes, I'll certainly appreciate it. Sammy Romero there with his good morning. There we have that. That's, appreciate it. Darrow Neely says, sorry, bro. I was on Angel's show. Was at full power by 12 a.m. Next time, hit me up earlier because I was partying and stuck there till 2 a.m. Laugh out loud. That's adorable. Actually, that's I like that. And at any rate, fuck, I was partying till the moment I showed up. I hope people feel that I did all right, considering the fact that I was, well, I always show up here 3 sheets to the fucking wind, so that shouldn't surprise people. God, I got a beautiful GIF from this wonderful person here, and it's incredible. It's truly a masterwork. And that's from Nadia Bess saying, beautiful post, have a blessed Monday. God bless her. Hey Nadia, love you dearly. Got to give her a response to that. And Anna Donovan says, awesome image. And so glad people like that photograph of my son, and God bless him eternally. Honestly, without him, I wouldn't be here. There would be no point for my being here. I would have triggered the Vox Arca. Anyhow, so in the last few minutes we got remaining, somebody say something to me in chat. Hit me up. Tell me about what you want me to say in the last few minutes. Oh yeah, Sarim Khan says, hey, could you search Love Someone by Sarim on YouTube? It is a song by me. Okay, there we go. Everybody look up Love Someone by Sarim on YouTube. That was ripped by Sarim Khan. Okay, all right, let's try that. Let me pump on YouTube here and see if I can find it. Love Someone. By the way, what the fuck am I getting here? It's oh, there we are. Oh, ha, there you go. That's gross. I get these movie reviews, and half the movies out there are just gross outs. Love Someone by Sarim Khan. All right, let's check it out. Here we are, Love Someone by Sarim Khan. Here we go, folks.
Brother, yeah, don't fall for another. Yeah, don't fall for the loving. No, that ain't good for nothing. Oh, yeah, and brother, yeah, I loved one girl. Yeah, she was good for the loving. No, she said I got her nothing, so I try to while away my time and die. I live my life in a bottle, and die. I gotta live it someday. And die. I gotta get out of the bottle. Oh, gotta get out. I'm kinda stuck here. Cause gotta love someone, yeah. Gotta get out. I'm kinda stuck here. Cause I gotta give someone. Oh, oh, oh. Gotta love someone, yeah. Gotta love someone, yeah. Yeah. Oh, oh, oh. I gotta give someone, yeah. Gotta give someone, oh, yeah. Brother, yeah. Don't fall for another. Cause if you fall many times, there will be no one to break you up. And brother, yeah, I gotta send my loving to a bottle of gin. Oh, yeah, that's how it is. Cause I try to while away my time and die. I live my life in a bottle, and die. I gotta leave it someday. And die. I gotta get out of the bottle.